Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Hello, everybody, hello. Hello is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So hello, everybody, hello. For softer, lively curls and brighter, sparkling hair. So hello, everybody, hello. Hello, shampoo, hello.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your new neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. In every family, there are special days. Days which, though simple, will live forever in our memories. There's the day Junior had his first haircut. The day Dad backed into the garage door. Or the day Mother didn't back into the garage door. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, it's dinner time. And one of those days is in the making. It will be known, as long as an Anderson remains, as the day Father received the Christmas bills. Like this.
It's outrageous, that's what it is. The most outrageous thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Pass the potatoes to your father, Betty.
Yes, Mother. Potatoes, Father.
Thank you. It's gotten so that Christmas isn't a period of joy and celebration. It's a plot to collect all the money overlooked by the government. I've never seen such an assortment of bills.
Kathy, won't you please eat your dinner?
But I have to watch Daddy.
I'm sure he'd much rather you ate your dinner.
But I want to see the steam come out of his ears.
The what?
Well, Bud said when you saw all those bills...
Holy cow, Kathy. I didn't mean it really would. I was just, Sure was cold out today, wasn't it?
Well, for certain people, it's going to get warmer. Much warmer. Have the bread, please.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Say, Dad.
Look at this. $17.70 for mucklucks. Now, what the devil are mucklucks?
They're knitted slippers, dear.
For $17.70?
That's for 6 pair, Jim. I sent them to my sister Kathleen and her family.
Oh, fine. And what did she send us? 5 napkin rings painted by hand in the kindergarten of a school for backward children.
Jim, that's not the proper attitude to take.
Oh, it isn't it? You don't see that brother-in-law of yours shelling out any $17.70 for mucklucks, do you? I tell you, Margaret, we've got to realize that we aren't the Morgans or the Rockefellers. We're just plain, simple people, and we've got to act that way.
Yes, dear.
Say, Dad.
When I was a boy, thrift was an important part of the daily life. The family worked together to see how little it could spend, not how much. They tried to help put something away for a rainy day. Not us. This family lives in a continual cloudburst.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
As long as we're talking about money, I need $5.
Bud.
Oh, that's fine. That's just great. I give out with a long lecture on thrift and economy, and all it does is remind my son that he needs $5. Now, why do you need $5?
To be a bird watcher.
A what?
A bird watcher. You watch birds.
I wouldn't care if you watched elephants. Why does it have to cost $5?
Well, you have to buy a manual. It tells you how to watch. And you get a button. And they have meetings every Tuesday and Thursday night.
No.
But, Dad, watching birds makes you alert.
No?
It gives you a better understanding of your feathered friends.
No.
And it's educational.
No.
Oh, gosh. You certainly want me to be educated, don't you?
Yes?
Then I can go?
No.
Oh, would you care for some more coffee, dear?
I certainly would. Thank you.
I'll bet Evelyn Finney's a bird watcher.
You keep out of this, Kathy.
Bud's got a girl.
I have not. You just wait, Kathy. That's all. Just wait.
Bud's got a girl.
Dad.
All right, Kathy. Stop that and drink your milk.
But I did. It's all gone.
Well, get some more milk and drink it.
Gee whiz.
And behave yourself. Now, where was I?
The part about putting something away for a rainy day.
Thank you. Rainy day. Oh, look, I don't want you to think I'm being stingy or that I don't want you to enjoy a healthy, normal life, but what's that?
What's what, dear?
On the buffet, is that another album of records?
Oh, you ought to hear them, Father. They're simply dreamy.
You see, that's what I mean. A new album, and we've got so many records now we can join the Disc Jockeys Union.
Do disc jockeys have a union, Daddy?
How do I know?
Well, you just said
I said if they had a union, we could join it.
Why?
Because we have so many records.
Are you going to be a disc jockey, Daddy?
No, I'm not going to be a disc jockey.
Why not?
Because I'm an insurance jockey. I mean... Oh, Kathy, drink your milk.
I did. Twice.
Well, eat your cake.
I don't have any cake.
What have you got?
Jell-O?
Well, eat it and be quiet.
Gee whiz. Father, there's no need to get excited about the record.
Now, don't tell me what to get excited about and what not to get excited about. You have no right to waste money on more records.
But, Father...
$5 for bird watchers and $5 for records.
They cost $7.50.
$7.50? Betty Anderson, you mean those records cost $7.50?
Yes, Father.
Oh,
but...
that's fine. Just fine. We've got records you haven't touched in 5 years, but they're no good. You've got to buy new ones for $7.50.
But, Father...
When I was a boy, I couldn't buy a new record till the old one wore out.
But, Father...
I played Dardanella so long the fuzz on the turntable came through.
But, Father...
And stop but-fathering me. You have no right to waste $7.50 on records.
But, Father, I didn't. I borrowed them from Janie Liggett.
I don't care where you got them. You have no right to... Oh. Well, where was I?
A rainy day, dear.
Page 2.
All right, laugh. Go ahead. The whole thing is a big joke. It's very funny. But I'm telling you right now, we're spending too much money. And we're going to cut down.
Oh, Jim, I don't think we're extravagant, any of us.
Okay, you're not extravagant. You just spend too much money.
But we don't waste anything, dear. And we don't spend money unnecessarily.
Oh, we don't we? I suppose $5 to watch birds isn't unnecessary. If Bud has to watch birds, he can sit on the front porch and watch them for 10 years. It won't cost him a dime.
Holy cow.
This family has to learn to conserve. We've got to make things do. Now, here, look at this. Another pair of shoes for Kathy. That's the third pair in 6 months.
But, Daddy, I'm growing.
Will you have to grow so fast?
Father!
Oh, it's all right, dear. Your father's only joking.
Sure, I'm only joking, Kathy. But there's one thing I'm not joking about. This family has to stop spending so much money. And we've got to stop running around. We're going to stay home and enjoy the simple things of life. We've got magazines to read, books to read. I spent $190 for the encyclopedia, and nobody's ever gotten past Marib to Mushy.
Jim, there's one thing you don't seem to understand.
Just a moment, dear. Bud, the phone.
Kathy's turn.
It is not. But I'll answer it anyway. See if I care.
What is it you were saying, Margaret?
Well, I was saying that there's one thing you don't seem to understand, that no one has even mentioned going out tonight. Everyone was quite satisfied and quite happy, and this entire discussion seems to be absolutely pointless.
Is that so? If I didn't put my foot down every once in a while, this whole family would go to pot. Nobody would ever stay home.
Daddy, it's for you.
Thank you, Kathy.
It's Mr. Smith, Daddy.
Thank you, Dad. Hello, Heck. No, we were just finishing our dinner. The drugstore? Well, I hadn't thought about going down there, but... Pick up cards for what? You mean the game is tonight? Oh. Well, look, Heck, maybe you'd better not figure on me for tonight. Well, frankly, I forgot all about it, and I got myself into a situation here. Yes, I know, Heck, but couldn't you get George Phillips? Out of town, huh? Just a minute, Heck. Kathy, there's somebody at the door.
Okay.
Sorry, Heck. Well, look, there must be somebody else you can get for the game. There isn't, huh? Well, I'll do whatever I can, Heck, but it's going to be tough. Okay. But if I'm not there by 8, well, you'd better call me. Okay, Heck, I'll see you. Ye gods, the things I get myself into.
Is there anything wrong, dear?
No, nothing wrong. Let's see. What were we talking about?
Nobody goes out tonight.
Well, of course, I don't mean that we have to live like hermits.
Of course not, dear.
There are circumstances when it will be necessary and proper for us to spend an evening away from home. A special picture that we won't want to miss, or a meeting, or something.
You're so right, dear, but after that long lecture you just finished, naturally you don't mean tonight. Do you, dear?
Oh, no, naturally not tonight. We'll all spend a quiet evening at home tonight.
Daddy.
Yes, Kathy?
Daddy, may I please have $1.25?
You certainly may not.
But, Daddy...
You see, Margaret, that's just what I meant about discipline. This entire discussion about thrift and economy was absolutely wasted. Everything I said went in one ear and out the other. I spent 15 minutes explaining that we had to take it easy, that we had to cut down on our spending, and what happens? As soon as I stop to take a deep breath, Bud needs $5 to watch birds, and Kathy needs $1.25. Now, why on earth do you suddenly need $1.25?
To pay the paper boy.
Oh.
You know, for all his talking, Father wouldn't think of doing without that paper. It's one of those things that means so much to every day that comes along. And something else we count on, you and I, day in and day out, is coffee. I mean really good coffee, like our Maxwell House. Coffee you sit down to and enjoy, cup after cup. That good to the last drop flavor. You won't find it in any other coffee. No coffee but Maxwell House. And as you'd expect, there's a very real reason why. It's a recipe, the only recipe there is for that good to the last drop flavor. It's mighty important, that recipe of ours, because the flavor of the coffee you enjoy depends on the blend, the kind of coffee's in it, and how they're put together. Now, coffee grows in many different varieties, and you can blend them in all sorts of ways. But there's only one way, one recipe for our famous Maxwell House flavor. And when all's said and done, it's this recipe of ours that makes the difference. The big difference between just another coffee and the wonderfully good flavor of America's favorite brand. It's a difference you'll taste for yourself the very first time you pour a cup of our Maxwell House coffee. And I hope you will, tomorrow. Hope you'll start enjoying the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
In the white frame house on Maple Street, an hour has passed, and a long, long hour it's been. For Jim Anderson, the minutes have dragged by in endless procession. His active mind is buzzing with a weird assortment of masculine schemes, every one of them taken from the file headed, How to Get Out of the House. A dozen fantastic plans have already been tried, and none of them has worked. But you've got to give Jim credit. The kid's still in there pitching like this.
Margaret,
Yes, dear?
do you have the correct time?
Oh, I think so. It's 5 minutes of 8.
Uh-huh. Just what I thought. This doggone watch is on the blink again. Just won't keep time.
Well, what time do you have, dear?
7 of.
Well, Jim, that's a difference of only 2 minutes.
Only 2 minutes? Margaret, do you realize the things that have happened in 2 minutes? Wars have been won and lost. The entire course of civilization has been changed. I better have it fixed.
All right, dear.
As a matter of fact, as long as I'm not doing anything right now, I might as well run down to the jeweler's. And it might take some time. You know how fussy jewelers can be about a watch. So maybe you'd better not wait up for me.
Jim,
Yes, dear?
Christmas is over. The jewelers all close at 5:30.
They do. You mean all of them?
Yes, dear.
Oh.
You ought to see the watch Joe Phillips got for Christmas, Dad. Boy, is that a watch. Shatterproof, shockproof, waterproof, heatproof, and it's guaranteed to last him a lifetime. But it won't.
Why not?
He lost it.
But instead of making bad jokes, why don't you go upstairs and do your homework?
That wasn't a joke, Dad.
You can say that again.
You mean the whole thing?
Bud. Go upstairs and do your homework.
Okay. You wouldn't want to help me, would you?
That's right.
Yeah, I sort of figured you wouldn't. Well, I'll see you later.
Margaret, I think I'll go out for a little walk.
Why, Jim, it's snowing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a little snow. Does a man good to get out in the snow once in a while. The air crisp and clear, the ground all white and peaceful.
Jim Anderson, you're not going to tramp around in the snow at your age. I have enough to do without taking care of a sick husband. And stop pacing up and down the room like a caged lion.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
I'll play checkers with you if you like.
Thank you. But I'd rather see you doing your homework.
Oh, I don't have any homework. I finished it this afternoon.
Well, go sew something. Or read a book. And don't tell me you read a book.
I'll spot you 2 kings.
I don't need to be spotted 2 kings, and I don't want to play checkers. Margaret,
Yes, dear.
do you need anything at the drugstore?
No, dear, not a thing.
We're kind of low on toothpaste this morning.
I got some this afternoon.
Oh, you did. Soap holding up all right?
Just fine.
Uh-huh. Say, I think I'll run out and get something to smoke. Yes, sir, that's just what I'll do.
Jim,
Yes, Margaret?
I bought you a carton of cigarettes this afternoon, and there's a whole humidor full of pipe tobacco.
It's a funny thing, but I just feel like smoking a cigar.
Jim, I didn't know you smoked cigars.
Well, of course. After all, there's nothing like a good cigar. You know what Rudyard Kipling said? A woman is only a woman, but a good cigar is a smoke. Yeah, I'll get it.
Jim, be careful.
Who the dickens moved the lamp over to this side?
Oh, Jim, how could you?
Well, how do you expect me to keep track of where the lamps are if you keep moving them around all the time? Anyway, well, I'm sorry, Margaret. I was just...
The phone's ringing.
Betty, be a good girl and clean up this mess, will you?
All right, Father.
And don't worry about the lamp, Margaret. We'll get it fixed or something.
A good lamp. And just look at it.
6 lamps right in your way when you're in a hurry. Naturally, they get knocked down. Hello? Hello, Heck. What do you mean, am I still here? Of course not. I left for your house 20 minutes ago. Heck, I'm doing everything I can. I can't do it, Heck. I can't just walk out. Because I can't, that's why. I am trying. Well, stop worrying about it. I'll figure something out. Okay. Call me later. So long.
Who is that, dear?
It was Hector, honey. He just wanted to talk to me.
About what, dear? Is anything wrong?
Oh, no. He wanted me to come over there. He probably wants to talk to me about something.
Like what, dear?
Well, it's probably very complicated. You'd be surprised.
I'll bet I would.
Yes. Are you through with the newspaper, dear?
I think so.
Well, I guess I'll sit down and read the paper.
That's a very good idea.
Daddy,
We're in the den, Kathy.
Daddy, I just thought of something wonderful to save money. How much does water cost?
Not very much, dear. Why?
Well, it costs something to get it hot, doesn't it? So I thought if I only took one bath a week...
Are you supposed to be taking a bath now?
Uh-huh.
Well, take it.
But you said we had to save money, and I thought if I only took...
Kathy, go upstairs and take your bath.
Gee whiz.
You heard your father, Kathy. Now go ahead.
First they want to save money, then they don't want to save money. Why don't they make up their minds?
Say, did you see this in the paper? They're having a big meeting in the school auditorium.
Tomorrow night.
Oh. Yeah, that's right. It's tomorrow.
Jim.
Father, I put all the broken pieces on the service porch, but I don't think they can fix the lamp. It's a mess.
Thank you, Benny.
You're welcome.
Were you going to say something, dear?
Oh, no, it's all right.
Mother,
Yes, Betty.
have you seen the records I borrowed from Janie?
Well, no, dear, I haven't. Where did you leave them?
Well, I put them over there on Father's chair. Father, you're sitting on them.
I am? Oh, I thought it felt kind of funny.
Oh, Father, how could you? $7.50 worth of South Pacific, and look at it.
Well, they're only cracked a little, Betty. Hey, look at this one. Only the front part of it's broken off. You can still play the whole chorus, and that's all anybody listens to anyway.
She'll never talk to me again, and I don't blame her.
Oh, Betty, will you please stop that moaning and groaning? I'll buy Janie another album. And stop looking at me as though I went around beating little children.
Yes, Father.
Man tries to spend a quiet evening at home, and what happens? Lamps fall down, people stuff records under his cushion. I'll get it.
Jim, please be careful.
Margaret, I make a practice of knocking lamps down. Anybody listening to you would think I broke a lamp every day.
Yes, dear, but be careful just the same.
Never liked a darn lamp anyway. Silliest looking lamp I ever saw in my life. Hello? Yes, I'm still here. Look, Heck, I told you in the very beginning I didn't think I could make it. Well, I did try. I tried everything but chloroform. It won't do any good to call me back later. Why don't you just forget the whole thing?
Jim?
Just a minute, Heck. What is it, Margaret?
Is that Hector again?
Yes, dear, it's Hector.
Well, Jim, if it's really that urgent, why don't you run over there?
You wouldn't mind?
No, but if they can't get anyone else, why don't you have them come over here for the game?
The game. Over here?
Well, there's no reason why they can't play poker here.
There isn't?
Of course not.
Oh. Well, say, Heck, how about playing over here? It would, huh? Well, fine. Oh, of course not. Margaret won't mind at all. Okay, see you in a little while. Goodbye. Margaret.
Yes, Jim?
Well, you see, I'd forgotten all about this date I had with the boys, and, well, I told them to get somebody else.
Just a moment,
but,
dear. Bud!
You want me, Mom?
Yes, dear. I want you to go to the delicatessen.
Okay, I'll be down in a minute.
Why does he have to go to the delicatessen?
Well, you'll be busy getting the card things ready, dear, and there isn't a thing in the house. We'll have to serve something.
Well, it doesn't have to be anything elaborate.
Oh, no, but we'll need a few slices of ham and some liverwurst and bologna and cheese, a few loaves of bread, potato chips, pickles.
Why do we need pickles? There's no sense in running hog wild just because a couple of men are coming over to play poker. I told you at dinner, Margaret, we've got to cut down on our expenses.
All right, dear, no pickles. After all, Father knows best.
Well, pickles or no pickles, I'm inclined to think it's Mother knows best when it comes to shopping for the family groceries. Take coffee, for instance. Mother knows that when she buys coffee, there's just one thing that means real value. It's the flavor you get for your money that really counts. And these days, she understands it's more important than ever to get the most flavor for every penny you spend. And that's just what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. You get a full measure of that wonderful Maxwell House flavor. Good to the last drop flavor no other coffee gives you. And that's why more people buy our Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee. So when you put out good money for coffee, be sure you get the most in value, in flavor and freshness. You always will when you open up a pound of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The lights are out in the white frame house on Maple Street. The children are asleep, the guests are gone. The last chip has been put away, and the poker game is a thing of the past.
Jim.
Oh, you're still awake, dear?
Yes, I've just been lying here thinking. How did the game go?
Fine, just fine. I guess I showed that Hector Smith how poker should be played. Bluffed him right out of two of the biggest pots you ever saw.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
You know, I've been wondering about this sudden wave of economy. There isn't anything wrong, is there?
Oh, no. Well, it was those darn Christmas bills. They really got me down.
Tonight didn't help much, did it? I mean, we'll have to buy a new lamp and records for Janie.
Well, it won't amount to much.
No, I suppose not. Including the food and drinks, I figure that the quiet evening at home came to just $32.50.
$36.50.
No, dear, $32.50. I can get a new lamp for. Oh, you mean you?
I certainly did.
$4
and 22 cents. Good night, Mark.
Good night, dear.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last, you know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last, you know what?
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
strong and it makes a shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. A decade or so before the turn of the 20th century, the city editor of the New York Sun came up with a remarkably simple definition of news. When a dog bites a man, he said, that is not news because it happens so often. But if a man bites a dog, that is news. Well, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, news may very well be in the making. Nothing unusual has happened thus far, but it's quite possible that before the week is out, a man named Anderson will bite a dog like this.
Holy cow, Dad, I couldn't help it.
Bud, when you signed the good driving pledge...
But I wasn't even driving, Dad. The car was just sitting there.
And the fender dropped off all by itself.
Sure.
Bud, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
But it's true, Dad.
I wouldn't be surprised if the whole car fell apart.
Is that so? There's nothing wrong with the car, and you know it.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
did you know that in the polar regions, dogs are the chief means of transportation?
What's that got to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car?
I didn't knock it off, Dad. It fell off.
Bud, unless you're willing to tell me the truth...
Jim, Bud is not in the habit of telling lies, and if he says the fender fell off, then it fell off.
And we put it back on again with wire, Dad. You'd never even know the difference.
Oh, fine. Bud, if I ever find out... Oh, never mind. May I have my coffee, Margaret?
Of course, dear. Here you are.
Thank you.
Nothing.
What?
It doesn't have anything to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car.
I did not.
Wait a minute, Bud. Kathy, what doesn't have anything to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car?
Dogs are the chief means of transportation in the polar regions.
Fine. I'll order a dog sled in the morning. Is that what you want?
Oh, no. I just wanted to tell you.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. That car's practically as good as it was the day we bought it. Might need a little paint here and there.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
did you know that the dog has been chosen as the companion of man because of his fidelity and intelligence?
Well, I'd heard rumors, but it's nice to have it on such complete authority.
You're welcome.
Dad,
Yes, Bud.
does that mean that I can't have the car on Thursday anymore?
No, I suppose it'll be all right. But in the future, I wish you'd be a little more careful, that's all.
I wouldn't be surprised if the roof caved in.
Betty, what's gotten into you? Until tonight, the only complaint you ever had about the car was that you didn't get it often enough.
Jim,
Yes, Margaret?
the Liggetts have a new car.
A convertible.
Oh. Well, pardon me.
Dogs are bred for sports, as watchdogs, for guarding and driving sheep, and for plain ordinary dogs.
Kathy, deep in your obscure little mind,
How see you it is?
you stay right where you are. I want to get to the bottom of this dissertation on dogs. Bud,
Yes, Dad?
see who's at the door.
Holy cow. You think nobody else around here knew how to open a door?
All right, Kathy. Will you explain something to me as simply as possible? Why this sudden interest in the history of our canine companions?
Huh?
Dogs.
Oh, well, dogs are pets, and everybody says they're man's best friend, and they probably be girls' best friends, too. And I don't see why.
Kathy, are you going to start that dog business again?
But everybody I know has a dog, and I don't see why.
You know as well as I that Betty's allergic to dogs. They make her sneeze.
Dad, it's Mr. Davis.
Oh, come on in, Ed.
Hello, Jim. Margaret.
Hello, Ed.
Hello, girls.
Hello, Mr. Davis.
We're just finishing our dinner, Ed. How about a cup of coffee?
Oh, no, thanks, Jim. I just want to talk to you about your dog.
Oh, what?
Well, I wouldn't mind if it were just an ordinary rose bush, Jim, but this was a Bengal. A genuine Hibiscus rosa sinensis.
Ed.
I only had two, and you ought to see the one he dug up. It's a complete wreck.
Ed.
Yes, Jim.
What dog?
Why, your dog.
We don't have a dog. You know that.
Daddy.
Jim, I dislike this whole thing as much as you do, but that bush cost me $13.
Ed, we don't have a dog.
Daddy.
And I wouldn't even know where to get another one. They only had two in town. I bought both of them.
Ed,
Yes, Jim.
we don't have a dog.
Daddy.
Kathy, I'm talking to Mr. Davis.
I know, Daddy, but I want to tell you something.
All right, what is it?
We have a dog.
Fine. Look, Ed, I know how you must feel, but... We what?
Kathy, you're joking.
What do you mean, we have a dog?
Oh, it was such a poor little dog, Daddy. And it kept following me and following me. And...
Kathy, you mean we have a dog here?
Uh-huh.
Betty, stop that.
I can't stop it, Father.
You certainly can. Kathy, you've been told 1,000 times not to bring a dog into the house.
She's just doing that to be mean.
I am done.
She wasn't sneezing before, and the dog was here all the time.
Where?
What?
Where is it?
Where's what?
The dog.
Oh, the dog.
Kathy, where did you put the dog?
In the playroom.
Well, we'll just see about that.
Of course, it isn't the most valuable rose bush in the world, Jim, but if you knew the trouble I'd gone through...
Jim, where are you going?
Down to the playroom.
Oh, Daddy, please don't be mean to the little dog. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
Where do you think you're going, Bud?
Well, can I come with you? Gosh, I just want to look at it.
I didn't mean to start all this trouble, Jim, but after all, he did dig up the rose bush.
I know, Ed. I'll be very glad to pay for it as soon as we... Oh, my aching back. Look at the size of that thing.
Holy cow.
I'll just wait for you upstairs, Jim.
Kathy, that isn't a dog. It's a werewolf.
No, it isn't, Daddy. It's a dog, and you're frightening him.
I'm frightening him.
Poor little fella. We're not going to hurt you.
Kathy, get away from him.
But, Daddy...
You heard me, Kathy. You don't get away from that dog. Well, stay over there if that's what he wants. But don't get too close.
Jim, Ed Davis said there was a lion in the basement. Did you... Oh, Kathy.
Isn't he cute, Mommy?
Kathy, come over here.
You better do as your mother says, Kathy.
Maybe she better do what the dog says.
Oh, Jim, what are we going to do?
We're going to find out where he belongs and get rid of him. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, Daddy, you can't. He's such a beautiful dog, and he's so easy to feed. All he eats is cookies.
Bud. See what the tag says on his collar.
On his collar?
Oh, he won't hurt you, Bud. Will you, George?
Well, go ahead, Bud. There's nothing to be afraid of.
That's a nice fella. Nice, George.
His name isn't exactly George, Bud. I just call him that.
Oh, you're a great help. Nice boy. That's a nice boy. Atta boy.
What does it say, Bud?
Gargantua the Third.
Oh, that's how you say it.
Property of Michael Reed, Orchard Avenue.
Orchard Avenue? Well, that's a mile away. How did he get clear over here?
I think he walked.
Well, he can walk right back. Bud, call Mr. Reed and tell him we have his dog.
Oh, Daddy, no.
Oh, Daddy, yes.
Kathleen, it isn't our dog, and we've got to send him back home.
But, Mommy, I love him so.
Oh, don't cry, Kathy. Gosh, you've still got us.
Everybody's got somebody. And all I have is you.
You want me to answer it, Dad?
No, never mind. I'm right here.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Reed's chauffeur.
Oh, yes. Come on right in.
Oh, thank you. Very nice of you to go to all this trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble at all.
Mr. Reed was quite concerned about Gargantua, quite concerned.
Well, we weren't too happy about him ourselves. Kathy,
You want me, Daddy?
the man is here for the dog.
Gee whiz.
She'll have it up here in just a minute. Peculiar-looking animal, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's a very valuable dog. Weimaraner.
You don't say.
Yes, it's a German hunting dog. Very intelligent.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Kathy, will you please hurry?
Daddy, I can't find him.
You what?
Oh, Daddy, the most terrible thing happened. He got away.
Kathy.
But he did, Daddy. I just opened the door, and he was gone.
You didn't happen to give him a push.
Oh, Daddy, how can you say... Well, maybe one little push.
Now, see here, Kathleen.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Daddy. I think I can find him again. Later.
I'm awfully sorry about this.
I understand.
Oh, hello, Ed.
Oh, Jim, I don't like
Ed, please, I told you I'd get you another rose bush, and I will. First thing in the morning.
I know, Jim, but after all, now...
George got away.
Yes, I know he got away. Only he didn't get far enough away.
Have you seen him?
Yes, I've seen him. He's in my backyard, and he's having a wonderful time.
All right, Kathy, go get him.
Gee whiz.
And, Jim.
Yes?
When you get that hibiscus sinensis tomorrow, make it 2.
Oh, no.
All across the country, there's good news about coffee these days. Grocers everywhere are featuring Maxwell House at lower prices. That's right. These days, the coffee with that wonderful good to the last drop flavor comes to you at the lowest prices in months. A mighty welcome occasion for everybody. You, your grocer, yes, and for Maxwell House, too. With Maxwell House coffee, we've always aimed at one thing, to bring you the best in coffee at the lowest possible price. And that's meant a lot. Meant you could always count on more flavor for your money in every cup of Maxwell House, more wonderfully good cups of coffee in every pound. It's the reason why, year after year, folks everywhere have found Maxwell House is true economy. And nowadays, Maxwell House is more than ever today's coffee buy. The world's most famous coffee flavor is yours to enjoy every cup you pour. And the price is the lowest in months. So tomorrow, get your money's worth and more. Bring home a familiar blue tin of Maxwell House and start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The dog is a creature whose principal feature is love, and as nothing can daunt him. He'll stay by your side as though he were tied, especially if you don't want it. A few days have gone by, and in Springfield we find a most unhappy individual. Between roses which cannot be found and a dog which refuses to get lost, Jim Anderson's lot is a miserable one indeed. Like this.
Go on, get him.
Oh, isn't he cute, Daddy? He wants to play.
Well, tell him to play with something else.
But he likes you, Daddy.
All right, I like him, but you don't see me biting his shoes.
Oh, he just wants to be friendly.
No good fender. Why don't they make the bolts big enough? They don't want you to fix your car, that's what. Expect you to buy a new one every 5 minutes.
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
George is hungry.
George is hungry. George is sleepy. George. Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
How many times have you found that dog?
6.
And how many times have we sent him home?
6.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Any dog that's stupid enough to get trapped in back of a fence 6 times in a row.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, Ed, come on over here. I've got good news for you.
Okay. Hey, see, George is back again.
Yeah, idiotic animal. Comes clear over here from Orchard Avenue and then gets stuck in back of the Willoughby's fence. Smart dog.
He is smart, Daddy. He knows that's where I meet him.
Well, why don't you leave him there? Let somebody else find him for a change.
But, Daddy, the Willoughbys moved away. There wouldn't be anybody to feed him.
He can always eat rose bushes. Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you, Ed. There they are.
You mean those?
Yep, 2 Bengals, and I had to go clear to Plainfield to get them.
Jim, I don't like to be difficult, but those aren't Bengals.
They most certainly are. Look at the tags.
Well, marked Bengals, all right, but... Oh, well, you see, Jim, there are 2 kinds of Bengals, Hibiscus rosa sinensis and Rosa japonicus. Now, mine were Hibiscus sinensis, and they're a much hardier variety.
Ed, a rose is a rose. And you said Bengals.
I don't like to argue, Jim, but I said Hibiscus sinensis. You see, the japonicus is very susceptible to mildew and thrips.
That's bad, huh?
Oh, yeah, especially around here. The japonicus doesn't do well in Springfield at all. It needs a much milder climate.
I see. You wouldn't consider moving? Nothing. I'll keep looking, Ed. After all, what's a few more days? I wouldn't be able to do anything but work anyway.
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, hello there. We're back here near the garage.
Mr. Anderson, I don't know what to say. Mr. Reed is most apologetic.
Yes, I'm sure he must be.
Well, I'll be getting back to my gardening. I've got another bed of geraniums to set out.
I'm sorry they weren't the right ones, Ed.
Oh, that's all right, Jim. There's no particular hurry, I guess.
Mr. Anderson, I want to assure you that we've done everything in our power to keep Gargantua at home.
I'm sure you have.
I've gone over the fence with a fine-tooth comb. We've fixed everything, and still he gets out.
Maybe the fence isn't high enough.
Well, it's quite high, but we're going to make it higher. And now, if I may have the dog.
Yes, Kathy. Now, where the dickens did she go? Kathy!
You want me, Daddy?
Where's George?
George?
No, we call him George. Kathy!
I'm coming, Daddy.
Maybe if you called him George, he'd stay home.
Well, it might be a little confusing, but we'll try.
Kathy, why is it... What happened to George?
I don't know, Daddy. Isn't he with you?
No, he isn't with me. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Kathy, why is it that every time Mr. Reed's chauffeur...
George.
Thank you. Every time George shows up, George... George?
Yes, sir. George.
Oh. Well, why is it every time George shows up, the dog disappears?
I don't know.
What do you know?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, George, but George, Gargantua. George!
Jim!
Ed, is George over there?
He certainly is, and I'm very slowly reaching a point where I don't think it's at all funny.
Ed, he didn't tear up another rose bush.
No.
Well, thank goodness.
This time he got the geraniums.
George dug up the geraniums?
No, but I made a bed, and he's lying in it.
$35 for 2 miserable little rose bushes. It's criminal, that's what it is.
Jim, let's just be thankful that we were able to find them.
Hibiscus sinensis. Margaret, if I ever see that dog again, so help me...
Jim.
What's the matter?
He's back.
Oh, no, he can't be.
Well, stop the car, Jim. We've got to get him.
Why? Why can't we just pretend that we've never met George? That we've never even heard of him?
Dear, we owe it to Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed. He's the one who ought to pay for the roses. George is his dog.
Jim, that's not being very charitable.
Well, I don't feel very charitable. Where is he?
Back of the Willoughby's fence.
Again? Margaret, that's the stupidest animal I've ever seen in my life. This is the 8th time he's been stuck in the Willoughby's yard. Any dog with half a brain knows you can jump both ways over a fence. Come here, you silly mongrel.
Oh, Jim, isn't that sweet? He knows us.
Well, why shouldn't he know us? He's been boarding with us for almost a week.
Come on, George. That's a good boy. Take his collar, Jim.
I'd like to wring his neck. Come on, George.
Jim, I don't think you're being very nice to him.
Well, I don't think he's being very nice to us. George, will you please make up your mind? You want to come home with us, or are you going to stay here?
Daddy! Oh, Daddy, you found him again! Oh, George, I'm so happy to see you. Oh, my wonderful George.
Kathy,
Nice.
drag that animal over to our house.
Oh, you don't have to drag him, Daddy.
Well, get him over there. And this time, hang on to him.
Okay, Daddy. Come on, George. I'll race you to the garage.
Man's best friend. Intelligent and loyal. A half-witted caterpillar has more intelligence than that George.
Jim, how about the car?
I'll come back for it later. Right now, I'm going to call that Reed guy and give him a piece of my mind. That's what I'm going to do. If he can't learn to take better care of a dog, he doesn't have any business owning one.
Jim, I'm sure Mr. Reed is doing everything he can.
Well, it isn't enough. Owning a dog is a responsibility to the dog and the neighborhood and everybody else. Let a dog run wild that way, first thing you know, he'll be hit by a car. He's liable to be killed.
I thought you didn't like George.
I don't. I mean, well, he's all right, I guess, but they have no business letting him run around the way they do.
Jim, please don't be too abrupt. Mr. Reed is just as concerned about George as we are.
Well, why shouldn't he be? It's his dog. Hello? Oh, this is Jim Anderson. Yes, he's here again. And look, George, I think it's high time... Well, okay. He's coming right over.
Jim, when he gets here, please remember that George isn't responsible for George. After all, he's merely the chauffeur.
Which one?
George.
Oh.
He told me this morning that Mr. Reed was going to have the entire fence made higher, and if Mr. Reed thinks that much of George...
Just a minute, Margaret. Bud!
You want me, Dad?
Go outside and hang on to George.
Okay.
Betty!
Yes, Father?
Are you in your room?
Yes, Father.
Well, look out the window and keep an eye on George.
Okay.
He won't get away this time if I can help it. Now, what were you saying, Margaret?
Well, I merely said that if Mr. Reed thought that much of George...
Gee gods, now what?
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Anderson.
Well, you should be. Anybody who can't take better care of a nice dog like George...
We do take care of him, Mr. Anderson. We still can't understand how he gets away.
That's a very poor excuse. How would you feel if I... Wait a minute. How did you get over here so fast?
Well, I left the moment I hung up.
I know, but from clear over on Orchard Avenue...
Oh, we haven't lived on Orchard Avenue for almost a week. We moved into the Willoughby house on the corner.
Oh, no.
When you go grocery shopping this weekend, be sure to see the welcome news about coffee in your store. These days, grocers everywhere are featuring Maxwell House coffee at lower prices. Now, all of you who know and love that wonderful, good-to-the-last-drop flavor can enjoy it at the lowest price in months. And for you folks who haven't been getting that famous flavor, now's the time to bring home a familiar blue Maxwell House tin. Find out how much more satisfaction, more real pleasure it holds for you. Cup after cup, day after day, you can always count on that Maxwell House flavor. for we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. Tomorrow, look for Maxwell House at the lowest prices in months. Now, more than ever, today's coffee buy. Get your money's worth and more with coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Another day has come and gone, and so has the perennial George. There's peace once more in the Anderson household, but we wonder just how long it will last. It never does it? Like this.
Most ridiculous thing that ever happened in my whole life. Stealing a dog out of his own yard. They could have had us arrested.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
have you noticed how quiet it's gotten around here?
I certainly have. Nice and quiet. How was I supposed to know anybody moved in? Why didn't they put up curtains or something?
That George is a pretty smart dog. And what a character. You know what he did yesterday?
Whatever he did, I'm not going to pay for it.
Oh, it wasn't anything like that, Dad. Kathy taught him how to play hide and seek. And he was really hiding.
Good. I hope it's years before anybody finds him.
Why, Jim, you know you miss George as much as any of us.
I do? I miss George? Huh. Margaret, this is the first peaceful moment I've had in almost a week.
Daddy!
Kathy, what is it? What's wrong?
Oh, Daddy, the most beautiful thing happened. Mr. Reed gave me a reward.
Why, how nice, Kathy.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, it was certainly the least he could do. What was the reward, Kathy?
I can borrow George anytime I please.
No.
Isn't it wonderful? Here, George. Oh, my beautiful George.
Hiya, boy.
Achoo!
Hello, George.
Now yours to enjoy, an instant coffee you'll love for breakfast every morning. An instant coffee you'll be proud to serve to your dinner guests. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Here's the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop.
In lands across the seas, many people still lack the simplest necessities of life. Food is inadequate, clothing scarce. Help is needed from each of us who can send it. The time to send that help is now. The way to send it is through CARE, C-A-R-E. For this is National Care Week, and Americans everywhere are joining in sending food and clothing abroad. To send a 24-pound package, mail $10 to CARE, New York. That's $10 to CARE, New York. Enclose your name and address and the address of the recipient. Delivery is guaranteed. Join in National Care Week now.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Vargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Those three beautiful stars all use Lux toilet soap regularly. You know what a forthright person Joan Blondell is.
Yes?
Well, when I asked her about her complexion care, she said, "A Lux girl? You bet I am. Active lather facials really work for me."
Lux Soap Beauty Facials do make skin lovelier, all right. Skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, daily Lux Soap care made skin softer, smoother.
The fact that so many famous stars recommend Lux toilet soap shows how right it is for delicate skin.
Now, there's a beauty counsel for lovely ladies everywhere. Why not make fragrant white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap? Remember, it's Hollywood's own complexion care. The choice of 9 out of 10 lovely stars.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. There was once an ancient Greek, a lad named Zenobius, who probably didn't know a putter from the front end of a buggy whip. Yet in the year 154 A.D., he wrote, "Contests allow no excuses, no more do friendships." And if that doesn't describe the average golf tournament, it comes mighty, mighty close. Today in Springfield, in the White Frame House on Maple Street, we find that things haven't changed a great deal in the last 18 centuries. Customs and costumes may have altered slightly, but people go on forever, like this.
But, Mother, the whole play depends on it. I told them I'd buy a new dress.
I'm sorry, Betty. You had no right to tell them anything like that.
Mother, you don't understand. I'm the star. I'm Camille. And how can Camille die in an old dress?
You just have to manage, dear.
The greatest opportunity of my life. Everyone will be watching me, and I have to die in that old rag. I'll just die.
I'm sure you will, dear.
Mother, you're not even listening. Why can't I just ask him?
Betty, I know it means a great deal to you, but try to think of the rest of us. Your father's having so much trouble with his car. Now, if you ask him for a new dress... Oh, dear, I told them to be careful.
Bud, what are you doing out there?
I wasn't doing anything, Mom.
Oh, he was too.
Kathy, you and Bud come in here this very minute.
Mother, couldn't we explain to him that it's really sort of an investment?
Betty, please, not now. Bud, what was that noise?
Noise? You mean just now?
Yes, just now.
You mean the noise that sounded like a window breaking?
Yes.
A window broke.
Bud, which window and who broke it?
It was the garage window.
And a rock broke it.
Mother, they've ruined everything. Now I'll never get the dress.
What did we do?
You broke a window, that's what. And Father will be all upset.
I didn't break a window. Kathy broke it.
I did not. You broke it just as much as I did.
I didn't even touch the rock.
Well, it was your golf club, and you told me what to do.
I did not.
You certainly did.
I certainly didn't.
Children, please. Will Father be home soon?
He's home now.
He is? Oh, dear. Kathy, don't you say anything to your father until I've had a chance to say...
Margaret!
Yes, Jim?
I'm home.
We're in the kitchen, dear.
He would have let me have the dress. I know he would. Now he never will, and it's all your fault.
Mine?
Yes, yours. You and that junior grade Frankenstein.
Mother!
Betty, please. I will not have you...
Well.
Oh, hello, dear.
What's going on in here?
Hello, Father.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, Daddy.
How do you do, Clara, Lou, and Em? Hiya, honey.
Hello, dear.
As I said before, why the kitchen convention?
You're home a little early, aren't you, dear?
Yes, we finished a little earlier than usual this afternoon. What's the matter with the kids? They look as though they...
Dinner won't be ready for half an hour, Jim. I hope you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. I said...
So many things came up this afternoon. I've been busy trying to get them straightened out.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
What happened?
What do you mean, dear?
I'm being steered away from something. What is it?
Daddy.
I should have known. All right, Kathy. Whose window is it this time?
Ours, the one in the garage.
Well, that's a novelty.
I guess it was my fault, too, Dad. I was showing her how to play golf.
I won't ever do it again, Daddy.
Well, you don't have to look so solemn about it. You certainly didn't do it on purpose. Did you?
Oh, no, Daddy.
There's nothing so terrible about breaking a window. Just an accident, that's all.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret?
Do you feel all right, dear?
Sure I feel all right. I feel fine. Why?
I was just wondering.
Father.
Betty. Please.
But, Mother, as long as he feels that way.
Jim, I told her quite definitely that it was out of the question.
What is?
Father, I have to have a new dress. It's for the third act of Camille, and I told the dramatic coach I would, and it's only $17, and it's just beautiful for when she dies.
Who, the coach?
Father, Camille.
Betty, I told you just a few minutes ago.
Just a second, Margaret. If the dress is that important and Betty promised, well, there's no reason why she can't get it.
Father!
Holy cow.
After all, it's only $17. What's that?
Wait till I tell Janie Liggett.
Jim, are you sure you feel all right?
Never felt better in my life. Margaret, do you know what I did this afternoon?
No, dear, but if you want to lie down...
I beat Jim Hathaway.
That's fine, dear, if you want to lie down for a while before dinner.
Oh, it's pale green, Father, and it's just like pistachio whipped cream.
Fine. Margaret, you don't understand. Jim Hathaway was a 3-1 favorite. He was even money to win the whole tournament. And I beat him. Don't you see what that means? I'm in the semifinals.
Daddy!
Holy cow, Dad, no kidding.
15 years and I finally made it. The semifinals.
With pale makeup and a soft spotlight. Oh, Father, I'm the happiest girl in the world.
Yes, sir, 15 years. And that isn't the best part. Do you know who I have to play? Ed Davis. And if I can't beat him, I'll hang up my shoes.
Why?
What?
Why will you hang up your shoes?
That's just an expression, Kathy. It means I'll give up.
Wearing shoes?
No, Kathy, playing golf.
Gosh, Dad, you might even win the cup, mightn't you?
I certainly might. But you should have seen the putts I dropped today. 18 feet, 20 feet, I was the hottest thing on the golf course. If I can just keep it up for 2 more rounds...
Jim, I don't like to interrupt, but if we're ever going to have dinner...
Is it all right if I call Janie, Mother?
Yes, dear.
Come on, Kathy, let's go out in the backyard. I'll show you and Bud how golf should really be played.
Oh, boy.
I get shown first.
Jim, be sure you don't wander off somewhere.
We'll be right here, Margaret.
I'll call you when dinner's ready.
That'll be fine, honey.
Say, Dad, we've been using that old 5-iron you gave me.
Oh, wait a second, Bud. Say, Ed.
Jim, I was just coming over to see you.
Ed, did you hear what I did to Jim Hathaway? It was murder.
I know. They called me from the club. Jim, I've got a terrific favor to ask of you.
Okay. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I've got a cold. The worst cold I've ever had my whole life.
Well, Mr. Davis.
Hello, Kathy. Bud.
Hi.
Don't get too close to me. I'm a walking germ.
Boy, you certainly picked up a pip.
Jim, would it be all right with you if we postponed our match until Sunday?
Gosh, I don't know, Ed. That's when the finals are supposed to be played.
I know, Jim, but I'm pretty sure I could lick this cold by Sunday. Then I could play the semifinals in the morning and the finals in the afternoon.
Oh, you can you? What happened to me?
Oh, Jim, let's face it. If I can't lick you, I'll hang up my shoes.
Wait a minute.
I wouldn't ask you, Jim, but this is a big thing in my life. I've been trying to reach the finals for 10 years.
I've been trying for 15.
Oh, Jim, let's not be ridiculous. You don't stand a chance, and you know it.
Oh, I don't I?
Oh, why, I could spot you 6 strokes aside and still beat you, but with this cold...
Well, maybe I won't win. But at least I don't go around trying to build up an alibi.
Meaning what?
Meaning I could beat you with or without a cold, and you know it.
Jim, we've been friends for a long time.
That's got nothing to do with it. Golf is golf. And if you can't play tomorrow, you'll forfeit the match.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine after all the things I've done for you.
Ed, you're taking the wrong attitude about this whole thing. I want to beat you fair and square.
Yeah.
But how can I if you let a little thing like a cold get you down?
A little thing? I'm so weak I could hardly see.
Sure, because you aren't trying to fight it.
Jim.
When you get into the house, fix yourself a hot lemonade, take 2 aspirins, and then concentrate.
Jim.
Say to yourself, I haven't got a cold. Never had a cold. I'm too strong and healthy to get a cold. Believe me, it's all in your mind. God bless you.
Thank you.
Remember that guy Koo-A? Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better and better.
Yeah. Whatever happened to him anyway?
He died. But, Ed, it works. I've tried it. You can talk yourself out of practically anything.
Yeah, you sure can. Well, if that's the way you want it, Jim.
Ed, I'm trying to help you.
Okay, I'll be there at the party if they have to carry me on a stretcher.
And don't forget the hot lemonade and aspirin. That'll help, too.
Thanks, Jim. Every day and every way, you've been a great help.
See you tomorrow.
Dad, we aren't going to have much time.
Oh, sure we are. Where's the ball?
We don't have a ball. That's why we had to use rocks.
What happened to that practice ball I gave you? You know, the cotton one.
It's over near the garage.
Well, get it.
We can't. It's stuck in back of a big log.
That's right, Dad. You can't reach it unless we get the log out of the way.
I've never seen a more helpless pair of kids in my life. Is this it?
Uh-huh. Over there, in back.
Bud, I'll lift the log and you reach in for the ball.
Okay, Dad.
Are you ready?
You bet.
1, 2, 3.
Heavy, isn't it, Daddy?
Well, my hands must have slipped. Let's try it again, Bud. Ready?
Right.
1, 2, 3. Oh!
What's the matter, Dad?
I don't know. Something snapped, and I... Oh.
Gosh.
I can't straighten up.
Daddy?
Maybe your suspenders got stuck.
But I don't wear suspenders.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Fine son you turned out to be. I'm in mortal agony, and you have to make jokes.
I wasn't making any jokes, Dad.
Daddy?
Oh, my back. What is it, Kathy?
I know how you can fix it.
You do, huh?
Sure. All you have to say is, every day in every way, I'm standing upper and upper and upper.
Kathy, do you know what'll happen if I take my belt off?
Uh-huh, your pants will fall down.
All over the country, you've been seeing good news about coffee in your grocery stores. Maxwell House coffee featured at lower prices. And these days, you'll be seeing more of the same good news. Still lower prices on America's favorite brand of coffee. A welcome occasion for everybody. You, your grocer, and Maxwell House, too. Now that wonderful good to the last drop flavor is yours to enjoy at the lowest prices in months. Rich, satisfying flavor you can count on cup after cup, day after day. Because with Maxwell House coffee, we have just one aim: to bring you the most in flavor and real enjoyment every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's why Maxwell House gives you so much more flavor for your money. Your money's worth and more in pleasure and satisfaction. And at today's prices, it's more than ever today's coffee buy. Next time you shop, look for that familiar blue Maxwell House tin in your store. Featured these days at the lowest prices in months. Start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The sands of time run slowly in the white frame house on Maple Street. An hour has passed, but not Jim Anderson's affliction. Surrounded by a solicitous family, Father waits the arrival of Dr. Simmons, and sympathy flows in a steady stream through the Anderson living room
Like this.
Jim, I've told you repeatedly, you're not a child. You can't do things like that.
Like what? All I did was try to lift the...
It hurts, huh, Dad?
Of course not. I just like to groan, that's all. Betty, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing, Father.
Then why are you staring at me?
Well, it's for Camille, really. I'm doing research.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the play. I have to die in the third act, and you're making the most wonderful faces.
Oh, that's fine. That's just great. I have a broken back, and my daughter uses it for research. You know, this is the most cold-blooded family I've ever known.
But, Father...
Margaret, call the doctor again. Tell him it's an emergency.
I did, Jim, and they said he'd be here as soon as possible.
Fine doctor he turned out to be. Anytime you need him, he's out. Operating on people, delivering babies. He's never around when you need him for anything important.
Father, about the dress.
Betty, this is hardly the time.
But, Mother, I have to go to the rehearsal.
Well, go ahead. Nobody's stopping you.
I can't go unless you give me the $17.
Then stay home.
Father!
Doesn't it mean anything to you that I'm practically dying? I lie here doubled up like a pretzel?
Hey, you know, I didn't have any dinner.
But how can you think of food at a time like this?
Well, I'm a growing boy.
We'll all have our dinner in just a little while, Bud.
Here's the hot water bottle, Mommy. I got it as hot as I could.
Oh, thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
People go around breaking windows, hitting golf balls in back of logs.
Jim, let me put the hot water bottle on your back.
I don't want it on my back. It hurts enough the way it is.
Gosh, Dad, how are you going to play golf tomorrow?
Golf? I'll be lucky if I'm still alive. Oh, no.
What is it, Jim?
Ed Davis. What am I going to tell him?
Well, why don't you just tell him?
Margaret, I can't. He'd never believe that I hurt my back. Not after the argument we had.
Daddy told him about Mr. Pooey.
Who?
Every day in every way.
Kathy, go to bed.
I haven't had my dinner.
Then behave yourself and be quiet.
Yes, Daddy.
Man tries to do the right thing, the honorable thing, and what happens? Nobody believes that he... Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Give me a hand. I want to get up.
Okay.
Jim, do you think it's wise...
I've got to call Ed Davis, Margaret. I just thought of something.
Can't we call him for you?
No, I've got to do it myself.
Jim, please be careful.
I'm being careful. You don't see me leaping into the air, do you? Oh.
Grab his other arm, Betty.
Father, it's only $17.
When I was a boy, people were considerate. They were thoughtful and kind.
Oh, will you, Betty?
When people were dying, they at least showed them the proper respect. They didn't follow them down to the grave, hounding them for $17.
There you are, Dad. How do you feel?
Never mind how I feel. Just help me over to the phone.
Father, while you're standing up...
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Go away.
But, Father...
I said go away. Bud and I can manage alone.
Jumping creepers. After I told everybody I was going to get
She
it.
wouldn't care if somebody dropped a bomb on my head, just as long as she got that idiotic dress.
You want me to dial the Davises for you, Dad?
Thank you very much, Bud. You've been a great help.
Oh, that's okay, Dad. Say, Dad, you won't be able to use the car tonight, and I just thought...
Well, stop thinking. You had the car last night, and that's enough. Here, let me have it.
Holy cow.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Ed. This is Jim Anderson.
Oh, hello, Jim. Say I owe you an apology.
Oh, that's all right, Ed. You know, I've been thinking things over, and I don't see any reason why we can't postpone our match until Sunday.
What for?
Well, I want you to be at your best, Ed, and that'll give you a chance to get over your cold.
What cold? Jim, I don't know how to thank you. I did just what you said, and I feel like a new man.
You, what?
Oh, I've still got a couple of sniffles, but I feel great.
You do, huh?
You certainly knew what you were talking about. Every day and every way. Hey, that's a great system.
It is, huh?
Yes, sir. You'll have to play some pretty sharp golf to beat me tomorrow. Say, wouldn't you like to go out to the driving range and hit a few?
No thanks, Ed. I'll just take it easy tonight.
Okay, pal. See you in the morning.
Yes, I'll, see you in the morning. Every day and every way I ought to have my brains examined.
What did Mr. Davis say, Dad?
He feels fine, Bud, just fine. Let's go back to the couch.
Okay.
Jim, I don't understand what this is all about. If you can't play golf, why don't you tell him?
Margaret, there are certain things that women just don't... let me down easy, Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Oh.
Father.
Betty, you and Kathy go into the kitchen and fix your dinners.
But, Mother.
You've waited long enough. Now go ahead.
How about me, Mom? I'm starved.
You can wait a little longer, Bud. The doctor may need you. Now, Jim, will you please explain all this foolishness about Ed Davis?
There's nothing foolish about it, Margaret. He said he had a cold, and I said he was trying to set up an alibi. Now, if I say I hurt my back...
Two grown men acting like a couple of silly schoolboys.
What's so silly about schoolboys?
I'm sorry, Bud.
Margaret, unless I can convince Ed Davis...
But you don't have to convince him. Dr. Simmons will certainly tell him.
Say, that's right. If the doc tells me I can't play, then I can't play, can I? Well, it's about time.
Bud, let the doctor in like a good boy.
Then can I have my dinner?
We'll see, dear.
Holy cow.
Doctors, always rushing around, never get any place, make a big production out of everything. If I ran my business the way they do, I'd be looking for a job in a week.
Jim, please don't start.
Well, hello, Margaret. What's all the fuss about?
Oh, hello, Doctor.
It's about time you showed up, you old quack.
So I'm finally going to get my hooks into you. What do you know?
Fine doctor. Listen to that bedside manner. He's going to get his hooks into me.
Oh. Doctor, will you need Bud for anything?
Oh, I don't think so.
All right, Bud, go in and have your dinner, dear.
Well, good for me.
You know, Margaret, I was talking to Mrs. Swain about you the other day.
Really?
That's right. She was telling me about that hospital service you were trying to organize last year. It's a wonderful idea.
Oh, well, thank you.
Doc.
If you have any free time next week, Margaret, why don't you drop into my office? I may be able to help you.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Doc.
What's the matter with you?
Remember me? I'm the emergency.
Well, I know. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. Just a broken back, that's all.
Yes, you look just like a broken back.
He says it's quite painful, Doctor.
Well, let's take a look at it. Turn around.
I can't turn around.
Oh, stop acting like a jackass. Turn around.
Calls himself a doctor. If I didn't like his sister, I wouldn't even let him in the house.
Is that where it hurts?
You know darn well that's where it hurts.
Well, hold still for a second.
Well, what are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do. Just hold still.
Ow!
Okay, now go to bed and put some heat on it.
Was it anything serious, Doctor?
No, of course not. You know, Margaret, we've needed a volunteer service at the hospital for years. And if you can just get it started...
Hey, Doc.
I'm talking to Margaret.
Well, I hate to interrupt anything so vital, but what else do I do?
I just told you, go to bed and put heat on your back.
Is that all?
Well, I can send a nurse around to hold your hand, if that's what you want.
You mean it wasn't serious?
It was a simple dislocation. And if you'd remember that you were 40 instead of 4, it wouldn't happen.
Gosh, I can stand out.
Isn't that wonderful? Only 40 years old, and he can stand up.
be careful.
Oh, he's all right, Margaret. In the morning, you'll never know there's anything wrong with it.
Is that so? I'm as weak as a cat, and you know it.
Well, it may take a few days, but you'll be all right.
In the meantime, I'd better stay in bed, huh?
No, I wouldn't do that, Jim. If you let that spine stiffen up, you're liable to run into trouble. I'd prescribe some light exercise. Of course, you won't do so well, but why don't you go over to the club in the morning and play a little golf?
Oh, no!
It's been such welcome news to see lower prices on Maxwell House coffee in the stores. And now that news is even better. These days, grocers everywhere are featuring Maxwell House at lower prices still. Now you folks who always drink Maxwell House can enjoy it at the lowest prices in months. And you folks who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor, now's the time to bring home a familiar blue Maxwell House tin. See how much more pleasure you find in a cup of coffee when it holds the world's most famous flavor. Flavor so rich and mellow. Flavor you can count on. Because we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For wonderfully good coffee. For today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House. Featured these days at still lower prices. The lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
It's morning now, and in the white frame house on Maple Street, there's a heavy blanket of gloom in the master bedroom. This is one morning when the master feels anything but masterful, like this.
Dr. Simmons probably took his training in a school for feeble-minded veterinarians.
Jim, I think you're being very foolish about this whole thing. You can't even put on your sweater alone, and how can you play golf?
I don't know, but I'm going to try. Nobody's going to say I gave up without a fight.
Jim.
He'd only told me to stay in bed for a few days. Just one day. I could have asked the Rules Committee for a postponement. That's all I need. I'll be fine tomorrow.
Jim Anderson, if you don't call Ed Davis this very instant...
Wait a minute.
If you'll just explain
Margaret,
to him...
listen.
What?
Oh, honey. Have you ever heard anything more beautiful in all your life?
Jim, what is it?
It's raining!
Did you know? Now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience of thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee. Nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for the Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
And no shaving proposition beats this. Listen. There's $1 cash, says Colgate Brushless wins you in a flash. Yes, $1 cash says this is it for the clean, smooth, comfortable shaves you've always wanted. And here's why.
Because it's light and fine textured, Colgate brushless completely surrounds, softens, and supports each bristle better than greasy, heavy creams. There's no matting down. There is no clogging. Your razor doesn't skid or skip when you use Colgate brushless. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth.
Try Colgate brushless. See how it does away with razor scrape and soreness. Discover how slick and smooth and downright comfortable it makes your shave.
Get a large or giant-sized tube or jar of Colgate brushless shaving cream. If 1 week's use doesn't win you completely, just send me back the carton top and we'll mail you your $1. Address, Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City, Zone 2, New Jersey. Remember, there's $1 cash says Colgate brushless wins you in a flash.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Hi there. Is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. To be or not to be, that's quite a question, isn't it? Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles. That's a question, too, and quite a problem. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons are old hands when it comes to questions and problems. Big problems, little problems, they've had their share of them all. Like this.
I've never seen anything like it in my whole life.
Jim.
Oh. Bless, O Lord, this food to our use and our lives to thy service. Amen.
Amen. All right, Kathy, eat your dinner.
Say, Dad.
Tell me golf is a game of skill.
Dad.
He couldn't do anything wrong, and I couldn't do anything right.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Look at Betty.
What about her? Betty? Betty?
What?
What's the matter with you?
Nothing, Father. Nothing at all.
Well, stop daydreaming and eat your dinner.
Yes, Father.
She still thinks she's Camille.
All right, Kathy.
I think she's nuts.
Bud.
Well, holy cow, Mom. She walks around coughing all the time.
Never mind, Bud. Just eat your dinner and be quiet.
Holy cow.
You know what he did on the 6th hole, Margaret? He sliced one out of bounds, it hit a tree, and bounced right back on the green.
Yes, dear.
That's a great way to win the semifinals, isn't it? Skill. Huh.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
why do they call Marguerite the Lady of the Camellias?
Because that's what she wore, camellias. Now forget about it and eat your dinner.
Gee whiz.
Betty, will you please pass the butter?
Father,
What is it, Betty?
it's very kind of you, monsieur, to speak to me so gently.
What?
Here is the butter.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Betty, what in the name of... What's gotten into you?
Why, nothing, Father.
Well, then stop it. The play is over. You were wonderful. You were sensational, but it's over. Now come on back to earth.
It's all right, Jim. It may take her a few days, but she'll get over it.
I know, but a man can stand just so much. We've had Camille for breakfast, dinner, and supper for the last month, and I'm getting sick of it. If this keeps up, she won't be in any more plays, and that's a promise.
What a play.
Oh, Armand, I love you.
Nobody even got shot or anything.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
do you know who was in the audience last night?
We were.
A talent scout from Hollywood. Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Betty,
Yes, Father.
don't fall into the swimming pool.
What?
Betty, I saw the show last night, and, well, this is a practical world. You've got to realize...
Jim.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to explain to her...
Jim, she's so young. Let her dream. Just for a little while.
Well, I think the entire thing is ridiculous.
Me too.
Eat your dinner and be quiet.
Gee whiz.
I'm going to dedicate myself my entire life to the theater.
Bud, pass the potatoes, please.
Do you want to know why?
No. Come on, Bud.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Because there are moments when I lose myself in that dream. Because there are days when I am weary of the life I lead and imagine that I have another. Because in the midst of my turbulent existence, though my reason, my pride, my senses are alive, my heart is so tired of never finding tender understanding. Little do people care.
Ah, shut up.
Bud.
Mother, what he said.
Bud, how dare you speak that way to your sister?
Well, holy cow, Mom.
Jim, will you please say something to Bud?
Hello, Bud.
Hi, Dad.
Jim Anderson, it is not funny, and I don't care what Betty did. There's no excuse.
Your mother's right, Bud. You shouldn't have said it.
I know, Dad, but good gravy.
Tell Betty you're sorry, and, well, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Betty. I shouldn't have said what I said.
You want me to forgive you? Dear one, what is there to forgive? In a world such as ours...
Betty, for Pete's sake, cut it out.
But, Father...
You've been spouting Camille around here until I've got it coming out of my ears. Now, stop it.
Very well. But when I'm a famous movie star and they ask me who is responsible for my success...
Margaret, she isn't just counting her chickens. She's selling next year's eggs.
Betty, we mustn't raise our hopes too high.
What do you mean, our hopes? Bud, that was the doorbell.
I know.
Well, answer it.
Holy cow. I think there was a law that nobody else was allowed to open the door.
Margaret, you certainly don't think that Betty has a chance of being a movie star, do you?
Why not? I've seen certain people a lot less talented than Betty.
But she isn't trained for it. She isn't prepared.
Father, they train you.
And she and Janie Liggett are both preparing.
What?
Kathy. Well, you and Janie were trying on sweaters, and she said...
Kathy.
Kathy, why don't you go in and do your homework?
I haven't finished my milk.
Well, finish it. And behave yourself.
Hi, Betty.
Oh, Billy, come on in.
Hello, Billy. Glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Anderson. Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Billy. How are your mother and father?
Just fine, thank you.
Would you care for a piece of cake?
No, thanks. We've got to run along. Janie Liggett's throwing a big party for the Dramatic Club. Sort of a celebration, you know.
Yes, Betty was telling us. Bud, what are you doing out there?
I'm waiting for the doorbell to ring again.
Stop being such a smart aleck and come back here. Unless you'd rather skip to dinner.
Well, every time I sit down, the doorbell rings, and I'm the only one who ever gets to answer it, so...
Sit down and finish your dinner.
Holy cow.
We were just talking about the play. Weren't we, Jim?
Yes, we certainly were.
We thought it was wonderful. Didn't we, dear?
Yes, we certainly were talking about it.
Billy, tell him what the club critique said about my performance.
Well, as the director of the various productions, I run a critique after each performance. A sort of symposium. And we're quite ruthless in our critical analysis. In a constructive way, of course.
Of course.
What did he say?
Never mind. Just drink your milk.
I drank it.
Well, drink Bud's. Go ahead, Billy.
Well, as I was saying, we decided that while Betty's performance lacked the polish of a more experienced artiste, it had warmth, spirit, and a certain objective maturity you can only describe as éclat.
You don't say.
Oh, yes. Why, when she was dying, didn't you notice the brilliant resonance in her cough? She had a timbre you'll find in mighty few Camille's.
Well, she comes by it naturally. Her grandfather was a champion hog collar.
Jim, Billy and Betty are being quite sincere and earnest.
Well, so am I. Just because you can cough loud, that doesn't mean they're going to send you to Hollywood.
Who said anything about Hollywood?
Billy Smith, you told me there was a talent scout in the audience.
Woman's place is in the home, caring for her family, sharing the joys and sorrows of the man she loves.
Mother, have you ever heard anything more prehistoric?
Betty, I really don't think...
Just a minute, Margaret. Betty, this is one quarrel you aren't going to drag us into. If you and Billy want to fight, do it on your own time.
But, Father, he's so pig-headed.
I am not pig-headed. I just believe in equal rights for men. That's all.
Betty, if you're going to the Liggett's, go.
I spent a whole month preparing for Camille.
Betty.
And then he has the nerve to tell me.
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Go.
Well, come on, Billy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Billy.
I won't be out too late, Mother.
All right, dear. Have a good time.
Good night.
Good night. Gosh, Betty, I didn't mean to get you all excited.
I'm not excited, but there's no reason why I can't take a screen test if I want to.
But why? I told you in the very beginning.
Of all the idiotic arguments I've ever heard.
Well, at least it's a little different.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
why doesn't Billy want Betty to go into the movies?
I don't know, baby. I guess he just wants her to stay in Springfield.
Why?
So they can smooch, Dopey.
Bud.
Well, if she doesn't know...
But if there are any clinical replies to be given around here, please let me give them.
Holy cow.
Kathy, you see, when you're very young and in love, you dream up all kinds of things. Now, actually, there isn't any reason for Betty and Billy.
There, you see?
What?
I told you it was going to ring again, and you said I was being a smart aleck.
I don't know. Isn't there going to be one evening we can go through without all this fuss and excitement?
Bud, stop making such an issue of it and answer the door.
I'll answer it myself. He can finish his dinner.
I'll go, Dad.
Never mind. Just do as you're told. Has to walk a full 20 feet to get to the front door. You'd think it was going to kill him.
I'll pour your coffee, dear.
All right, Margaret. I'll be right back.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes?
my name is Kay. Alfred Kay. May I come in?
Why, yes. Come right in.
Thank you. You probably heard that I was in town.
Well, quite frankly, no.
Oh, I thought you had. Mr. Anderson, I represent the Metropolitan Picture Corporation of Hollywood.
Metropolitan? You mean you're the talent scout?
You did hear about me.
Margaret! He's here. He came.
Jim, what is
The talent scout. He's it. I mean, he's here. He's right here now.
Mr. Anderson, there's no need to get excited.
What on earth are you talking about?
What's the matter, Dad?
I want to see, too.
Margaret, this is my wife, Mrs. Kay.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures.
Oh, no.
Holy cow.
God.
Now, let's not get excited, children. Let's just keep our heads. Keep our heads.
Bud, call the Liggets immediately. Tell them to send Betty home at once.
Okay, Mom.
Oh, I wouldn't go to all that trouble, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, it's no trouble, Mr. Kay. No trouble at all. Let's go into the living room where we can be more comfortable.
Thank you. That'll be very nice.
You can't imagine how excited we are, Mr. Kay.
Well, I think I can. After all, a thing like this doesn't happen every day, does it? Well, that's better.
Don't I get to say hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Mr. Kay, this is our younger daughter, Kathleen.
Yes. Yes. I noticed her in the audience last night. How are you, Kathleen?
I'm very pleased to meet you, sir.
Sweet child. Mr. Anderson.
Hey, Mom. Betty isn't there yet, but I told them about the talent scout, and they said they'd send her home the second that she came in.
That's fine, Bud. Just fine.
We're very proud of Betty, Mr. Kay.
But I'm not sure she wants to go into pictures. You see...
Well, that needn't bother us, Mr. Anderson. I want to talk to you about a screen test for Kathleen.
Kathy?
Oh, no.
A cup of coffee keeps right on making good news these days. In stores everywhere, grocers have been featuring Maxwell House at lower prices. And now they're featuring lower prices still on America's favorite brand of coffee. Something we're all happy to see. You, your grocer, and Maxwell House, too. Now, the world's most famous coffee flavor comes to you at the lowest prices in months. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor you can count on cup after cup, day after day. Because with Maxwell House Coffee, we have just one aim, to bring you the most in flavor and satisfaction every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's why you find so much more flavor for your money in Maxwell House. Your money's worth and more in real pleasure. And at today's prices, it's more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for that familiar blue Maxwell House pin in your store. Featured these days at still lower prices. The lowest prices in months. See how much you enjoy a cup of coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A very few minutes have passed in the white frame house on Maple Street, and the status is not what you would call exactly quo. Betty is on her way back from the Liggets to meet the talent scout, and Billy Smith, who is jealous, doesn't want her to meet the talent scout, we think. But that's all right, because the talent scout has left anyway. And besides, he didn't want Betty, he wanted Kathy. And furthermore, well, you can see how, with just a little consideration and common sense, normal excitement can be completely controlled and turned into a sort of seething confusion, like this.
But, Daddy, you said you didn't want me to go into the movies.
I know, but you didn't have to tell him you'd rather be a lady wrestler.
Well, I would.
Jim, I'm worried.
About what?
About Betty. What are we going to tell her?
What can we tell her? We'll tell her the truth, that's all.
Jim, there are times when the truth can be very cruel, especially to an imaginative young girl.
Well, I'm certainly not going to lie to her.
Lying is a sin.
Kathy, why don't you dry up? Can't you see we've got a problem?
Yes, Bud.
Kathleen, if you start that phony coughing again...
I'm sorry, Father. I'll try to control myself, even though something deep within me...
Stop it. Margaret, if she's going to keep that up...
She won't, Jim. Will you, Kathy?
Will I what?
Kathy, darling. Mommy and Daddy have a great problem. We need your help.
Boy, are you in trouble.
But...
Well, holy cow. If you have to count on that knothead...
Mother!
But if you can't behave yourself, I'd suggest you go to bed.
I'm sorry.
Margaret, the plain truth of the matter is that the man wasn't impressed with Betty's performance. That's what we'll have to tell her.
I know, Jim, but not right away.
I still think he was a little out of his mind, telling me Kathy looked like a Da Vinci cherub. Kathy, stop it.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I forgot.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
Do you suppose we made a mistake? We could have sent her all the way out to California.
Jim.
What have you got against California?
You just keep it up, Bud. That's all. When I get to be a lady wrestler...
Kathy, please. We have a very great favor to ask of you, and we haven't very much time.
Margaret, I say you're making a mistake. Tell Betty the truth, and if she isn't big enough to take it...
Jim, believe me, this is one time when the truth is a very dangerous thing. If we can just convince Betty that she doesn't want to go to Hollywood...
I can just see that.
We can try, Jim. If we succeed and she doesn't want to go, then it won't make any difference if she finds out about Kathy.
In other words, you're going to put yourself at the mercy of that, cherub.
What else can we do?
Dad, how would it be?
Just a moment, Bud, please. Kathy, will you promise not to say anything to Betty about Mr. K?
Not even I'm a cherub?
Not even that.
Gee whiz.
Kathy, I have here a list titled Damages for May. Kathleen Anderson. 4 windows, 1 windshield, 2 rose bushes, 1 shrub.
Is that just May?
First half.
Gosh.
Well?
Okay, Mommy. I won't talk.
Thank you, dear.
boy, parents can sure louse up your life.
Kathy.
Mother!
We're in the living room, Betty.
Remember, Kathy, not a word.
Okay.
Kathy.
You mean I can't even call?
I'm sorry we took so long, but you know how traffic is these days.
We left the second Janie told us, but...
Mother, where is he?
Well, you see, dear...
But Janie said the talent scout was here. She told me.
Daddy sent him away.
Father!
Kathy.
Well, I didn't tell her who.
Bud, take Kathy upstairs.
Come on, Squirt.
I don't want to go upstairs. I won't say anything honest.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Father, you didn't send him away. Tell me you didn't send him away.
I'm sorry, Betty, but I did.
Oh, Father.
Betty, your father and I felt it was...
My entire life is ruined. Everything I'd hoped for, everything I'd planned.
Betty, if you'd only try to understand...
Understand? Mr. Anderson, this sort of treachery passes all understanding.
What?
As Betty's director, I say you have perpetrated a crime against the arts. Stolen from the silver screen one of its most glittering gems. You have purloined...
Wait a minute. Which side are you on, anyway? You said you didn't want Betty to go into pictures.
I said that? I? Did Svengali hide Trilby under a bushel basket? Did Cecil B. DeMille?
Oh, go home.
Father!
Stop saying father. If you must know the truth...
Jim, please.
Margaret, if they're going to accuse me of having ruined the movie industry...
Betty, whatever we did was for your good. You must know that.
But after I'd worked so hard and so long, a whole month, and it's just thrown away.
Honey, you aren't ready to be an actress. You haven't lived enough or suffered enough.
I could have lived and suffered in Hollywood, couldn't I?
Betty's a great actress. One of the greatest I've ever directed. And I've had almost 2 years of it.
Wait a minute, Billy. Betty, you know, you might think Springfield is pretty dull and monotonous. But this is where you belong. This is your home.
That has nothing to do with it. I wanted a career. I wanted to be a success. And you spoiled everything.
Did I? Betty, there's one thing you've got to learn. There are a great many kinds of career. Your mother has a career, a very fine career. Your mother and millions of women just like your mother. They've raised families. They've built homes. They've worked with their husbands and helped them in 1,000 different ways. Without women like your mother, life would be a very difficult thing. True, being a wife and a mother isn't as glamorous as being a movie star, but the rewards are so much greater.
I never heard of anybody getting an Oscar for being a mother.
Well, they give out different rewards to mothers. They give a mother a baby's tears to carry in her heart. They give her laughter and love to comfort her on lonely nights. They give her dirty faces to wash and hymns to let out. They give her the greatest collection of memories a woman can want. You can take all your picture stars, all your scientists, all your women who have made names for themselves in industry and commerce, and the most successful woman, the woman with the greatest possible career, is still the plain, everyday mother.
Jim.
Just a minute, Margaret. Weren't you kids told to go upstairs?
We are upstairs.
But you didn't say we couldn't listen.
Well, go do your homework or something.
Holy cow.
I'll get it.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
I'm sorry I was such a goon.
Oh, you weren't at all, Betty. You just didn't understand.
Being a mother is a very difficult thing. Very difficult indeed.
Especially if you're a man.
Yes. What?
Never mind.
Betty, naturally we realize that you're very disappointed.
Oh, no, I'm not, Mother. Not really, I guess.
Well, anyway, you've got something Janie Liggett hasn't got. They didn't want her to be a movie star.
That's right. Wait until she hears I turned it down. Oh, Billy.
Now, just a second, Betty. Let's not make a big thing out of this. Oh, who was that on the phone, Kathy?
Oh, I took care of it. It was just a reporter from the Springfield Herald.
Kathy,
Yes, Father.
what did he want?
Oh, information about the screen test.
Jim, you'd better call them back.
Oh, he doesn't have to, Mommy. I told the man everything he wanted to know.
Which is what?
Well, he wanted to know if it was true that Miss Betty Anderson had been offered a screen test.
And what did you tell him?
I told him, yes.
Oh.
And I told him she turned it down and he wanted to know why. So I told him.
Kathy, what did you tell him?
Well, just what you said. I told him that Betty didn't want to go to Hollywood. And he said why. And I told him she was going to stay in Springfield on account of she was going to be a mother.
All across the country, grocers have been doing a pleasant job in recent weeks, putting lower price tags on Maxwell House coffee. And now those grocers are doing the job again. Yes, these days they're featuring Maxwell House at lower prices still, the lowest prices in months. Certainly that's welcome news for you folks who drink Maxwell House every day. And for you who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor, now's the time to bring home a blue Maxwell House tin. Find out how much more real enjoyment there is in a cup of coffee when it brings you the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're mighty proud of it. And we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For truly good coffee, for today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House. Featured these days at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
A day is past, and in Springfield, the Andersons wait anxiously for the newspaper, which is to carry a retraction on the original story about Betty Anderson, American Mother. Buried on one of the back pages, they're going to find the retraction, all right, and it reads like this.
The editors of the Springfield Herald regret a slight inaccuracy in yesterday's story concerning the screen test offered to Miss Betty Anderson of this city. We are happy to state that there is no basis of fact in the report that she is to be a mother. In an effort to learn the complete details in this matter, however, the Herald, with its policy of accurate reporting, interviewed Mr. Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures as he was leaving from the Springfield airport. Mr. Kay confirmed the fact that Miss Anderson had been offered a test and supplied the true facts concerning her refusal. After completing her education in Springfield, he told us, Miss Anderson is going to embark on a career as a lady wrestler.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
You ate too much. The cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. Use only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Hi there. Is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Since the dark beginnings of time, superstition has played a dismal part in the fumbling progress of man. We, however, live in an enlightened age, and, thank goodness, we've thrown off the yoke of ignorant superstition. Well, I mean, knocking on wood isn't really a superstition. You do it just because, well, anyway, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, we find Jim Anderson packing for a trip to Chicago. And for a change, everything is peaceful and quiet, like this.
Jim, it certainly won't hurt to take them along.
Margaret, I'm only going to be gone 3 days. How many pairs of socks do you think I can wear?
Well, you never can tell, dear, and it's best to be on the safe side.
12 pairs of socks. Anybody think I was going to Alaska for the entire winter?
Jim, they weigh practically nothing, and I certainly think...
All right, put them in. I'll have enough socks for everybody at the whole convention.
Dad!
We're upstairs, Bud.
Jim, you don't need all those shirts.
What do you mean, all those shirts? I'm only taking 6.
But you'll only be away 3 days. You said so yourself.
But, honey, I've got to look neat. All the big shots from the home office will be there.
I think 3 shirts are quite enough. You just have to be a little careful, that's all.
Okay, 3 shirts. Fine thing. A man can't even pack the bag the way he wants to.
Say, Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
About what?
Well...
Handkerchiefs. Mustn't forget handkerchiefs.
I've already put them in, dear.
Oh, thank you. Well, what is it, Bud?
Could I have $3?
No. What happened to that bottle opener I had in the top drawer?
Jim, if it's going to be that kind of convention...
It isn't, Margaret, but I just thought... Well, never mind.
Dad.
But I said no.
I know, Dad, but this is an emergency.
What kind of an emergency?
The worst kind.
I've never known you to have any other. Why do you need $3?
Well, it's for the baseball team. I need another bat.
You mean you've broken the old one already?
No, but... Well, I think I've used up all the hits.
You what?
I'm in an awful slump, Dad. I haven't had a hit in 2 weeks. And if I can just buy a bat with some hits in it...
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. You've got a perfectly good bat. Why waste $3 on another one?
But, Dad, I've got to do something to change my luck.
Luck. Superstitious twaddle. If you can't get a hit with the old bat, you won't get one with the new one either.
But, Dad...
Particularly if I have to pay for it. Well, I guess I'm all packed.
You haven't forgotten anything, have you, dear?
I don't think so. But how about taking the bag downstairs like a good fellow?
Okay. But look, Dad, we're playing a very important game this afternoon. And...
Just a moment, Bud. What is it, Kathy?
I don't care what she says. You can't go. Mother, Betty says I can't go to the club with her this afternoon. And you said I could.
I said I'd ask her, dear.
Mother, it's bad enough going out with a boy I don't even know. But if I have to drag her along...
They're going to play tennis, and I want to watch.
Kathy, if Betty says you can't go, then you can't go. Now stop arguing.
You love her more than you love me. That's why you're always sticking up for her.
I'm not sticking up for anybody. You can watch Bud play baseball.
No.
What?
Holy cow, Dad. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I don't, huh?
She's worse than a black cat. She's worse than an umpire.
Now, listen, Bud, there's no reason...
But, Dad, you've never heard her. She sounds like a fire siren. She gets both teams rattled.
Bunch of sandlotters.
It's all right, Kathy. You can stay home with me this afternoon.
But I want to do something.
We'll find something to do.
How about the bag, Bud?
Okay. Not having enough trouble. They want me to take her along.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
is Mr. Davis's nephew tall and dark?
How do I know? I've never even seen him. What difference does it make anyway?
Well, Janie Liggett told my fortune yesterday, and the card said to be careful of a tall, dark man. And if he's tall and dark...
Betty, if he's 8 feet tall and has hair made of licorice, you're still going out with him. He's only going to be in town this weekend, and I gave Ed Davis my word.
But, Father...
Most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Just because Janie Liggett hasn't got a brain in her head...
It wasn't Janie's idea, Father. She has a fortune-telling set, and it's wonderful. It costs $4.
Oh, pardon me. I thought it was one of the cheap $2 sets.
Jim, I know you're going to say it's silly, but I did have a dream about a wedding last night.
Margaret, not you, too.
Well, you remember my grandmother Williams.
The Hottentot kid.
Jim, Grandmother Williams was a very sweet woman. And she said when you dream of a wedding, it means trouble.
Well, that depends on who's getting married.
Jim.
You certainly don't believe in that poppycock, do you?
Well, no, but if Betty's going to feel uneasy...
Feel uneasy about what? Since when is a dream something to be afraid of?
I'm not afraid of dreams, Daddy.
9 years old, and she's the only intelligent one in the whole house. You're a very sensible little girl, Kathy.
I'm not afraid of anything. Because I've got a lucky penny and a rabbit's foot and a horseshoe and...
Margaret, what's gotten into this family, anyway? These aren't the Middle Ages. This is the 20th century. We're supposed to be intelligent human beings.
Jim, it's not that we believe in these things.
Then what does it mean? All this twaddle about dreams and fortune tellers and bats with hits in them? You sound like a bunch of Stone Age simpletons.
Why, Father!
Now, just a moment, Jim Anderson. You have just as many silly little superstitions as anyone else.
I certainly do not.
You most certainly do.
Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
Go downstairs and help Bud.
What's he doing?
How do I know what he's doing? Go downstairs and find out. And help him.
Gee whiz.
Now, see here, Margaret.
Yes?
In my time, I've walked under hundreds of ladders, broken thousands of mirrors, ignored millions of black cats. And if you can call that being superstitious...
I'll bet that's Charlie.
Who?
Charlie Davis. And, Father, if he's tall and dark...
Betty.
But, Father, Janie said...
I don't care what Janie said. You are going out with Charlie Davis.
Oh, pooh.
Betty, it's for you.
She'll be right down, Bud. Go ahead, Betty.
If this is the 20th century, why do I have to be treated like somebody's slave?
I don't know what's gotten into that girl.
What are you looking for, dear?
My gray hat was right up here on the shelf.
It's downstairs in the hall closet.
Yeah, I mean my old gray hat, the one I always wear to conventions.
Jim, it was all worn out. It was dirty, and the ribbon was faded.
Margaret, what did you do with my hat?
Well, I gave it to Mr. Adams.
Mr. You mean the junk man?
Yes, dear.
You gave my hat to the junk man?
Jim, you have a brand new hat.
Margaret, how could you do a thing like that to me? That was my luck. I mean, how could you?
But you said...
I've worn that hat to conventions for 15 years. You know I never go to a convention without it. What were you thinking of?
Father, he is tall, and he's got the blackest hair you ever saw. I won't go with him, and you can't make me.
Oh, I can't I? Betty Anderson, you'll go out with that boy or you'll never go out again.
But, Father...
I'm having enough trouble. Give a man's hat away at a time like this.
Betty, after all, your father knows best, and if he thinks...
All right, I'll go. But if anything happens to me, you'll have no one to blame but yourself.
Betty, your father's going away. Aren't you going to say goodbye?
Sure. Goodbye. And I hope you have a very nice time.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. A perfectly good hat sitting up on a shelf, not hurting a soul.
Jim, you said you weren't superstitious.
Superstitious? What has superstition got to do with it? I like that hat. It was the best hat I've ever had.
But it was all worn out.
It was a perfect hat for going to conventions, and you know it. Bud!
Jim.
Do you want me, Dad?
Get Mr. Adams on the phone.
Who?
Mr. Adams.
The junk man?
Tell him I want my gray hat back.
It's in the closet, Dad.
My old gray hat. Tell him I'll give him $5 for it.
For that hat?
Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, you're being very foolish about this whole thing.
Oh, I am I? Just because I happen to like a certain hat, I'm being foolish. That's fine.
Jim, your train leaves in less than an hour.
Well, let it leave. I'll take a plane. I'll walk. But until Mr. Adams comes back with my hat,
Daddy?
I'm not going to... What is it, Kathy?
Mr. Davis is here.
Oh, no. What does he want? I'll be right down, Ed.
Take your time, Jim. No hurry.
Jim, please don't make a fuss in front of Ed.
Of course not. You know I've got better sense than that.
I do?
Well, I guess I've got everything except my hat.
I don't understand, Jim, after that long speech you made about dreams and fortune tellers.
Margaret, my hat has nothing to do with dreams and fortune tellers. It isn't a question of superstition or anything like that. I merely want my hat. And in the future, will you please leave my things alone?
Yes, dear.
I'm not asking for anything unusual. Just don't give my hats to the junk man.
All right, dear.
Jim, I'm sorry to barge in at a time like this. I know you must be kind of busy.
Well, it's all right.
How are you, Ed?
Fine, Margaret, just fine. Jim, I have some property in Chicago, and I wonder if you'll do me a big favor while you're there.
Sure, Ed, I'll be glad to.
Dad, Mr. Adams wasn't there.
That's impossible. He must be there.
Okay, but Mrs. Adams said he wasn't. She's going to see if she can find him.
Margaret, now do you see what you've done?
Jim, you said...
I know what I said, but good grief.
Anything wrong, Jim?
Everything's wrong. We've had nothing but trouble all day. My good hat's gone. The junk man's gone. Betty didn't even want to go out with your nephew just because he's tall and dark.
You mean Charlie?
Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous?
Oh, I don't understand.
Oh, Janie Liggett has some kind of an idiotic set that tells fortunes, and she told Betty...
Oh, I understand that part, all right. Used to be quite a hand with a Ouija board. But I don't understand about Charlie.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, Ed. She went with him, even though he is tall and dark.
But he isn't. Charlie's short, and he has red hair.
Oh, no!
Good news about coffee. You've been seeing it in stores everywhere in recent weeks, seeing lower prices on Maxwell House coffee. And the news gets better and better, because grocers today are featuring Maxwell House at the lowest prices in months. Yes, you'll find the lowest prices in months on the coffee with that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. A welcome occasion for everybody, you, your grocer, and for us at Maxwell House, too. You see, we have one aim with our coffee: to bring you the most in flavor and enjoyment every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's our way of doing business. And seems you folks like it. You've made our Maxwell House coffee America's favorite brand. Because you can count on that famous flavor every cup you pour. Because you find more flavor for your money, vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. And at today's prices, Maxwell House is more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for it, featured these days at the lowest prices in months. Enjoy the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. It's a far cry from the witches of Macbeth to the Andersons of Springfield, but not as far as you might think. An hour has passed, and the situation has altered only slightly. Bud is out playing baseball. Kathy is out playing, well, whatever it is that 9-year-old girls play. But in the white frame house on Maple Street, the air is charged with nervous tension. Not a word has been heard from Betty, and the Andersons and Ed Davis can do nothing but wait. Like this.
Don't like this. Don't like it at all.
Look, Ed, I don't care what you do, but do something.
Well, let's try this. Let me see now.
Jim, I don't understand how you can sit there at a time like this and play canasta.
Well, what do you want me to do? Margaret, we haven't left a stone unturned. We've called all our friends, the club, all the authorities, and they've promised to let us know the second either one of them turns up.
There must be someone else we can call.
Like who? I'm not even sure calling the police was such a good idea.
Jim, you've got to understand my position. After all, Charlie's my nephew, and we don't know where he is, the idiot. We don't know where Betty is, or how the boy with the dark hair got into it. It's very confusing. Whose turn is it?
Well, the whole thing is certainly nothing to worry about. Just because Janie Liggett is a superstitious little twerp.
Jim, after all the fuss you made about your hat, how can you call anyone superstitious?
My hat has nothing to do with it. And I didn't make a fuss.
Then why did you miss your train?
Because I decided to fly. And I wanted to find out what happened to Betty. That's all. Nothing complicated about it. And it has nothing to do with superstition. I guarantee that when Betty shows up, there'll be a perfectly logical explanation of the whole thing.
Well, I hope you're right.
Of course I'm right. Go ahead, Ed. It's your turn.
You haven't put down a card.
Oh.
Well, just a minute. It's certainly taking long enough.
I have a right to think about it, don't I? Just don't rush me.
You know, when I was a boy, we lived in an old house on the north side, and the place was simply crawling with ghosts. Well, one day...
Wait a minute, Ed. Don't tell me you believe in ghosts.
Why not?
Well, it's ridiculous. Everybody knows there's no such thing.
Oh, they do they? Well, let me tell you, Jim, there wasn't a night went by...
Betty?
It's me, Mom.
I'm sorry, Ed. What are you doing home, Bud? Thought you were going to play baseball.
Well, I started to play, but... Gosh, Dad, I told you that bat wasn't any good.
Bud, what on earth happened to your eye?
Ye gods, another shiner. Bud, have you been fighting again?
I got hit with a baseball.
That's great. You know, if this keeps up, you're going to have that eye worn out.
I couldn't help it, Dad. I asked you to let me buy another bat.
You were hit with a ball. What does a bat have to do with it?
Well, they took me out for a pinch hitter. And while I was sitting on the bench, I got hit in the eye.
There, you see. That's what you get for being superstitious.
Why aren't you on the train?
Who said anything about a train?
Jim, Bud is only doing the things you taught him.
I taught him. When did I teach him anything about a bat with no hits in it?
Well, it amounts to the same thing. Just because you're concerned over a silly old hat.
I'm not concerned about my hat. The hat has nothing to do with it. And, Margaret, will you please stop changing the subject? Oh, no, not again.
What was that?
The Glazier's Delight. Kathy!
Bud, tell Kathy to come in here, please.
Okay. Tells me I can't get a new bat and then blames the whole thing on me.
As I was saying, Jim, we had a rocking chair in our living room. And every night it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, what does that prove?
Well, it certainly wasn't moving all by itself.
You know, Ed, you certainly have some very peculiar ideas.
I don't see anything peculiar about him at all. And if you weren't so doggone stubborn...
Stubborn? Me? You're the one who's being stubborn. I'll show you a dozen books that prove there's no such thing as a ghost.
And I'll show you 24 books that prove there are.
Jim, my grandmother Williams said that when she was a girl...
Now, there's a great authority for you. A dame who spent half her life running around with Hottentots.
She was a very sweet woman, and you have no right to make fun of her.
I'm not making fun of her. I'm merely trying to tell you that superstition is silly.
Where did you get that hat?
What?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Kathy, what did you do out there?
I couldn't help it, Daddy. I was trying to make everybody lucky.
She heaved a horseshoe through the garage window.
Oh, fine. We just had it fixed.
But, Daddy, I was worried about Betty, and they told me if I threw it over my right shoulder...
Your left shoulder, Dopey.
Oh, well, no wonder.
Kathy, do you see what you've done?
She was just trying to be helpful, dear.
Sure, and I'm going to be set back another $4.20 for a window.
But, Daddy, they said it was lucky.
Who said it was lucky?
The man who fixed the window.
Look, Kathy, let's examine this thing calmly and with simple logic. Why is a horseshoe lucky?
Well, everybody says it is.
Horses have millions of them, and are they lucky?
Some of them are.
That idiotic rabbit's foot you carry around. Where's the rabbit it used to belong to? Did it bring him any luck?
Well, he was lucky while he had it.
But it didn't keep him from getting shot, did it? He had 4 feet, 4 nice, lucky rabbit's feet. He still got shot.
He must have looked at the moon over the wrong shoulder.
Now, look, Kathy.
Jim.
I'll answer it.
Dear, if it's Betty, please don't lose your temper.
Silliest family I've ever seen. I think we were living in the Middle Ages. Horseshoes and rabbits' feet.
Father, how could you do this to me? How could you?
You get inside. I'll talk to you later. Officer?
We found her at Crandall's drugstore, Mr. Anderson. She was having a soda.
And they wouldn't even let me finish.
Oh, well, sorry you were put to all this trouble, officer. I'll see that it doesn't happen again.
That's okay. We're used to it.
Jim, is it Betty?
Mother, why did you do this to me? Having me dragged home by the police and everybody looking at me.
Darling, we were so worried.
Where's Charlie? What did you do with that rattle-brained redhead?
Did you want the boys? Nobody told me to bring them.
You mean there were 2 of them?
Father, why didn't you listen to me? I told you I didn't want to go with Tommy.
You said it was Charlie.
I didn't say it was Charlie. I said he was tall and dark, and Janie Liggett said I was going to have trouble. But you wouldn't listen.
I'm sorry I listened in the first place. Who was the other boy?
Tommy.
Tommy who?
I don't know, but he's a friend of Charlie's, and Charlie was trying to get a date for him. And he knew he was going to be late, so he sent Tommy, and we met him down at Mr. Crandall's, and it's all your fault.
What's my fault? If you hadn't started that ridiculous thing about Janie Liggett and the tall, dark man...
Will you be needing me for anything else?
Oh, thank you, officer. I think everything's under control now.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. Sounds to me like the whole house is infested with leprechauns. Better leave a bowl of milk out for them tonight. Otherwise, you'll have nothing but trouble.
Thank you, officer. We'll do just that. Now we've got leprechauns.
Betty, what happened to that idiot nephew of mine?
Nothing. When the policeman came, he and Tommy didn't know what to do. So they're having another soda.
Just wait till I get my hands on that carrot-headed numbskull. Just wait.
Oh, it wasn't his fault, Ed. The whole thing was a very unfortunate misunderstanding, that's all.
It's more than that. It's a perfect example of what I've been trying to tell you. Do you see what superstition has done to this family?
Jim, it's not that important.
It is important. We're supposed to be a healthy, normal American family. And what happened to us? We become involved in a bunch of old-world superstitions, and all our lives are affected. Bud gets a black eye, Kathy breaks a window, Betty gets the whole neighborhood upset with her tall, dark stranger.
Jim, it's very well to scoff at superstition, but when I was a boy...
Ye gods, now what?
I tell you, that chair rocked back and forth. Back and forth.
Mr. Anderson, my friend, my wonderful friend.
It's about time you got here. Where's my hat?
Jim, you mustn't blame Mr. Adams. I gave him the hat.
Mrs. Anderson, look what I brought for you. The biggest box of candy I could find. This is the biggest box of candy in Springfield.
Why, Mr. Adams.
Go ahead, take it. I want you to have it. It's for you.
Mr. Adams, all we want is the hat. May I please
See,
have...
I brought a doll for the little girl. Presents for everybody. A baseball bat and perfume.
Mr. Adams, I have to go to Chicago. May I please have my hat?
Look, Mr. Anderson, cigars. The biggest box I could find.
Mr. Adams.
3 for a half. That's expensive. But nothing is too good for my friend.
Thank you very much. Now may I have my hat?
The hat. That wonderful hat. You know, all my life I've been an unlucky man, a junk man, a poor peddler. And then you gave me that hat, that beautiful hat.
I said I'd give you $5.
Oh, I couldn't sell the hat. Not that hat.
$10.
Jim.
Mr. Anderson?
$15.
I wouldn't sell it for $1 million. Haven't you heard what it did for me? I just won the Irish sweepstakes.
It's been wonderful news the past few weeks. Maxwell House coffee featured at lower prices. And today, in big stores and small, grocers are featuring America's favorite brand of coffee at the lowest prices in months. I know how welcome that news is for you folks who know and love Maxwell House. And for you folks who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor in your cup, now's the time. Open up a blue tin of Maxwell House and see how much more pleasure you find in coffee when it has the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're proud of it, and we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For the wonderful coffee that's today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House, featured at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
It doesn't take long for 3 days to come and go. Just about 3 days. And that's precisely what's happened in Springfield. Jim Anderson has gone to Chicago and come back again. And now, for the first time in 3 days, he's at the breakfast table with his family. Like this.
I guess I made them sit up and take notice. Right in front of everybody. Mr. Craig said they couldn't have placed the Springfield area in more capable hands.
Jim, he didn't.
He certainly did. He's only the president of the company, that's all. Boy, you should have seen the eyes pop.
Say, Dad, you know how many hits I got yesterday with the bat Mr. Adams gave me? 6.
That's fine, Bud. How come you had a game yesterday?
Well, it wasn't a regular league game. I was just fooling around with Kathy's team.
He hit 3 home runs.
Oh, it wasn't so much.
Father?
Yes, Betty?
I'm going to a formal next Friday, and I saw the most beautiful dress.
Again?
Betty, your father just got home.
But, Mother, Tommy said it was going to be the most exclusive formal of the year.
Tommy? You mean the tall, dark one?
Uh-huh.
You know, maybe we're going to have trouble with him after all.
Jim, let's not get started on that again. It was a very successful convention, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I accomplished a great deal.
And you did it all without your lucky hat, didn't you?
Margaret, I never said it was a lucky hat. I merely said, well, a man's entitled to a few little idiosyncrasies. That's all it was, so let's just forget it.
All right, dear.
Daddy?
Yes, Kathy?
Is everything all right now? I mean, you aren't going away on any more trips or anything, are you?
No, Kathy, I'm staying right here, and everything's just as fine as it can be.
Good. Now, can I please have my rabbit's foot back?
Did you know now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor? It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee, nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House, instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Hollywood star Merle Oberon switched to new improved Dreen shampoo? Because compared to dulling soap shampoos, this wonderful new Dreen reveals up to 33% more sheen. Follow Merle's secret for shining hair.
It's new Dreen for Hollywood sheen. Improved Dreen for Hollywood sheen. Your hair can have that Hollywood sheen. The very first time you use new Dreen, get wonderful new Dreen shampoo.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Have you heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? And then of a sudden but stay. I'll tell you what happened without delay. Well, of course, it hasn't been 100 years since the Andersons bought their car, but you get the general idea. In Springfield, in the driveway beside the white frame house on Maple Street, the Anderson Chariot is getting quite a going over, like this.
I don't care what you say, Father. It is a wreck, and you know it.
Is that so? For your information, Betty, they don't build cars like this anymore.
They don't build covered wagons either.
What was that?
Nothing, Dad. I was just thinking.
He said they didn't build covered wagons either.
Oh, he did he?
Okay, Kathy, just you wait.
But if you find the car so objectionable, we can arrange for you not to be annoyed with it any longer on Thursday nights.
I didn't mean that, Dad. I think it's fine.
Well, I don't. And I don't even want to borrow it anymore.
Good, I'll keep that in mind.
Look at it. The paint all worn off, the upholstery all faded.
You know, that's the trouble with you kids. You don't look beneath the surface. That's where your value is. Do you know there's 30% more metal in this car than in any 1950 model on the road?
There is, huh?
There certainly is. Now, you see this body panel? It's a little banged up, I admit that. But listen to it. That's solid. That's good, honest metal.
Dad.
Cars today aren't built that way. None of them. They sound tinny and cheap.
Dad.
Have you seen the fenders they're putting on the new cars? Just like paper mache.
Dad.
But on this car, well, listen to this.
Gosh, Dad, I was trying to tell you.
I don't know. Why do things like this always happen to me?
Daddy, why didn't you knock the fender off the car?
Kathy, you'd better be quiet if you know what's good for you.
Jim, I'm ready to leave any time you are.
That's fine, Margaret. Just fine.
But you'll find a basket with lunch on the kitchen table, so why don't you... Jim, what on earth did you do to the car?
I didn't do anything to the car, Margaret.
Daddy knocked the fender off.
I did no such thing. All I did was give it one or two little taps.
Jim, Mr. Gilhousen said it wasn't going to last.
Mr. Gilhousen, that crook, he doesn't know any more about fixing a car than Kathy does.
I didn't do anything.
Charges me $7.80 to put a fender back on, and doesn't even use a good grade of Scotch tape.
You want me to get the sandwiches, Mom?
Leave the sandwiches alone, Bud. We can't go to a church picnic or any place else until we get the car fixed.
We can put the fender on with wire, Dad. It didn't look too bad the last time.
All right, go get the wire.
I think there's a whole bunch of it in the garage.
Mr. Gilhousen. A fine mechanic he turned out to be.
Father.
He's a butcher, that's what he is. Anybody who can't put a fender on so it stays put.
Father, may I please have the tickets for the picnic?
You certainly may not.
But, Father, Mr. Liggett said I could ride with them.
Oh, he did he?
And we'll be there hours before you.
You're going with us or you aren't going at all?
But, Father...
Hurry up, Bud.
I can't. Kathy got the wire all tangled up.
Oh, I did not.
There's a roll on top of the workbench, Bud. Bring that.
Okay.
Father, I certainly think...
Betty, you're going in our car or you aren't going. Now, that's final.
Oh, pooh.
Jim, don't you think you're being a little severe? Betty wants to spend more time with Janie Liggett, that's all. It isn't that she's ashamed to be seen in our car, is it, Betty?
It certainly is. That old heap.
You see, Margaret, she's ashamed of us. She's too good to ride in our car.
I'm not too good, but that isn't even a car. Just a bunch of old bolts held together with bobby pins.
Here's the wire, Dad.
Betty, that car is good enough for me. And if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for my family. Is that clear?
Here's the wire, Dad.
And anytime you think that you're better than the rest of us, well, we'll just do something about it. And let's not forget it.
Here's the wire, Dad.
I heard you, Bud.
Gosh, how did I know?
Sounds like your needle was stuck. Here's the wire, Dad. Here's the wire, Dad.
Daddy.
Kathy, be quiet.
Gee whiz.
Bud, I'll hold the fender in place and you wire it together.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, I know what Betty had in mind. She was only thinking of our good. Weren't you, Betty?
Oh, sure.
They're going to have a drawing for a new car, and if someone isn't there...
Someone will be there, Margaret. We'll all be there. Not that we'd ever be lucky enough to win a new car.
Hold the front up a little higher, Dad.
How's that?
Okay.
I've been going to church picnics since I was 4 years old, and the only people who ever win new cars are old ladies of 90 who wouldn't be caught dead with anything but a horse and buggy.
Father, if they pick our number and we aren't there...
We'll be there. Now stop worrying about it. How's it going, Bud?
I think it's almost finished.
Betty, go in and get the lunch.
All right, Father.
And lock the door on the way out.
Yes, Father.
I think that's as good as I can do, Dad.
Well, it seems firm enough.
I wouldn't lean on it too hard. It's all rusted away on the inside.
Well, it'll certainly last until we get home. And believe me, I'll give that Gilhousen character a piece of my mind tomorrow morning.
Hurry up, Betty. We're ready to leave.
Be right there.
I'll get the motor warmed up while we're waiting.
Want me to do it, Dad?
No, I'm perfectly capable of starting my own car. Now what's gotten into this miserable wreck?
Bang on the dashboard, Dad. Sometimes that does it.
I did bang on the dashboard. Just cold, that's all.
Is this all of it, Mother?
Yes, dear, thank you.
No good.
Jim?
Bud, jump up and down on the bumper a few times.
Okay.
What's wrong with the car? It won't start again.
Be quiet, Kathy, please.
Well, it won't, will it?
Try it now, Dad.
Bud?
Yes, Dad?
Jiggle the wire on the distributor.
Okay.
I never saw it to fail. The car runs like a dream, except when you need it.
Oh, Mother, there's Janie Liggett. What am I going to tell them?
Well, you just have to tell them...
Betty?
Yes, Father?
What time is the drawing for the new car?
I don't know, Father, but if we aren't there...
Don't worry, we'll be there, but just in case it takes us a while to get started, well, here. You take the tickets and go ahead with the Liggett.
Oh, Father.
If we should happen to win the car, well, go ahead. We'll meet you out there.
I'm coming. Goodbye, everybody. See you later.
Betty, be careful, Betty.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy?
I don't mind riding in your car.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'm brave.
Hey, Dad.
What is it, Bud?
There's a pencil stuck in the distributor.
I know. That's to keep the wire in.
Well, the pencil's in, but the wire's out.
Bud fixed it. That's why it won't start.
Okay.
I knew it wasn't anything important. Just a loose wire, that's all.
It's all set, Dad.
Okay. stand back. I'll try it again. There. See? All right, everybody, let's go. Put the hood down, Bud.
Okay.
Let it down easy so it won't shake the pencil loose. Come on, Margaret. What are you and Kathy waiting for?
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
we've got a flat tire.
Ridiculous thing I've ever seen. There must be some way of keeping that fender on.
We'll be there in a minute, dear, and then you can fix it properly.
What do you mean, properly? How can you fix a fender properly with those silly hunks of wire?
It isn't the wire that's breaking, Dad. Pieces are coming out of the fender.
It only fell off 3 times.
I know how many times it fell off. I know what's the matter with it. I don't know how to fix it, that's all.
Daddy, there's the fishnet.
Where?
Right over there.
Dad, look out.
What?
There's a bug. There it goes again.
That makes 4 times.
Oh.
Jim?
Fiddlesticks.
Kathy, why don't you run ahead and find Betty?
Okay, Mommy. I'll see if anybody knows who won the car.
Come on, Bud. Let's take another whack at it.
I don't think it's going to do much good, Dad. Look at the holes in it.
Idiotic-looking contraption.
Dad, I think I know how we can do it. If we can get some long pieces of wire, we can... No, that won't work.
What won't work?
I thought we could run the wire under the car and over the hood and tie it on that way.
Bud, that won't work.
Well, that's what I said.
No good fender. No good moth-eaten, lopsided, pot-bellied... Kathy,
Daddy,
what is it?
Daddy, we won.
We what?
Yeah.
Kathy, are you sure?
I just saw Daddy, and they called our number, and we won. Jim, how wonderful.
Well, Bud.
Boy, oh boy.
Bud, would you care to join me?
What are you going to do, Dad?
I'm going to show this no-good, misguided fender just where it gets off. And that's right here. Turn it over, Bud.
Like that?
That's it. Now, watch. I guess that'll show it.
Can I jump on it too, Daddy?
Sure, go right ahead. You too, Bud. Have a good time.
Will you, Kathy?
Jim, isn't it wonderful?
It certainly is.
I wonder what color it is.
If that isn't just like a woman. I suppose if you don't like the color, we'll have to give it back.
Oh, no, but I just thought it might...
Father, isn't it wonderful? Isn't it simply lush?
It certainly is. Where is it?
Father, what are they doing?
Never mind them. Where is it?
But, Father, they're ruining the fender.
Who cares about an old fender? We won a new car, didn't we?
Oh, Father, no. We won a ham.
Well, it's not the first time folks have expected one thing and ended up with a lot less. It just points up a fact we've learned, you and I, many times. You've got to make sure of what you get in everything. In a pound of coffee, for instance, you want to make sure of the flavor you get. You want the most in flavor for every penny you spend. To millions of folks, that means getting the one coffee famous for flavor above all others, our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful, good-to-the-last drop flavor. You won't find it, you know, in any other coffee. No coffee but Maxwell House. And there's a mighty good reason why. It's our recipe, and there's no mistaking its importance. It's the one and only recipe of its kind. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee, and our Maxwell House people carefully combine them just so. It's the one way, the one recipe for that good-to-the-last-drop flavor. And it spells the big difference between just any coffee and coffee at its Sunday go-to-meeting best. And this difference adds up to more enjoyment, more flavor for your money when you pour Maxwell House coffee into those cups on your table. So next time, bring home that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House. Enjoy coffee that's always good to the last drop.
You know, for some reason or other, automobile people are a cheerful lot. The smiling Irishman, the laughing Lithuanian, they're a gay group of fellows with lilting hearts and names to match. In Springfield, it's Fred Haney, the happy Hibernian. And that's where the Andersons are headed, like this.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
don't you think it's about time we gave up on this old heap?
Betty, please don't annoy your father.
Well, jumping creepers.
It's all right, Margaret. I'm used to being ridiculed. After all, I'm only her father.
Everybody has to get so personal about everything. Why is it such an insult if I think we need a new car?
Betty, this is more than a car. This is an old friend which has served us faithfully and well. And you don't give up an old friend just because it's a little droopy in the fenders. You treat it gently, humor it, restore it to health.
The best thing you can do for this friend is give it a decent funeral.
For your information, Betty, this car will be as good as new in less than a week. And it'll be good for another 12 years.
Holy cow.
Golly, the car's even older than I am.
It makes more noise, too.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
as long as you insist on having the car fixed up, can we please have it painted?
I fully intend to have it painted. A new fender, a new paint job, a few little touches on the motor here and there. We'll have a car you can be proud of.
Can we have it painted blue, please?
What's the matter with black?
But it's always been black, and black is so dark.
Well, we'll get a light black.
I like red. Then you can pretend you're riding in a fire engine.
You know, Margaret, I should have had this done a long time ago. I had the car fixed up, I mean. When I think of the way I've let it get run down, well, I should have had my head examined.
That's what we've been telling you.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean, green's a nice color.
Is it?
Well, if you like green.
You know, for a while I thought maybe we'd get a new car.
Golly!
But then I said, why?
Oh.
I can have this one fixed up for $50 or $60, so why go to all that unnecessary expense?
Did anybody say they'd fix it up for $50 or $60?
No, but I'm just figuring conservatively. Maybe it'll only be $40.
What a dreamer.
Bye.
I don't know. When I was a boy, children showed a little respect for their parents. They didn't spend half their life...
Jim.
What is it, Margaret?
Isn't that Haney?
I know it's Haney's. I've only been here 1,000,000 times. Where was I, Bud?
They didn't spend half their life.
Oh. They didn't spend half their life trying to make up wisecracks about their fathers. Now, behave yourself.
Okay, Dad.
Father.
I know, Betty. You want it painted blue.
Well, I just thought...
You want blue, Kathy wants red, Bud wants green. How would it be if we settled for a nice Scotch plaid?
Well, hello, Jim. Got the whole family with you this time, huh?
That's right. Say, Fred, I'd like to see if we can't...
We want it painted red.
Kathy.
And make the horn louder.
Kathy, get back in the car and sit down.
Yes, Daddy.
Fred.
Father, look!
What?
That yellow one, isn't it a dreamboat?
Betty, I'm trying to tell Mr. Haney...
Boy, look at that foreign job. Is that something?
Margaret.
Dear, I know you and Mr. Haney want to talk, so why don't the children and I just wander around and look at the different cars?
An excellent idea, Mrs. Anderson. Excellent.
Oh, Bud, look at that one. It's got a motorcycle on it.
That's for deliveries, Dopey.
Mother, have you ever seen anything like that blue one?
It's very nice, dear.
Well, maybe now we can talk.
Don't tell me you're finally going to give up on that wreck.
What wreck? That's because it looks a little shabby.
Why don't you face it, Jim? You need a new car.
Fred, I'm not spending any $1,600 for a car.
$1,663.20.
Pardon me.
Including license and tax.
I'll take 12.
Jim, I've known you for a long time. I value your business. But more than that, I value your friendship.
Then tell Gilhausen to fix my car so it'll stay together.
He can't, Jim. It's old. It's worn out. You're just throwing good money after bad. Will you please buy a new car? You don't have to buy it from me. Buy it from anybody, but buy it.
Are you all finished?
Yes.
No. Just tell Gilhausen to fix my car right this time.
Of all the stubborn... Gilhausen.
I'm over here, Fred.
Come here, will you? Ben-Hur is back.
Very funny.
Holy smoke, Mr. Anderson. I don't have to work on that thing again, do I?
No, you don't have to. I know a lot of places that'll be very glad.
Just a minute, Jim. Don't get up on your high horse. If you want it fixed, we'll fix it. Won't we, Gil?
We'll fix it or we'll give it either a transfusion. Why anybody would want to throw good money into that wreck?
Gil?
So we fix it. Where's the fender?
It got stepped on.
It what?
It's gone. It fell off. Because you don't know how to put a fender on.
I put fenders on before you was born. But not fenders like your fenders.
All right. All right, Gil. We'll just have to put on a new fender. Okay, Jim?
I suppose so. And while we're at it, let's do it up right. Let's paint the whole thing. Get the motor tuned up, fix the lights.
Have you got all that, Gil? This time we're going to fix it right.
Well, that's more like it. So, we start with the fender. Look, you see this big hole in the panel?
Yes.
That's where I got to bolt the fender. On a hole. So, we need a new panel.
New panel. Go ahead, Gil. I'm writing it down.
Wait a minute. Why can't you just...
The new panel bolts onto the body, only it's all rusted away over here and it won't hold. So, we need a new body.
Look, Fred, all I want you to do...
Frame won't take a new body. It's too light. New frame, chassis, rear assembly, transmission. You got it?
Got it.
New crankshaft, flywheel, feed line.
Mr. Gilhausen.
Connecting rods, clutch, camshaft.
Mr. Gilhausen.
New springs, muffler, exhaust shocks, bumpers.
Mr. Gilhausen.
Horn's all right.
Mr. Gilhausen, forget about the whole thing, will you? Just fix the wire in the distributor and I'll be happy.
Mr. Anderson, look. Lift the hood, will you, Fred?
Okay.
Thanks, Fred. Now, you see that wire, Mr. Anderson? It goes down there and hooks onto that. But it can't because it's loose. Here, you see this? You got a cracked block, the water pump's broke, the radiator leaks, the piston assembly's shot, the valves are gone. You got to get a new motor.
Just because you can't hook up one little wire, huh?
What am I going to hook it on?
Jim, we're trying to help you, and with a job this big, we'll give you a special rate.
Well, that's more like it. What does it come to?
The whole thing?
With a paint job.
You want me any more, Fred?
No, thanks a lot, Gil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Anderson.
You bet. Go ahead, Fred. Figure it up. And sharpen your pencil.
Well, let me see. 1538, 247, 496.
496?
The whole thing, including labor and parts, comes to exactly $1,678.
60? That's $15 more than a new one.
Jim, this is all on a piecework basis. And besides, with seat covers, you'll have a car that's practically new.
1,600. Margaret!
Well, I told you in the very beginning, Jim.
Margaret!
Jim, is anything wrong?
$1,600. It's an outrage. That's what it is, an outrage.
Well, you think it over, Jim, and whatever you decide, just let me know.
$1,678. That's the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
What did he say, Dad?
Is it going to be blue, Father? Daddy, the man let me shoot the grease gun.
All right, get in. We're going home.
Aren't you going to have it fixed?
I said get in.
I want to stay and shoot the grease gun.
All right, children, let's not argue. Do as your father says.
I'll get another mechanic. That's what I'll do. Haney isn't the only dealer in Springfield. Tell me my car isn't any good. $1,678.
Dear, don't you think if you talk to Mr. Haney again...
Haney? He's a worse crook than Gilhausen ever was. He's 10 times as bad. Somebody will fix this car, and it'll be good for another 12 years. and another 140,000 miles.
Oh, Father.
Have you heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? Well, we're sitting in it right now.
100 years?
Holy cow, Dad.
This car's as sound as it was the day we bought it. It's a good car, solid and sturdy. I'll put on a fender, get a little paint, a few tires. What was that?
Another fender fell off.
Well, we'll put it back on.
Dad.
Jim, we've just got to get a new car.
Fred! Fred! Oh, Fred!
You see, of course, if you're not a dunce, how it went to pieces all at once. All at once and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst. End of the wonderful one-horse shay. Logic is logic. That's all I say.
Yes, logic is logic. And when it comes to coffee, that's the reason you naturally look for the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And it's yours in the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our good to the last drop Maxwell House. That wonderful flavor begins with our Maxwell House recipe, but we don't stop there. We know that air can steal coffee flavor. And ordinary containers like paper bags can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we carefully vacuum pack our Maxwell House in the familiar blue tin. It's the only way you can be guaranteed coffee fresh as the hour it was roasted, without one bit of flavor wasted. So these days, be sure you get the most in value in flavor and freshness. You always will when you open up a pound of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Young. Since the beginning of this year, as you probably know, we on Father Knows Best have been working hand in glove with the Inter-Industry Highway Safety Committee. Our particular phase of the overall problem was the enlistment of teenagers and their parents in a good drivers club. And now, after 5 months of campaigning, we'd like to make our first report. And for all those connected with this safety movement, we have news I consider little short of miraculous. Since the inception of this campaign, 2 3/4 million pledges have been requested by the teenage drivers of America. Think of it, 2 3/4 million. In large cities, in small hamlets, the young men and women of this country have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt the basic integrity of their generation. We are proud of them, prouder than we can say. By recognizing their common problem, by driving safely and carefully, these young men and women have brought added security to the highways and everlasting glory to themselves. We congratulate them on a job well done and ask only that they continue their good work in the future. Good night.
Now yours to enjoy, an instant coffee you'll love for breakfast every morning. An instant coffee you'll be proud to serve to your dinner guests. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Here's the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with with Roy Boggy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Every one of you undoubtedly has a headache or pain remedy that you swear by. But haven't you noticed that on some occasions it fails you? That there are times it does not seem to work? On these occasions, let me suggest that you try Anacin, for here is a remedy that I'm sure won't fail you. You'll find the fastest and most complete relief in Anacin you have ever experienced. The reason is simple. Anacin contains not one pain-soothing agent alone, but 4, one of which is in all probability the remedy you now customarily take to relieve pain. You can get Anacin at your druggist for a few cents. Your money back if you're not pleased. I'll spell the name. Anacin.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. It was Oscar Wilde who said, "Children begin by loving their parents. As they grow older, they judge them. Sometimes they forgive them." There, in a very small nutshell, is the very foundation of what has become probably the least important of all American celebrations, Father's Day. Now, you may think that Father's Day is merely a time for the presentation of neckties that Father won't wear, socks that Father can't use, or books that Father hasn't time to read. But in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons have an entirely different conception of the day, like this.
Jumping creepers, why does it have to be on Sunday?
Betty, I think that's a very selfish attitude. After all your father has done for you.
But I'm going to buy him a necktie.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
I don't mind spending Father's Day with Daddy.
You keep out of this.
Betty?
Well, she doesn't have anything else to do anyway.
I do, too. I can do lots of things.
Mother, I have a date with Dick Andrews, and I'll have to break it.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
I can go over to Patty's and play, or I can look at Jimmy Woody's television.
Kathy, we're going to devote the entire day to your father.
I know, but Betty said I didn't have any place else to go, and I do. Because I can go over to Patty's and play, or I can...
Mother, everybody else buys their father a necktie or socks. Why do we have to be different?
Because your father is one of the sweetest men in the entire world. And I certainly think...
Well, sure, but why do I have to break a date just for that?
No matter what we buy for your father, we'll have to buy with his money.
I'll pay for it out of my allowance.
Which you get from your father.
Mother, you just don't understand.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
Bud, the car is less than a week old, and your father has already polished it 4 times.
Well, this time we can do it.
Janie Liggett's buying her father a necktie, and she doesn't have to break her date for Sunday.
Betty, we'll not discuss it any further. Call Dick and tell him you're sorry.
Do I have to?
Yes, you have to.
Kathy?
Why can't we clean up the garage or something?
Betty, go in and call Dick.
Oh, pooh. Just because it's Father's Day, I have to ruin my whole life.
Cleaning the garage would be a good Father's Day present.
Bud.
Yes, Mom?
You can forget about your silly butterflies for one Sunday.
But I promised Joe Phillips.
I thought you'd broken your date with Joe.
I did, but if we clean the garage the first thing in the morning...
We're going to spend the day with your father. We're going to wait on him hand and foot, cater to his every wish. Sunday's going to be his day, and that's final. So let's not talk about it anymore.
Now you can't even talk.
For that, Bud Anderson, you dry the dishes.
But I didn't say anything, Mom. All I said was you can't even talk.
It was the way you said it.
But, Mom, I didn't mean anything. All I said...
Daddy's coming.
All right, suppose we explain the whole thing to your father.
I'll dry the dishes.
And remember, not a word about Sunday. We want it to be a surprise, don't we?
Yeah, some surprise.
Bud.
Oh, sure, Mom. We sure do.
Chicken.
Mother, if Dick Andrews never calls me again, it'll be your fault. He borrowed a car for Sunday and everything.
Oh, let's not worry about it, Betty. You'll get another girl.
Mother, how can you say that?
How can she say what?
Daddy!
Hi, Dad.
Well, how's the world's finest family tonight?
Hi, Father.
Hi. Hello, honey.
Hi, dear.
What's the matter with Camille?
Oh, nothing much, really. You're a little late, aren't you, dear?
What's in the package, Daddy?
Ice cream. Put it in the icebox like a good girl.
Oh, boy.
Want me to put your hat away, Dad?
Thank you very much.
It'll be a pleasure.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, we had a slight misunderstanding, nothing serious. Were you held up at the office?
No, I stopped off at Haney's garage on my way home.
Oh?
There's a very annoying rattle in the rear bumper. I'm not even sure we ought to keep that car.
Jumping catfish.
I beg your pardon?
That old wreck of ours made so much noise you couldn't hear yourself think. But if this one makes one little squeak...
Betty, as long as we had to buy a new car, we might as well have them put it in good shape.
Why don't you set the table like a good girl, Betty?
How else can you set the table?
And you help her, Kathy.
Yes, Mommy.
You know, Margaret, speaking of Sunday...
Who said anything about Sunday?
Didn't I?
No.
Oh. Well, I met Hector Smith downtown today.
How is he?
He's fine. You know, he has a client over in Plainfield.
I haven't seen Elizabeth in ages. I'll have to call her after dinner.
Yes. Heck has a client over in Plainfield.
Maybe I'd better wait until tomorrow. We'll have such a lot to talk about.
Margaret, will you please let me tell you about Hector?
Why, of course, dear. Go right ahead.
All right. Try to tell a woman anything, it's just like... what was I talking about?
Plainfield, dear.
Oh. Well...
You see, I was listening.
Yes.
Even if you weren't.
Margaret. Hector was coming back from Plainfield the other day, and he decided to take a shortcut. Well, you know how Hector is. He got lost.
Oh, that's too bad. Is he all right now?
Nothing happened to him. He just got lost. Found himself on an old dirt road way back in the hills.
My.
Margaret, you don't have to keep making those little noises. I know you're listening.
Go ahead, dear.
Well, he found a lake. Just a little bit of a thing. He says it's the greatest spot for fish he's ever seen in his life. They were actually leaping out of the water. Bass, lake trout, everything. And every one of them dying to get on a hook. Margaret, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, yes, dear. I'm quite excited.
Well, anyway, we're going to run up there Sunday morning and see what we can do.
Sunday morning? Jim, you can't.
Why not? It's only about 20 miles. Heck's going to pick me up at 5, and all I'll need is a few sandwiches.
Jim Anderson, I've never seen it to fail. Every time we try to surprise you with anything, you have to make other arrangements.
My birthday's in February.
Sunday is Father's Day.
Oh, that thing.
Betty and Bud broke their dates just so they could spend the day with you.
They didn't have to do that.
But they did. We had the nicest day arranged for you. We were all going out for dinner. Then we're going to a picture show, one I know you'd want to see.
Honey, doesn't it make any difference that I'd rather go fishing? I don't care about Father's Day.
Well, we do. We want to show you how much we love you. And we want you to have a good time.
I know what you mean, Angel, but if I'd rather go fishing...
Jim, you're being very selfish about this whole thing.
Because I want to go fishing. What's selfish about going fishing?
When a whole family decides to give up its pleasure for an entire Sunday, the very least you can do...
Is give up mine. Is that what you mean?
No, I have another idea. How would it be if we went with you?
Margaret, you wouldn't like it up there, believe me. It's not the place for women and children. It's a wild little lake in the middle of nothing.
Daddy, it's Mr. Smith.
Well, come on in, Hank. We're in the kitchen.
If Elizabeth and Billy wanted to go, I'll bet Hector would take them.
I bet he wouldn't. Nobody would. When you go fishing, you fish. No place for a family.
Am I busting in on anything?
No, of course not, Hector. Come in.
Hiya, Margaret. Gosh, I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Hank, will you explain to Margaret that families don't go on fishing trips?
Why don't they?
What?
There, you see?
Hank, come on outside. I want to show you the new car.
You showed it to me this afternoon.
Well, I want to show it to you again.
What for?
Come on, Hank.
Oh, you wanna... I'll see you later, Margaret.
Don't you dare let him change your mind, Hector.
I'll be right out here if you want me, honey.
All right, dear.
What the heck's the matter with you, Hank?
Nothing. Why?
You know what happens if you take a bunch of women and kids on a fishing trip? You catch nothing.
Yeah, I know, but look, Jim.
Any self-respecting fish wouldn't come within 10 miles of us. Especially if you got a peek at Kathy.
Jim, I'm not arguing with you. You're absolutely right, but...
Then why did you make a crack like that in front of Margaret?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jim, if I can't take Elizabeth and Billy, I can't go.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they had something all arranged for Sunday. It's Father's Day. Billy broke a date. They're doing it all for me. Oh, I don't know.
Heck, is that lake as good as you said it was?
Oh, it's terrific, Jim. I've never seen fish like that. I'm telling you, in 5 minutes, I saw 20 of them jump out of the water.
Gee, I hate to give it up.
Well, let's go.
With Elizabeth and Billy and Margaret and...
Jim, it won't make any difference. These fish are so big, nothing will scare them.
Not even Kathy?
Not even Kathy.
Well, okay, we'll try it.
We better take both cars, huh?
We'll have to.
Leave around 5?
Okay.
Yeah, well, I gotta go home now. Tell Margaret I said goodbye, will you?
You bet. Oh, heck.
Yeah?
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it's not the first time a man and his family didn't quite see eye to eye on the best way to spend a happy Father's Day. Here's a point, however, everybody agrees on. When it comes to a cup of coffee, you and I and the family next door all look for one thing: flavor. We want the most in flavor for every penny we spend. And extra flavor is just what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful good to the last drop flavor no other coffee has to offer. No coffee but Maxwell House. And there's a good reason why. It's our recipe. The only recipe on this green earth for that good to the last drop flavor. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee to be blended together just so. It's the one way, the one recipe for that famous Maxwell House flavor. That wonderfully good flavor that's made our coffee America's favorite brand. That's why you find so much more enjoyment when your cup is filled with Maxwell House coffee. So next time you bring home a pound of coffee, make it that familiar blue tin of our Maxwell House. For more flavor, for your money's worth and more, start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The sun comes up like a stab of light. Rose fingers reach into the night. The darkness fades, the night is gone. And day comes fast with the rising dawn. A woodcock calls, a soft wind sighs, and from its nest a starling flies. This is the dawn, the break of day, the time when
Young
light...
man, will you please shut up?
Well, pardon me.
most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Getting up in the middle of the night to chase after a bunch of stupid fish.
But Elizabeth...
We had a nice day planned for you. One we'd all have enjoyed. But no, you have to drag us up here so we can freeze to death.
Are you cold, Elizabeth?
Of course not. My teeth always chatter like this.
Billy, get the blanket out of the car for your mother. I said get the blanket out of the car.
No, thanks. I'm quite comfortable.
Billy!
Leave the boy alone, Hector. The poor child. If he had a father with the slightest bit of consideration...
Elizabeth, I didn't say you had to come along. This was your idea.
Naturally. You haven't had an idea since the day I met you.
Now look, Elizabeth.
When I think of the men I could have married and didn't.
Lucky dog.
Hector.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I was thinking of... I think the Andersons are coming.
Well, it's about time. You'd think they'd have hurried a little.
Well, the road's kind of rough, Elizabeth, and Jim has a new
Oh,
car.
Hector, stop making excuses for them. They're just like everyone else we know. Don't consider a soul but themselves. Especially that Margaret. Thinks her children are the most wonderful things that ever lived. And if you ask me, Margaret, darling.
Elizabeth, we're awfully sorry.
Hi, Heck. We thought you were lost.
I'm awfully sorry we're so late, Elizabeth.
Oh, Angel, we hadn't even noticed it.
We had to stop on account of Kathy. Her hat blew out of the car, and we had an awful time finding it.
Hi, Billy.
Billy, wake up, dear. Betty is here.
She is? Oh, hi, Betty.
Hi.
Say, this is quite a spot, Heck. Yes, sir. It's all right.
Jim, I saw a bass, so help me, it was that long.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not, Jim. Well, maybe that long. Hey, there. Did you see that one, Jim? What did I tell you, huh?
Where?
Right there, near the dock.
I don't see anything.
Jim, you weren't looking in the right place.
Well, what's the difference? The place I want to see him is on the end of my line. Got all your stuff, Heck?
You ain't just a woofin'. The greatest assortment of fish persuaders in the world. And it's all on the dock waiting for Papa.
Hector, where are you going?
Fishing? Why?
You do no such thing. There's a little thing like breakfast that comes first.
Breakfast? Oh, honey,
We haven't any time for breakfast, Elizabeth. It's practically 6:30.
Jim, Elizabeth's right.
My lands, I've got all that food to take out of the car.
I'll get it, Elizabeth.
I'll get it myself. You just build a fire.
Honey, if we build you a nice big fire, then is it all right if we go fishing?
After you've had your breakfast.
Wait a minute. How about the kids? Why can't they build a fire?
Hey, where'd they go anyway?
Kathy?
You want me, Daddy?
Where's Bud?
He's under a bush.
What?
Jim, do you have to shout so loud?
How else can I shout? Kathy, what's he doing under a bush?
He's sleeping.
Well, wake him up.
Why?
Because it's time for breakfast.
Breakfast? You want me for breakfast, Dad?
I figured that'd get him.
Hey, what happened to Billy?
Betty?
Yes, Father?
Where's Billy?
You want me, Mr. Anderson?
What are you doing over there?
Just watching the lake.
Well, let Betty watch it for a while.
Alone?
There's nothing to worry about. Nobody ever steals a lake until after breakfast.
Hiya, Dad. What's cooking?
Nothing yet. Get some wood.
You said it was time for breakfast.
Bud, we've got to build a fire. Get some wood.
Where?
You know, Heck, at this point, our ancestors are probably spinning in their graves. Where?
Well, gosh, what do I know about getting wood?
Jim, you're only confusing the boy.
Bud, you see that tree? You see all those trees? That's wood.
What am I supposed to do? Bite him down? Oh, holy cow, Mom.
Bud, go into the woods, pick up dead branches, twigs, anything that'll burn, and bring them back here. There's nothing complicated about that, is there?
I guess not.
And stop scratching.
But I itch.
I said stop scratching and get going.
I told them we ought to polish the car. Now I gotta make like a beaver.
You want me to go someplace, Mr. Anderson?
Well...
Leads with his chin every time, doesn't he?
Billy, we have a slight problem.
Oh?
We are faced with the task of providing heat without fuel.
Well, you don't say. You know, we had the same thing once in a physics exam, and it's a cinch. Friction. That's how you do it. Now, you take two bodies...
Billy, shut up and get some wood.
What?
I said get some wood.
Oh, okay. But I thought Mr. Anderson said...
Wood!
Hector, stop raising your voice.
Wood.
All right, nobody has to get excited about it. I'll get all the wood you want.
Jim,
Margaret, as soon as the boys get back with the wood...
are those your things Kathy's playing with?
Where?
On the edge of the dock.
Holy smoke, my tackle!
Of all the rattled brains...
Jim, don't frighten her.
Kathy!
Oh, Jim! Father!
Kathy, grab the dock. We'll be right there.
Hector!
Take it easy, Kathy.
What's going on?
Hector, do something!
We're coming, Kathy. We'll have you out in 2 seconds.
Daddy! Daddy!
Now, Kathy, give me your hand. Come on, honey. Hold your hand out. That's a good girl.
You got her, Jim?
That's my girl. Now, we're all right.
Oh, Kathy.
Daddy! I fell in!
I know, honey, but you're all right now. You're all right.
Hector, get the blanket out of the car. The poor child's wringing wet.
I'll get it, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, go ahead, Bud. Hurry.
Okay.
Is she okay, Mother?
Yes, dear, she's fine.
Daddy scared me, and that's why I fell in.
Jim, look at my stuff. It's gone.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
I was trying to catch a fish, and you scared me.
It's all right, baby.
Margaret, take that child up to the car immediately. She's got to get out of those wet clothes.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I can't even think straight. Of course, her father is much more concerned about that smelly old fishing tackle.
Men. I don't know why they ever invented them anyway.
Gosh, I'm awfully sorry, Heck.
My whole kit. Down at the bottom of the lake. Look at it.
You mean you can see it? Where?
Yeah, down there. Must be 30 feet. Hey, where are you going?
I've got an idea, Heck. Don't go away.
Father's Day. Isn't bad enough having children, you have to have Father's Day.
Can you still see it, Heck?
Yeah, practically smiling at me.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll get it out all right.
What are you going to do?
What would you say was the right bait for your fishing tackle?
For my... Oh, you mean...
First, we'll fish for tackle, then we'll fish for fish.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You think you can do it?
Of course we can. Let's see now. That's about the biggest hook I have.
You got any sinkers?
Of course I have sinkers. Stop worrying, Heck. I'll get down there all right.
Is that the heaviest line you got?
Well, I didn't expect to catch any whales today.
I know, Jim, but that stuff weighs a ton.
Heck, I give you my personal guarantee. If I hook it, I'll land it. Now, let me have a little room, will you?
Allow for a little drift into the shore, Jim.
I'll put it right on the button. Okay, low bridge. Nice casting, huh?
What'd you have to put away out there for?
So I can drag it across. Now, leave me alone, Heck. I know what I'm doing.
Well, good morning, man. Having any luck?
Sure, all bad. Can you see it, Heck?
I think you're too far to the left.
Well, maybe I can pull it over.
Doing a little bottom fishing, huh? Look, fella, we're busy right now. We got troubles. Come back some other time, huh?
Okay. Just a minute.
Come on, Jim. We haven't got all day.
Take it easy, Heck. He might be a game warden or something. You wouldn't happen to be a game warden or anything, would you?
Me? Oh, no. I'm not a game warden.
Because if you are, we've got our licenses and permits and things like that.
We don't worry about those things up here.
Oh. This wouldn't be a private lake, would it?
Oh, no. It's not a private lake at all.
You know, for a minute you had me worried.
No, it's nothing like that. This is a government fish hatchery.
Oh, no.
Poor Father. If it isn't one thing, it's another. That long trip all for nothing. Just goes to show it always pays to look before you leap. On that score, when it comes to buying a pound of coffee, it always pays to look for flavor. Yes, you want to be sure you get the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And that's just what you do get in every pound of our Maxwell House coffee. An extra measure of flavor. That wonderful, good to the last drop flavor no coffee but Maxwell House gives you. We're proud as can be of that famous flavor. It's the big reason why more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House than any other brand. And today, as always, you can count on it every cup you pour. Because we'll never compromise on the quality of one single pound. That's why now, more than ever, your coffee buy is Maxwell House. Every pound, every cup, you can be sure it's always good to the last drop.
Once again, it's breakfast time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. But it's a lonely sort of breakfast, with none of the children at the table. Just Margaret and Jim, two lonely parents, discussing the disastrous effects of Father's Day, like this.
There's no sense being upset about it, Jim. Dr. Simmons said it was nothing serious.
I know, but you'd certainly think Betty'd have enough sense to recognize goldenrod after all these years.
She didn't see it, Jim, and she still says it wasn't goldenrod.
Well, it was something. She's puffed up like a frog.
Well, Bud's the one I'm worried about. He says it itches terribly.
There's a giant brain for you. Goes to sleep in a patch of poison ivy. Wallows in the stuff. How's Kathy?
Oh, she'll be all right in a few days. It's just a little cold. Jim, I don't understand. How can you laugh at a time like this?
I don't know, Margaret. The whole thing is hysterical. It was quite a fishing trip.
Wasn't it?
Hay fever, poison ivy, a cold. This family caught everything except fish.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Bob, I have a duty to perform right now which gives me a great deal of pleasure. We were all quite thrilled when the National Father's Day Committee named you Screen Father of the Year. Well, this is the committee's medal, and they've asked me to present it to you with their blessings and warmest wishes.
Thank you very much, Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, naturally, I'm very proud of this honor, but not for myself alone. As the father of 4 girls, I've spent a lot of time and gnawed a lot of nails in the waiting rooms of various hospitals in Southern California. Now, to prospective fathers who are wearing themselves to a frazzle, pacing endlessly up and down in hospital corridors all over the country, I have a most reassuring message. Fellas, you see,
they do give medals to fathers. Thanks again, Bill, and good night.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Here's a mighty swell suggestion.
Kellogg's Pep! Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you'll round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. One of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Extensive research has proved conclusively that there are two kinds of husbands. One, the husband who takes absolutely no interest whatsoever in household affairs. And two, the husband whose wife wishes he'd mind his own business and leave things alone. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, Jim Anderson is about to demonstrate that there is no happy medium. Like this.
6 goes into 36 6 times. 6 goes into 42 7 times.
Kathy, why don't you stop that? You know Mother has a headache.
But I have to learn my 6 goes into.
Margaret, could I have another cup of coffee, please?
Of course, dear. Bud, stop banging your feet on the table.
I wasn't banging my feet, Mom. I was just... Holy cow, look at the time. I gotta go. Come on, Squirt.
Well, stop calling me.
See you later, everybody.
Bud, don't slam the door.
Did you call me, Dad?
Never mind.
Okay.
Mother, why don't you lie down for a while? I'll take care of the dishes.
Well, that's very sweet, Betty, but it isn't necessary.
Well, all right. I'll come right home in case you need me for anything.
All right, dear.
Bye, Father.
Goodbye, Betty. Your head still aching, honey?
No, it's really nothing, Jim. I don't know why everybody makes such a fuss over a little headache. You'd think I were dying.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
You know, you haven't been looking very well lately.
Well, that's a pleasant way to start the day. How to cheer up your wife in 6 easy lessons.
I don't mean you look that bad. I mean, you just look so tired.
Jim, darling, in 5 years I'll be 40, and then you can swap me in for 2 20s.
Margaret, I'm being very serious about this. If you want to treat it as a joke.
All right, dear, I'll try and be more respectful.
Oh. Well, where was I?
You were telling me I looked like an old hag.
Oh. Well, that's not what I said at all.
I'm sorry, a young hag.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to be helpful. I think I know why you're tired, and I believe I have the answer to the whole problem.
You're going to shoot the children.
Well, that had occurred to me. But I think I have a better idea. What you need is a housekeeper.
Oh, Jim, don't be ridiculous.
I don't see anything ridiculous about it at all. The Gilroys have a housekeeper, and I sell 3 times as much insurance as he does.
Jim, it's not a question of how much insurance you sell. We don't need a housekeeper. And where would she sleep, or haven't you thought of that?
Of course I thought of that. She can sleep in the den on the rollaway bed.
Jim, I don't want a housekeeper.
Then when people like the Edwards come over for dinner, there wouldn't be all the fuss and worry.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
Who are the Edwards?
Well, Harry and Grace Edwards. You remember them, don't you? We met them at the Hathaways last week. He's the little stocky fellow with the red face. President of the Chamber of Commerce, remember?
And they're coming to dinner when?
Tomorrow night, didn't I tell you? I could have sworn.
Jim,
that...
is there any connection between the Edwards and this sudden passion for a housekeeper?
Well, of course not. I just thought, well, you've been working so hard and you have a headache and...
There isn't any reason for wanting to impress Mr. Edwards, is there? Or Mrs. Edwards?
Margaret, I just finished telling you that the whole thing... Well, after all, Edwards is the head of the Chamber of Commerce, and there's an opening on the board.
And Bert Gilroy's trying to get it.
Well, the Edwards had dinner with the Gilroys.
And the Gilroys have a housekeeper, so you thought if we blossomed forth with a housekeeper...
Margaret, being on the Chamber of Commerce is a very great honor. I certainly think that it's worth the small expenditure of time and energy.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret?
No housekeeper.
Well, if you'd only listen to me instead of flying off the handle...
I'm not flying off the handle. I'm merely telling you, simply, quietly, and without emotion, no housekeeper.
There was an ad in the paper only last night.
No housekeeper.
All she wanted was $75 a month, and she'll take complete charge.
No housekeeper.
She's courteous, efficient, energetic, loyal.
No.
A wonderful cook, neat as a pin, loves children. Margaret, why don't you give her a trial?
No.
Honey, this isn't something you can decide on the spur of the moment. Why don't you think it over?
All right. I can't see any harm in that.
That's a good girl. Well, I've got to go now. I'll call you right after lunch.
All right, dear. Oh, Jim, I've thought it over.
Margaret.
No housekeeper.
Is that you, Jim?
Yes, dear, I'm home. Just put your things down there for a minute, Mrs. Collins.
Okay. Nice looking place, ain't it?
Well, it's comfortable.
Jim, the children are all upstairs, and as soon as you're ready, we'll have... Well, hello.
Hi.
Margaret, this is Mrs. Collins.
Oh? How do you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, I ain't doing so good. My feet's just killing me, and I got a pain in my back that I wouldn't wish on to my first husband.
I see. Jim, would you come out into the kitchen with me for a moment? I'd like to speak to you.
Hey, you got a piano. Oh, that's nice. See, I always like a house where they got a piano. Shows culture. And if there's one thing I'm just nuts about, it's culture.
Well, just make yourself at home, Mrs. Collins. We'll only be a minute.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I got plenty of time.
Jim Anderson.
Now, wait a minute, Margaret. I can explain the whole thing.
I don't want any explanation, and I don't want a housekeeper. I told you this morning.
But, honey, I hired her last night. I thought you'd be very happy.
Oh, I am. I'm the happiest woman in the whole world, and I want you to get that person out of my house.
Oh, look, Angel, it isn't worth quarreling about. Nothing is.
I know, Jim, but our home's too small for a housekeeper. We don't need one.
Now, Margaret, Mrs. Collins can be a great help. Don't you see, Margaret? She's a diamond in the rough. Mrs. Collins is very competent. Why, in 1 year, she worked for 9 of the best families in Springfield.
Only 9? She certainly gets around, doesn't she?
Well, they just didn't understand her. With a little training, she can be one of the best housekeepers in the whole town. She said so herself.
Jim, if we ever take a trip to New York, will you promise me one thing? Don't pay more than $50 for the Brooklyn Bridge.
Finished talking yet? It's getting late. I got to get dinner rolling.
Mrs. Collins, I've been talking to my husband.
Well, why don't you talk to him in the parlor? I just happened to think it's dinner time, and I got work to do. Hey, some kitchen.
Jim?
Well, all right, Margaret. Mrs. Collins, I'm awfully sorry, but we've decided that, well, after all, you really won't be comfortable sleeping in the den.
Oh, stop worrying about it, will you? I got it all figured out. We can move, what's your boy's name?
You mean Bud?
Hey, Bud. We can switch him into the den. I move into his room, and everybody's happy.
Well, it's not quite that simple, Mrs. Collins. I told my husband this morning.
Hey, wait a minute. When you been eating breakfast?
Well, it's 8 o'clock, but it really isn't going to make any difference because...
Well, from now on, breakfast is going to be at 7 o'clock.
Now, see here, Mrs. Collins.
Wait, Jim. This is becoming very interesting. What else, Mrs. Collins?
Well, I ain't nobody's personal maid, so everybody hangs up his own stuff. And if I find any pants hanging on the back of a chair, well, don't be surprised if I just chuck them out the window.
Well, don't look at me, Margaret. I don't leave my pants on the chair.
No? Go ahead, Mrs. Collins. I think I'm beginning to like the whole idea.
Well, I don't mind if you invite folks for dinner. Matter of fact, I like company. But I got to have 48 hours notice.
That seems logical.
Oh, wait a minute. What if it's impossible? What if somebody comes in from out of town?
We'll take them to a restaurant. There's lots of restaurants in Springfield.
Margaret, if you think I'm going to stand here...
Jim, please. Mrs. Collins was talking.
Oh, that's okay. I'm finished anyway. Now, why don't you two kids just go inside and relax, and I'll start dishing up the food.
All right, Mrs. Collins. Come on, kid.
Margaret, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If you think I'm going to...
Jim, you heard Mrs. Collins. We've got to go inside and relax.
That's right. Take it easy. I got everything under control.
Come on, Jim. Mrs. Collins has work to do.
Margaret, that woman's impossible.
Oh, I don't think so, dear. She's a diamond in the rough. Remember?
Yeah, but how rough can you get? She wasn't anything like that when I talked to her last night.
Well, we'll try it for a while. That's what you want, isn't it?
Margaret, I'm going into the kitchen and fire her right now.
Why, Jim, that wouldn't be fair. She's worked for 9 of the finest families in Springfield, and with the Edwards coming to dinner...
Oh, no, she can't be around then.
Well, wasn't that the general idea? We've got to impress the Edwards, and unless I'm very much mistaken, they'll be impressed.
Oh, Margaret, can't we...
Hey, Jim!
Jim?
Get the kids down. Soup's on.
Well, that was quite an about-face for Mother Anderson. If only Father had talked to her first, there wouldn't have been any argument. And the way things are going, it doesn't look as though she'll brook any arguments from Father. And I don't think I'll run into any argument on this point. I say when you buy coffee, just one thing means real value. It's flavor. The flavor you get for your money. And extra flavor is what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful, good to the last drop flavor no other coffee has to offer. No coffee but Maxwell House. And here's why that's so. It's our recipe. The only recipe under the sun for that good to the last drop flavor. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee blended together a very particular way. It's the one way, the one recipe for that famous Maxwell House flavor. that extra flavor that's made our coffee America's favorite brand. So today, when you really want the most in flavor for every penny you spend, Maxwell House is now more than ever your coffee buy. Just open up that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how much enjoyment, how much real value you get from the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A day has passed, as days have a habit of doing, and once again it's dinner time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. This time, however, it's a special dinner, with company, the children stashed away in the breakfast nook, and a uniformed housekeeper to wait on table. Mr. Edwards, president of the Springfield Chamber of Commerce, says,
In the last 4 years, Anderson, bank clearances in the greater Springfield area have increased a total of almost 9.2%. And that's progress.
To which Jim Anderson replies,
It certainly is, Mr. Edwards. That's progress, if I ever heard it.
At which point the new housekeeper, Mrs. Collins, observed,
Now, why don't you two stop gabbing and eat your soup?
Mrs. Collins, I think I smell something burning in the kitchen.
Oh, it's your imagination, dear. Everything's all cooked. Say, Jim.
Yes, Mrs. Collins.
Is it all right? Could I take off this funny-looking cap? I don't mind the uniform, but this hat's driving me nuts.
Mrs. Collins, why don't you wait in the kitchen until we call you?
I can't hear anything in the kitchen. What do you want to do, talk about me? Go ahead, I don't mind.
I think you'd better go into the kitchen.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. You finished, Mrs. Edwards?
Yes, thank you.
Look, dearie, if I was you, I'd lay off the bread. With a shape like yours, it's murder.
Well, really?
Mrs. Collins, will you please go into the kitchen?
Okay, I can take a hint. Yeah, if you want me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards. You were saying something about progress.
I was? Oh, yes. I was, wasn't I? The Chamber of Commerce feels that its contribution to the progress of Greater Springfield is...
Never mind, I'll get it.
Keep right on, Mr. Edwards. It's very interesting.
What is?
Well, whatever you were going to say.
Hello? Oh, hello, Bessie. Hey, wait a minute. Go ahead, folks. It's for me. What's cooking, Bess?
Hasn't the weather been beautiful, Mrs. Edwards?
I haven't noticed, really. When you're as busy as I am, you know, club work and charities.
Yes, indeed. Grace manages to keep herself pretty busy. Getting so, I have to make an appointment to see her myself.
You don't have any children, do you, Mr. Edwards?
No, I'm sorry to say Mrs. Edwards and I have never been blessed.
That was my cousin Bessie on the phone. She's just a scream.
I'm sure she must be, Mrs. Collins. And I believe we're ready for the next course.
You know, she was just telling me...
Mrs. Collins, we're ready for the next course.
Okay, I heard you.
Mother, when I finish my dessert, may I go over to
Kathy, you get back inside where you belong. Can't you see we got company?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the trouble with kids nowadays. They don't know their place. Shove your plate over, will you, Jim?
I'll answer it, Mrs. Collins.
Now you stay right where you are. What do you think you're paying me for?
That's a reasonable question, isn't it, Jim?
Okay, I'm coming.
Yes, indeed. You
Hello?
get a couple of kids in the house and you...
Oh, hello, Nicky.
Yes, indeed.
I did, huh? What did it pay? $16.40. Hey, that's all right. Okay, look, now put me down for $5 on little Jeff in the Fourth at Bay Meadows tomorrow. Yeah, little Jeff, $5. You're to win. Okay, Mick, I'll give you a growl tomorrow.
Where? Mrs. Collins has an endless assortment of talents, hasn't she, Jim?
All right, Margaret, you don't have to rub it in.
Just a little gem my husband brought home for polishing.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm afraid that we...
That's all right, ain't it? 60-40 for two. I sure can pick 'em. Hey, any of you kids play the races?
Harry, I have an awful headache.
I know, dear.
The way I feel, a headache would be a relief.
Mrs. Collins, if nothing more important comes up in the next few minutes, could we please have some food?
Okay, but you take it from me. You're skipping a good thing if you miss little Jeff in the 4th tomorrow.
Mrs. Collins, if you don't hurry up, we'll be ready to eat little Jeff tonight.
Touche! That French for roast beef is coming up.
Good night, Mrs. Anderson. It was a lovely evening. One I'll never forget.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Good night, Anderson and Mrs. Anderson. It was, well, good night.
Good night, Mr. Anderson.
Good night, sir. We'll have to get together again real soon.
Yes, indeed, yes. Sometime soon. Good night.
Quiet, isn't it?
Margaret, I don't know what to say. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I think that woman's insane.
Oh, no, dear. She's just, well, uninhibited. She likes to speak her mind.
What mind? She's got the brain of a half-witted hyena. And if she had the least bit of decency, she'd give it back.
Jim.
What?
Did you see the look on Mrs. Edwards' face when Collins told her she needed a new girdle?
Oh, that was nothing. You should have seen Edwards when she told him he could use one, too.
Jim, I can't help it, but I think they were the stumpiest people I've ever met.
She told Edwards. She said she thought that...
Everybody's having a good time, huh? Well, that's what I like. People laugh and enjoying themselves. You live longer that way.
Mrs. Collins, I'd like to speak to you, if I may.
Talks nice, don't he? Go ahead, kid.
Thank you. Mrs. Collins, I'm not usually one to complain, but...
Complain? Well, go ahead. If you feel you got a beef coming, just spread it right out. That's the way it ought to be. Everything out in the open. All the cards right out there on the table.
Right. Now, Mrs.
Now,
Collins...
I don't go for this stabbing in the back routine. You got any complaints, I want to hear them. It's your house. I'm working for you, and anything you don't like, all you got to do is just tell me.
How?
Jim, you'll wake the children.
Look, you don't have to yell at me. Just talk, and I'll listen.
Mrs. Collins, there are a great many things I could say, and a great many ways in which I could say them. But since all of the things I have to say and all of the ways in which I would say them add up to one and the self-same thing, I say to you now from the very bottom of my heart, you are fired!
Jim, you know my whole life that's the nicest way I ever got canned. Well, I gotta go to bed.
Just a moment, Mrs. Collins. I'm afraid you don't understand. My husband fired you. You don't work here anymore.
I know I ain't deep, but I still gotta go to sleep.
You will not sleep here, Mrs. Collins. We want you to go away now. You're discharged. You're the most discharged person we've ever had in this house. Now, will you please pack up your things and get out?
Jim, I'm surprised at you. A smart man like you with a nice home and a nice family. Why, you ought to know more about the law. You can't fire me. I gotta have a week's notice.
I'm giving you a week's notice. I'll pay your wages for a whole week. Only please go away.
But I like it here. And it ain't just the wages, Jim. I'm supposed to get room and board.
I'll give you 2 weeks' wages.
I don't think so. You got a piano, and I can call my bookie on the phone, and it's like a vacation with pay.
Margaret.
Mrs. Collins, Is there anything I can do to...
Sure. Call me when breakfast is ready. Well, good night. I'll see you all in the morning, huh?
Margaret,
Yes, dear?
when they start giving out awards for the world's prize idiot, be sure and tell them about me.
Oh, Jim, darling, you're an idiot, but you'd never take any prize.
I certainly would.
Well, I won't argue, dear. After all, Father knows best.
Well, Father certainly plunged into that head over heels. Now, how sorry he is. Just goes to show it always pays to look before you leap. On that score, when it comes to buying a pound of coffee, it certainly pays to look for flavor. The most in flavor for every penny you spend. After all, flavor is what you're paying for. And we don't think you can beat the famous flavor we pack into every pound of Maxwell House. But here's my point. Air can steal coffee flavor. And ordinary containers, like paper bags, can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we take our Maxwell House, fresh and fragrant from the roasting ovens, and carefully vacuum pack it in the familiar blue tin. It's the only way you're guaranteed coffee that's fresh and full-flavored as the hour it was roasted. So be sure you get all the flavor and fragrance you pay for, your money's worth and more. You always will with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
This world is not so bad a world as some would like to make it. Though whether good or whether bad depends on how we take it. A week's gone by, and we find Jim Anderson walking along a busy street in downtown Springfield. The Chamber of Commerce is still dear to his heart, and he is not what you'd call a particularly happy man, like this.
Serves me right, that's what it does. Make a fool of myself in front of Edwards. Spoil my chances of getting on the board. Gosh, I wanted that spot on the Chamber of Commerce. The speeches I could have made. About important things, too. Why, I could have said things like, ladies and gentlemen, it's an established fact that everybody wants a different thing. A farm, a store, a college education for their children, or maybe they just want to retire and go fishing. But there's one thing everybody wants, security. And there's one way, one sure way for each and every one of us to get it. Save for your independence. Buy United States savings bonds. That's what I could have told them. I could have said, buy bonds automatically if you can on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan at your bank. They're like cash on hand, and they return you $4 for every $3 you invest. Buy United States savings. Save for your independence. And start now. Then I could have said...
I say, Anderson!
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Edwards. I didn't see you.
I thought if you weren't in any great hurry, we might take a stroll together. A little matter has come up that I'd like to discuss with you.
Why, of course, Mr. Edwards. It'll be a very great pleasure.
You know, Anderson, we never did get down to a discussion of business at your house the other night.
Mr. Edwards, I wanted to explain about that. You see...
Tut, my boy. No need to explain. I understand completely. As you know, Anderson, there's a vacancy on the board of the Chamber of Commerce, and, well, it's yours if you want it.
If I want it? Why, Mr. Edwards, of course I want it. And thank you very much.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Tell me, Anderson, that Mrs. Collins, is she still with you?
No. We finally got rid of her this morning.
This morning? That's too bad.
Oh, I don't think we could have taken it another day. She had the whole family waiting on her hand and foot all week.
I see. You wouldn't know how I could get in touch with her.
Well, I might. I think she left a forwarding address with Margaret. But why?
Well, I wouldn't want this to get around, Anderson.
Oh, of course not. I won't say a word.
Well, I followed that bit of advice Mrs. Collins gave me about little Jeff, you know. And I won $64.
Did you know? Now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee. Nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. And now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Friends, you know what happens when you take a fish out of water? Sure, it dies. Well, by Cornelius, the same thing happens when your car's battery runs out of water. It lies right down and quits. No water, no life. So what did the Autolite people do? They made the Autolite Stay Full battery with an extra-large liquid reserve. Gave it more room for more water. Result, the Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So, friends, be right with Autolite. Switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery tomorrow.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast, to soften rocks or bend the knotted oak. You've heard that before, haven't you? Always thought it was just about right, didn't you? Well, it doesn't always work that way. Not in Springfield, at least, in the white frame house on Maple Street. Not with the Andersons. No, sir, not by a long shot. Like this.
Margaret!
I'm in the dining room, dear.
Margaret, it's wonderful. Wait till you hear what I've done. Where are the kids?
They're upstairs. Jim, what is it?
Honey, it's sensational. It's terrific. This is the biggest day of my whole life.
Jim, put me down, please.
Say, you're putting on a little weight, aren't you?
I am not. What's all the excitement about?
Well, you know that group insurance plan I've been trying to work out with Henry Liggett?
Yes?
It's in.
No.
Yes, sir. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Oh, Jim, how wonderful.
And that isn't all. How would you like to go to the Toscanini concert? Toscanini and the NBC Symphony Orchestra.
Jim, you didn't pay that broker $12.50 a ticket.
For $3 seats, I should say not. Anytime you find me paying a broker a bonus of $9.50 a ticket...
But you said you couldn't buy tickets.
You can't. They're all sold out.
Then I don't understand. If you can't buy tickets...
We're going as the honored guests of Mr. and Mrs. Henry Liggett. How do you like that?
But, Jim, I don't know what to say. It's all so wonderful. The insurance and the concert. I've got to get a new dinner dress. I just can't go anywhere in that old one. You don't mind, do you, dear?
Of course not. Go get 2 dinner dresses. What do I care?
Oh, I'll go downtown first thing in the morning and... Oh, dear, I wonder if there'll be time. When is the concert?
You'll have lots of time, honey. It isn't until next Thursday.
Good. Then I can go to Gorman's? Jim, it can't be Thursday.
Why not?
We're having the Gribbles for dinner on Thursday, and then we're going dancing at the townhouse. I made the date just 2 days ago. I told you.
Not for Thursday? Margaret, no. You couldn't.
But I did.
Oh.
Mrs. Gribble wanted to make it Tuesday, but we couldn't because the Smiths are coming on Tuesday. You said we didn't have anything else to do on Thursday anyway, so we made it then.
Margaret, how could you have done a thing like that? How could you?
Jim Anderson, don't you dare blame this on me. You were the one who suggested Thursday.
Oh, honey, what are we going to do?
There's only one thing we can do. You've got to call Henry Liggett and tell him we're sorry.
Margaret, I can't. It's a big theater party, and I just sold the man $500,000 worth of insurance. Now, how can I insult him that way?
Well, would you rather insult Mr. Gribble?
Of course not. I'm still trying to sell him on the group insurance deal.
Jim, it's an accepted fact that no one can be in two places at the same time.
Well, let's not get excited. Let's sit down and see if we can't figure something out.
If it were only the Smiths, at least they'd understand.
That's it, the Smiths. I don't mind insulting them.
Jim!
I mean, well, I can explain to Heck, and they can come over here for dinner some other time.
I think you're forgetting one thing, Jim. We're having the Smiths for dinner because Elizabeth's cousin Maud is in town. When we were visiting the Bakers in Lakeside...
He was very nice to us, I know. But that's still no reason why they can't make it some other night.
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
I'll explain the whole thing to Heck. Then we can have them for dinner on, say, Wednesday. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, I suppose not.
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
Then I can call Gribble and change their date to Tuesday. You see how simple it is?
Jim, I think Bud wants to say something.
What is it, Bud?
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
Now, there's an interesting observation. Are there any other vital pronouncements you'd like to make before we continue?
Well, just about next Thursday.
What about next Thursday?
Is it all right if I take the car before dinner instead of after dinner? You see, I promised Joe Phillips...
But I meant to tell you, Thursday is out. You can't have the car at all.
I can't. But it's Thursday. It's my day.
I'm very sorry, Eleanor, but it's out. I'll explain the whole thing to you some other time.
But I always get the car on Thursday. I made a date.
Well, this will teach you not to make dates on Thursday. They're nothing but trouble.
Mother!
What is it, Betty?
Is Father home?
Yes, dear.
I'll be right down.
Don't do me any favors. Stay where you are.
Hi, Daddy.
You too.
If I can't have the car on Thursday, when can I have it?
I don't know, but I have a great many things on my mind.
But you said I could have it on Thursday. That's why I made the date.
Your father made 2 dates.
He did?
Father, do you...
No.
What?
I said no. Whatever it is, no.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you. You're just the sweetest father in the whole world.
What?
Mother said she thought you would, but you don't, and it's just wonderful.
What's wonderful? I don't what?
Mind if I go to the Pine U dance? Wait till I tell Janie Liggett.
Betty, wait a minute. I didn't say you could go to the dance. I didn't say anything.
Why, Father, you just said...
I said no.
That's what I said.
Hi, Daddy.
Oh, go away.
Mother!
Jim, I don't think that's very nice. You'll gain nothing by losing your temper.
Well, why shouldn't I lose my temper? At this rate, how am I ever going to get straightened out about Thursday?
How did you know it was Thursday?
How did I know what was Thursday?
The Pine U dance.
Oh, no. No. This was such a nice day. Everything was going so well.
Betty, your father and I have a very difficult problem to work out. So why don't you and Bud and Kathy go back upstairs? I'll call you when dinner's ready.
He said I could have the car every Thursday. Why should he change his mind now?
Go ahead, Bud.
Father.
Not now, Betty.
But, Mother.
I said not now.
Jumping creepers.
What are you kicking about? I can't even have the car.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
I don't have any place to go on Thursday.
That's fine, baby, fine.
But when I get to be a big girl...
Never mind, Kathy. Just go upstairs.
But I wanted to tell him...
Go upstairs.
Gee whiz.
You know, Margaret, I've been thinking, what if Hector says they won't change the date?
I don't see any reason why he should.
No, but what if he does? Then what am I going to do?
What are you going to do now?
I'm going to call him, and if he says no, so help me, I'll never speak to him again. Turn a man down when he asks a simple thing like that. After all the things I've done for him. A fine friend he turned out to be.
Jim, if he hasn't said no...
Well, he'd better not. Hello, Heck. This is Jim Anderson. Now, look, Heck. What? Oh, no, Heck. I'm not upset about anything. I just, well, look, Heck, I'm in an awful spot. Yes, you see, we've got dates with the Gribbles and the Liggets for the same night, and, well, we didn't do it on purpose. Look, Heck, is it all right with you if we make our date for a different night next week? Well, then I can switch the date with the Gribbles over to Tuesday, and I'll be in the clear. Okay.
What did he say, dear?
He's going to ask Elizabeth.
Jim, why don't you explain to him that it's a matter of business?
He knows that, Margaret. Sit around this house for weeks, nothing to do, no place to go, and then all of a sudden everything has to happen on one night. Yes, Heck? You can? Oh, that's fine, Heck. That's wonderful. I knew I could count on you. What? Well, how about a week from tonight? Yes, that's definite, Heck. No, we won't change it again. Oh, sure. I realize you've got to plan ahead on account of Maud. Well, tell her we said hello, will you? Thanks, Heck. Okay, pal. A week from tonight. Oh, that's more like it. Now, when I get the Gribbles moved over to Tuesday...
Is everything all right, Jim?
Heck said they'd be glad to change it. Now I'm calling the Gribbles.
You see, there was no reason to get all worked up that way. Ask Mrs. Gribble...
Just a minute, honey. Oh, no, not you, Mrs. Gribble. I was talking to... What? She isn't? Well, may I speak to Mr. Gribble? Oh, they are? I see. Well, no, I'm afraid that'll be too late. Just leave word that Mr. Anderson called. Thank you. Good night.
What did Mrs. Gribble say, dear?
She didn't say anything. She and Mr. Gribble went away for a few days. They won't be back until Monday.
Oh, dear. Who are you calling now?
Hello, Heck. Look, Heck, if you want to leave that Tuesday date the way it was... Well, the Gribbles won't be back until Monday, and... Oh, you did, huh?
You did what, Jim?
They've already made another date for Tuesday. With the Hathaways. Heck, we'll just leave it the way it is, a week from tonight. Okay, Heck, and I'm sorry there's been all this mix-up. Right. Oh, sure. Okay, Heck, see you later. A fine little fixer I turned out to be. All I did was move the date with the Smiths from Tuesday to Wednesday. And we've still got 2 dates for Thursday.
Jim, I'm completely confused.
Well, climb in with me. I've been that way all day.
But you told Hector our date was a week from tonight.
That's what I said, Wednesday.
Jim, today is Thursday.
Margaret, I may be a little mixed up about a lot of things, but today is Wednesday.
Yesterday was Wednesday.
Yesterday was Tuesday.
They picked up the garbage this morning, and they don't pick up the garbage on Wednesday.
I don't care when they pick up the garbage. I had a date with Al Harris on Wednesday, and... today is Thursday?
It's been Thursday all day.
Margaret.
Yes, Jim?
I have news for you. We no longer have 2 dates for next Thursday.
Oh?
We have 3.
Well, that's really no news to Mother. She knew Father was getting things in a stir. You know, he needs to remember something most of us have found out one time or another. It pays to stop and think a little before you do most anything. I'd say even before you buy a pound of coffee. Think about what you want in that coffee. Its flavor, the most in flavor for your money. And right there you'll see the reason why day after day more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. That wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Why, you just can't get enough of it. You won't find that famous flavor in any other coffee, you know. No coffee but Maxwell House. And here's why. We have a recipe, and a mighty important recipe it is, because it calls for certain special varieties of coffees to be blended together a special way. It's the one way, the one recipe for that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. That's why our Maxwell House coffee spells so much more pleasure in every cup, so much more flavor in every pound. So for your money's worth and more, in real enjoyment, open up a pound of Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's mere moments later in the white frame house on Maple Street. The Andersons' problem still remains. 3 dates for Thursday. Yet there isn't the dark and dismal aura of gloom one might imagine. Jim Anderson, a genius among fathers, has come up with an idea which he himself admits is a dilly, like this.
Margaret, it's the only thing we can do. Would you rather see Henry Liggett cancel the whole deal?
Of course not.
All right. And what's more natural than telling him we'd rather let Betty and Bud have the pleasure of going to the concert?
Well, it just seems so hypocritical.
Honey, this is not the time to think of ethics. We're in a jam, and we've got to get out of it. Now, will you call them, or do you want me to?
I think you'd better call.
All right. In a case like this, you have to take extreme measures, like an operation or something.
Well, I suppose there's nothing else we can do. But if you'd only asked me before you made the date...
Well, I didn't, Margaret, so let's forget about it. Let's just hope I can sell Henry Liggett on the idea, and we'll be all right. Oh, hello, Janie. This is Mr. Anderson. May I speak to your father? Thank you.
Jim, something just occurred to me. If Betty and Bud go to the concert and we go out with the Gribbles, what are we going to do with Kathy?
Oh, we'll rent a cage for her at the zoo.
Jim.
We'll get a sitter for her, Margaret. That's no problem.
It certainly is. You know Kathy doesn't like sitters.
Well, that makes it even. Sitters don't like Kathy. We'll just have to find one who hasn't heard about her.
Jim, it's not that bad. Kathy may be a little exuberant at times.
Hello, Henry. Jim Anderson. Well, just fine, thank you. Say, Henry, I've been talking to Margaret about this Toscanini concert, and I wonder if you'd mind very much if we let Betty and Bud go in our place. Oh, no, it's just that, well, we've heard Toscanini, and Betty and Bud haven't, and, oh, it really isn't anything much, Henry. Just something that any parent would do. Of course. You see, I explained to Margaret...
Jim.
That is, Margaret and I talked it over, and we both thought that Betty and Bud would gain so much by hearing the concert, and this is going to be his only appearance in Springfield, and, well, it's nice of you to say that, Henry, but you know how it is when you have children.
Jim, of all...
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, I wish we could, too, but we'll have to make it some other time. Thanks again. Good night.
Jim Anderson, in my whole life, I have never heard anything quite like that.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss it. There are things that women just don't understand. And this is one of them. It's power politics on a local scale, that's all. Well, let's just not discuss it. Betty! Betty!
Jim, dinner isn't nearly ready.
I know.
Did you call me, Father?
Come on downstairs. And tell Bud I want him.
Okay.
Don't you think you ought to call the Smith?
I'll call Hector first thing in the morning and get the whole thing straightened out. I'll be able to do more with him if he doesn't have Elizabeth around.
You won't forget.
Of course I won't forget.
Dinner's ready, huh?
No, dinner isn't ready, huh?
But Betty said...
I didn't say anything about dinner. I merely said Father wanted you.
Don't you want me to, Daddy?
Oh, Angel, this is something your father has to discuss with Betty and Bud.
Can't I even listen?
Of course you can listen. But listen.
Yes, Daddy.
Betty?
Yes, Father.
Bud?
It's time dinner was ready.
Bud.
Oh, yes, Dad?
I've got good news for you, for both of you. I just made arrangements for you to go to the Toscanini concert with the Liggets. Now, what do you think of that?
What time will dinner be ready?
Bud.
Well, I just wanted to know.
Bud, when are you going to learn that there are other things just as important as food?
Like candy.
Kathy, please be quiet.
Yes, Mommy. Is that all you wanted to tell us, Father?
Not quite. This concert is a very important event in Springfield, and I'll expect you to act sensibly and with dignity.
Yes, Father.
I don't want to hear that either you or Bud went whooping around the lobby or did anything to disgrace the name of Anderson.
Yes, Father.
We want to be proud of you. And I think it might be a very good idea, Bud, if you had your hair cut before next Thursday.
Okay, Dad.
Thursday? Father, the concert isn't Thursday. That's the night of the time you dance.
Hey, I have a date, too.
Betty, I explained to you...
I don't want to go to the concert. Biggest dance of the whole year, and you want me to go to a concert.
What are you talking about? They're having a night baseball game in Middletown, and I promised
Wait a minute. Bud, Betty, don't you understand? This isn't just any concert. This is Toscanini.
I wouldn't care if it was Roy Bargy.
How can you say that?
I'd rather go to the dance.
I'll go to the concert.
Look, Mr. Liggett is giving a tremendous theater party.
Janie Liggett's going to the dance. It's her own father's party, and he isn't making her go to any old concert.
It isn't a question of making anyone go anywhere. It's a privilege to hear Toscanini. They're charging $12.50 a ticket. People are fighting to get in.
They don't have to fight with me.
I'll go to the concert.
Margaret, will you please explain to these children...
Oh, no, dear. Go ahead. You're doing fine.
Thank you. Look, kids, music is an important part of our lives, especially good music. An appreciation of music is a sign of culture and good breeding. It's a relaxation, a release from the stress and strain of everyday life. As you grow older...
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
I'll go to the concert.
You'll stay home where you belong.
I want to go to the concert.
Kathleen, be quiet. Jim.
Margaret, I'm trying to explain to the children...
Jim, I may not know very much about power politics or business, but I do know Betty and Bud, and you're not going about this the right way.
Oh? You have something better in mind?
Yes. The truth.
Margaret, this is no time...
Betty, Bud, your father and I find ourselves in a very embarrassing position.
Margaret, go ahead.
We made dates with two different couples. To go to the concert with the Leggetts and to have dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Gribble. All on the same night.
Boy, who did that?
Never mind who did it. Just listen to your mother. And Kathy.
Yes, Daddy.
Blow your nose.
Yes, Daddy.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Well, that's our problem. Your father's in no position to offend either the Liggetts or the Gribbles. And that's why we need your help. If you'll go to the concert with Mr. and Mrs. Liggett, all our difficulties will be over.
Well, creatures, why didn't Father say so?
I did say so. In a slightly different way.
God, we didn't know you were in a spot. If going to the concert is going to help you any, well, God.
Father, you know you can count on us. Candy, Bud.
Sure. Who cares about an old baseball game?
I'll go to the baseball game.
Kathy, the way you can help us best is by staying home.
Oh, then I'll be glad to, Mommy.
Well, I guess that takes care of that.
Yes, dear. And I hope we've all learned something tonight.
Yes. Well...
I'll get it.
Never mind, Betty. Go in and help your mother set the table. And, Betty...
Yes, Father?
Maybe we can find a new dress somewhere that's just right for concert.
Peepers.
Hello? Oh, hello, Henry. She what? Oh, fine, Henry. That's just fine. Yes, I'll tell Margaret right away. She'll be very happy. Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, we'll be seeing you. Good night.
Who was that, dear?
That was Henry Liggett, and he was so happy about everything.
Jim, nothing's gone wrong with the insurance deal, has it?
Oh, no, everything's fine. Just great.
Why, Jim, what is it?
Mrs. Liggett thinks we're wonderful, the most thoughtful parents she's ever known. So she wants us to have something she dug up this afternoon. 2 more tickets for the concert. And wait till you hear where she got them. It seems a friend of hers couldn't make it on account of she's going out for dinner that night.
Jim, not...
Uh-huh. She got them from Mrs. Gribble.
Oh, no.
And Father thought he had everything all straightened out, too. Well, some things you just can't count on. Other things, though, you can count on every time. And it's good to know about them. Take coffee, for instance. You want to count on the coffee you buy for wonderful flavor every pound. Because flavor's what you pay for, what you enjoy. And as millions of folks know, wonderful flavor is just what you can count on with our Maxwell House coffee. Day after day, pound after pound, an extra measure of flavor comes your way in that familiar blue tin. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor only Maxwell House brings you. We're mighty proud of that flavor, you know. It's the reason more people buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. And we'll never compromise on the quality of 1 single pound. Yes, for more flavor for your money's worth and more. Bring home that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House coffee. It's today's coffee buy. Always good to the last drop.
A week's gone by, and it's Thursday again. Springfield, in its best bib and tucker, is pouring into the local opera house for the highlight of the social year, the Toscanini concert. Inside, the orchestra is tuning up. But in the lobby, last-minute arrivals are still making their way into the auditorium, like this.
Betty, go inside and tell Mr. Liggett we'll be in as soon as I get the Smiths and the Gribbles straightened out.
Okay, Father.
And take Bud with you.
Come on, Bud. Hurry up.
I can't. Everybody's pushing me.
Now, where did they go? Hector!
Jim, please don't shout.
Well, they can't get in. I've got all the tickets.
I don't know. When the Smiths showed up for dinner, too, I thought I'd die. Just die.
Yes, Margaret, I know.
You kept promising that you'd call them.
I forgot, Margaret. I just as soon you forgot.
How can I ever forget all that good food in the icebox going to waste?
I still think there was enough.
For the Smiths and the Gribbles?
Well...
And why did we have to take them to the Townhouse, the most expensive restaurant in Springfield?
They enjoyed it, didn't they?
Why shouldn't they? At the end of this month, our budget is going to look like a Swiss cheese.
Tickets, please. Kindly show your tickets at the door.
$12.50 apiece for 5 tickets.
Margaret.
And dinner for the Gribbles and the Smiths.
Margaret, there was nothing else we could do.
Do you realize that tonight is costing us almost $100?
There they are. We're over here, Hector.
Tickets, please. Kindly show your tickets at the door.
Mrs. Gribble, here we are.
Toscanini, $100. And less than 2 months ago, it only cost us $5 to hear Spike Jones.
Good to the last drop. Now that famous flavor is yours to enjoy in instant coffee, too. Instant Maxwell House. It's the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful flavor combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So thrifty, so easy, and best of all, so truly good. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman.
Bill, is it all right if I step in here for a minute?
Well, of course, Bob. What's on your mind?
Well, there's a long 4th of July weekend coming up, and I'd like to say a few words to the members of our Good Drivers Club. I've been looking at the figures compiled by the National Safety Council. 579 deaths over the Memorial Day weekend. And I'd like to remind our members once more of their pledge to drive safely and carefully. Look at the 8 safe driving rules again. Talk them over with your parents. Explain them to others who may not have yet joined the club. Let's see if we can't save a few lives. Let's see if we can't make this the safest, sanest, and healthiest 4th on record. Let's just take it easy. Good night.
Now until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. If an arrow rises, it must fall. If a river flows, it must bend. And be they long or be they small, all vacations have an end. In Springfield, which is still an average town, live the Andersons, just an average American family with the average American trials and tribulations. Their car is rolling rapidly toward the white frame house on Maple Street. And as they return from a long summer holiday at Round Lake, it might be interesting to note the thoughts which occupy their minds. For instance, there's Kathy, aged 9.
Gee whiz. Next week we have to go back to school.
Bud, who is 15.
Gosh, next week we have to go back to school.
And Betty, who is a very adult 17.
Jumping creepers. Next week we have to go back to school.
Then, of course, there's Margaret, the mother of the brood.
Next week, the children go back to school.
And last, but by no means least, Father himself, Jim Anderson.
Well, it won't be long now. Here's Maple.
There's Jimmy Woody. Jimmy!
Sit down, will ya?
Bud, stop pushing.
I'm not pushing. Kathy's standing on my foot.
Kathleen, sit still and behave yourself.
I was saying hello to Jimmy.
There'll be plenty of time for that. Jim,
Hmm?
are you sure everything's all right at the house?
Of course everything's all right. Why?
Well, you look just like a boy with his hand in the jam pot. And if you've done anything...
Susie! Yoo-hoo, Susie!
Oh!
Kathy, sit down.
That was Susie.
Well, you don't have to jump out the window.
Look what she did to my shoe.
I did not.
You certainly did.
I certainly didn't.
You certainly did.
I certainly didn't.
Kathy, will you please stop screeching in my ear?
I wasn't screeching in your ear.
You certainly were.
I certainly wasn't.
All right. That's enough.
Well, she said I was screeching in her ear.
I said that's enough.
And I wasn't.
Hey, there's the house.
Well, that's a relief.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. It's just that when you get that peculiar look on your face, I never know what to expect. I thought maybe you had the house painted purple or something.
Now, see here, Margaret.
Jim, I know you mean well, but whenever the children and I go away, you get such weird ideas about the house.
Oh, like the barbecue pit I built last summer. I suppose that was a weird idea.
No, it was fine until it fell apart.
How about the year you decided to turn the playroom into a bowling alley?
Never mind.
Or the year you painted the living room green and Mom had to send all the...
I said never mind.
Oh, gosh, I was only trying to help.
Kathleen, right after dinner, you go to bed.
But I didn't say anything.
I know just what you were thinking, and I won't stand for it.
But I wasn't thinking about the fire alarm you built in the oven.
Kathy!
But I wasn't.
Well, don't just sit there, Bud. We're home. Let's get the luggage into the house.
Okay, Dad.
A man takes a little extra pride in his home, and what happens? People make fun of him, treat him like the village idiot.
Oh, Jim, we weren't making fun of you.
You certainly were. You thought I was going to paint the house purple.
No, I didn't, dear. I merely said...
Joe! Hey, Joe!
Bud, come back here. Where do you think you're going?
I just saw Joe Phillips.
Well, take a look at the suitcases. They come first.
Holy cow.
Kathy!
Yes, Daddy?
That is not where we live. This is our house, the white one.
But I thought Patty Davis was home.
You can see Patty in the morning, dear. Right now, we've all got to help your father.
Gee whiz.
Well, I guess that's about everything.
Jim.
Margaret, there's nothing to worry about. I haven't done anything to the house. Nothing much, anyway.
Oh, dear.
Kathy, push the water bottle under my chin. It's slipping.
Want me to carry it?
Just push it over a little.
Oh, why can't I carry it? Kathy! It broke.
I don't know. People go away all the time and come home all the time. They don't get into things like this. Only this family. If we so much as go across the street...
Dad, these bags are getting heavy.
Well, put them down.
Don't you want me to take them inside?
Naturally, I want you to take them inside.
How can I take them inside if I put them down?
Margaret.
It's all right, dear. I have my keys. There we are.
Kathy, hold the screen door open until we get in.
Yes, Daddy.
See if you can manage not to break it.
Well, how can you break a screen door?
I don't know, but don't try to find out. All right, Bud, let's go.
Oh, I don't think I can make it. This little bag feels like it's got rocks in it.
Kathy, what have you got in your suitcase?
Rocks.
Rocks?
Special rocks. I'm saving them.
Ye gods, we haven't got enough rocks in Springfield. She has to bring a suitcase full of them back from Round Lake.
But they're all different colors.
Bud, take them out in back of the garage and dump them.
Okay.
But it's practically a collection. I saved them all summer.
Well, dump them carefully, Bud.
Okay.
And don't break them.
Mother, my arms are falling off.
All right, dear. We're going right in.
Let me get this bag through the door, will you? There, that's a good girl.
Oh, well, we're home.
How does it look?
Well, it looks wonderful. Simply wonderful.
I had Mrs. Nielsen come in last Friday and give it a good cleaning.
Oh, that was very thoughtful.
I don't see anything different. Do you, Mother?
No, dear. Everything looks just the way it should.
Phew. Gosh, these coats are heavy.
Oh, Betty, you can't just dump them in a chair like that. You know where they belong.
Okay, I'll hang them up.
Just a minute, Betty. I've made a few little changes around the house. Just minor changes.
Jim?
Well, it's something I've had in mind for quite a few years. You see, the way I figure, there isn't much difference between a home and an office. So far as efficiency is concerned, anyway.
Jim, a home isn't like an office. You can't run them the same way.
Of course you can. And wait till you see what I've done. Everything's neat and tidy and orderly, the way things ought to be.
I hope you know what you're doing. All right, Betty, put the coats in the closet before they get all wrinkled.
Okie doke.
And then see what happened to Bud and Kathy.
If nothing has, do you mind if I arrange something?
Stop talking and do as you're told.
Yes, Father.
That girl can talk more and say less than any 10 people in Springfield.
Jim.
And she certainly doesn't get it from my side of the family, I'll tell you that.
Jim.
I've never heard anyone talk so much in my entire life. All the way down from Round Lake. Talk, talk, talk.
Jim. Oh, silent one.
Yeah?
Do you mind if I say something?
Of course not. You know that's a ridiculous question.
Well, I have another ridiculous question. What have you done to the house?
I've instituted a little system, that's all, and it's about time.
Mother, there aren't any hangers.
There certainly are. They're in the box.
The hangers are in a box?
That's right. There's nothing that looks sillier than a bunch of empty coat hangers. Besides, they don't do anything but catch dust.
What box?
The box under the box with the galoshes.
Jim, it's taken me 15 years to train the children to hang up their coats. And now you've hidden the hangers.
No, I haven't. I put them where they belong. It's part of the system.
You haven't rearranged the entire house that way, have you?
More or less.
Oh, Jim.
Now, don't get upset, Margaret. The least you can do is give the system a chance.
But if you aren't home, we'll never be able to find anything.
Yes, you will. I spent a whole week making a catalog. Everything is entered in its proper place. Dishes, silver, linen, everything's been put away systematically and entered in the catalog.
Jim Anderson, do you mean that in order to find a plate in the cupboard, I've got to look it up in a catalog?
That's right, under C.
C? Dishes under C?
I filed them under China.
That is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
It isn't ridiculous at all. You've been complaining for years that you haven't had enough closets. Well, when I got through rearranging things, I had 2 closets left over.
I'm not going to say a thing, not a single thing. At this moment, I don't dare.
Father, the door to the basement's locked and there isn't any key.
The key is where it belongs with all the other keys. They're all tagged, labeled, and filed very systematically.
Where?
Margaret, I wish you'd stop looking at me that way. I was merely trying to be helpful. I know it isn't easy to get used to a new system, but you will.
Say, Dad.
I want to give it to him.
Here's a letter for you, Dad.
Oh, thank you.
It was special delivery and I signed for it.
It's from the bank.
So I see. Now, where do you think a bank would be if they didn't have a system? They'd be broke in a week.
We're not running a bank.
No? Well, when some of the bills come in from the department stores... No, it's impossible.
What's the matter, Father? Is something wrong, dear?
I'm not overdrawn. How could I possibly be overdrawn?
Well, they have a system.
Margaret, this is not a joking matter. The day I left for Round Lake, just a week ago Friday, I deposited over $700. Now, how could I be overdrawn?
Maybe their system didn't work.
You're darn right it didn't work. Just as soon as I find my checkbook.
Isn't it in the desk drawer?
No, I put it someplace else.
Part of the reorganization?
Yes, I put it in a much more logical place. A very logical place. Only I can't remember exactly where.
Why don't you look it up in the catalog?
The catalog?
Well, that's where you entered everything, isn't it?
Well, you see, that's what I've been trying to tell you, Margaret. I was trying to get everything ready for you and the kids when you got home, and I had the catalog all finished and everything, but...
Jim, you didn't.
Uh-huh, I lost it.
Oh, no!
Best cup of coffee I ever tasted. Tomorrow, right at your table, you can hear that. from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there. Because the world's greatest coffee expert is your husband. Now, naturally, we think we're pretty fair experts. After all, our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But the final judge is that man of yours. And if you'll just put a cup of Maxwell House in front of him, we're mighty sure you'll hear him say, "Best coffee I ever tasted." In fact, we'll give you your money back if he doesn't. You see, no coffee's made like Maxwell House. And that's why no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. No other coffee has that famous good to the last drop flavor. Get Maxwell House tomorrow and serve it to your husband. And if he doesn't say it's the coffee for him, just return the can and unused portion to us, and we'll gladly refund the price you've paid. You'll find our address right on the front of that familiar blue tin. So tomorrow, see how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's only minutes later in the white frame house on Maple Street, and the future looks dismal and dark for the family known as Anderson. Father, with his brilliant new system, has disorganized the entire household. But it won't be for long. You know how it is with life. It's always darkest before the dawn. And though everything may seem quite grim at the moment, there's really no need to be concerned. Just hang around for a little while, and gradually things will get worse.
Mother, I can't find my skates.
They're in the basement.
But the door's locked.
I know.
Jim, the first thing we've got to do is find the keys. We can't live in a house where everything is locked up.
If I could only remember what I did with the catalog.
I'll settle for the keys. Can't you remember where you put them?
I put them in a drawer.
Which drawer?
I don't remember. Anyway, I locked the drawer, so what good would it do if I did remember?
You locked the drawer with all the keys in it?
Well, naturally. Then I put that key somewhere else.
Where?
In a towel. I think it was a towel. Maybe it was a pillowcase.
Jim.
But it's all written down in the catalog. If we can find that, there'll be nothing to worry about.
Except trying to get this house back in order again.
Margaret, there's one thing you refuse to recognize. Doing it my way, I had 2 closets left over.
And there's one thing you refuse to recognize. We have 2 trunks and 5 suitcases to unpack. How many closets do you think we'll have left over then?
Oh, I guess I forgot about that. Well, anyway, I tried.
Oh, I'm not worried about the closets. At least they're open. But all those locked drawers and missing keys, what are we going to do about them?
We'll have to make a thorough search, that's all. Bud!
He went out to get the rest of the luggage, dear.
Anytime the doorbell rings, he manages to do something else.
But you sent him for it.
Well, how did I know the bell was going to ring? Haven't even been home 15 minutes. You'd think people would have the decency to let you get your hat off before they start ringing a doorbell.
Jim, my boy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gribble. Come on in.
I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Oh, no. We were just sitting around playing a little game of button, who's got the button?
Yes. Jim, I've got news for you, the most wonderful news you've ever heard.
It wouldn't have anything to do with a catalog, would it?
What?
Well, that's sort of a key subject around here right now.
I see.
Who is it, Jim?
It's Mr. Gribble, honey.
I can't stay very long. Just stopped by on my way to the club. Saw the car in the driveway, you know. Oh, hello, Mrs. Anderson. Nice to see you back.
Oh, it's nice to be back. That is, it might be. Sometime soon.
Yes. There's no place like home, that's what I always say. The old familiar haunts with everything in its place and a place for everything.
Isn't it the truth?
Yes.
You said something about good news, J.P.
I did? Oh, yes, I did, didn't I? Jim, my boy, I've done it. Yes, sir. After 3 years, I've finally done it.
No.
Yes.
Well, that's great. What did you do?
Why, I've gotten the Springfield Athletic Club to open its membership list. Not far, mind you, just far enough to let you in. Now, what do you think of that?
The Athletic Club? Oh, that's wonderful, J.P. It really is. Isn't it, Margaret?
Oh, yes, I'm just goosebumps all over.
I'm finally going to get into the Athletic Club.
Well, I've got to get down there right away, so if you'll just let me have a check for $125.
A check?
For your application, my boy. I want to get it in before they change their minds.
You want me to give you a check?
What's the matter with you, Jim? Don't you want to join?
Oh, yes. I wanted to join for the last 5 years.
Well, then stop staring at me like a congenital moron and give me a check for $125.
A check for $125.
Mr. Gribble, we might as well tell you.
I left my checkbook at the office. That's what we wanted to say. Wasn't it, Margaret?
I guess so, dear. If that's what you say.
Well, there's nothing criminal about that.
Of course not. I'll drop by the bank first thing in the morning, and then I'll leave a check at your office. How'll that be?
Oh, that won't be necessary.
It won't be any trouble, J.P. And I don't think it's right for you to lay out all that money.
Who said anything about that? You bank with the merchants, don't you? Well, here's one of my blank checks. You can use that.
Oh. Well, is that you, Bud?
I guess so.
Well, come on in, Bud. Mr. Gribble's here.
Jim, if you'll just make out a check for $125.
I want you to meet Bud, J.P. He's a fine boy.
I met your son when he was 2 years old. Now, if you'll just make out a check.
Bud, you know Mr. Gribble, don't you?
Sure. How are you, Mr. Gribble?
I'm beginning to wonder.
Mr. Gribble's a great baseball fan, Bud. Why don't the two of you talk about baseball while I get on the phone?
I don't know one end of a baseball bat from the other. All I want... Look, I'll make out the check, and all you have to do is sign it. How will that be?
Oh, that'll be fine. Just fine.
I've got all the bags in, Dad. Now can I go see Joe?
No. I want you to stay here and, why don't you get Mr. Gribble a drink?
What kind of a drink?
Well, any kind of a drink. Water, anything. I don't care. How about a nice glass of water, J.P.?
Thank you, no.
Well, go ahead, Bud. Get Mr. Gribble a glass of water.
He doesn't want any.
We'll get it for him anyway.
Holy cow.
All right, Jim. It's made out. Now all you have to do is sign it.
Yes. Betty, Kathy, Mr. Gribble is here.
Jim, why don't you just tell him...
Betty, Kathy, can't you hear me?
What's the matter, Father?
I just told you, Mr. Gribble is here.
Good for him.
Well, don't you want to say hello?
Hello, Mr. Gribble.
Hello, Betty.
How about Kathy?
Hello, Mr. Gribble.
Hello, Kathy.
Friendly little group, aren't we?
Why don't you come down and tell Mr. Gribble all about the nice summer you had?
Jim.
Tell him all about it, one day at a time.
Jim.
We're trying to find the key.
Never mind the key.
Mother, Mrs. Nielsen didn't dust under the bed.
Never mind Mrs. Nielsen.
Jim, Mr. Gribble...
Never mind Mr. Gribble.
Where? I guess I'll be running along.
No, wait. I haven't signed the check.
Oh, you remembered that.
I'm sure Mr. Gribble...
Okay, I'll just sign it. Well, here you are, J.P., and thank you very much.
Not at all. It'll be nice having you in the club. I imagine.
I'll take you to the door.
Goodbye, Mrs. Anderson.
Goodbye, Mr. Gribble. I'm sorry everything was so upset.
That's quite all right. Quite all right. Jim, my boy.
Yes, J.P.
When you come down to the club, I take things easy for a few weeks.
Oh?
You seem to have been overdoing things a little.
I know what you mean, J.P. I'll be careful.
Yes. Well, I'll be running along.
Well, thanks again for everything.
Oh, not at all, my boy. Glad to help.
Well, I've joined something. The Athletic Club or Leavenworth. One of the two.
Jim, what on earth were you trying to do?
I don't know, Margaret. I thought if I could get Bill Morris on the phone about that deposit I made.
But why didn't you tell Mr. Gribble the truth? I'm sure he'd have understood.
I couldn't, Margaret. Would you trust all your insurance to a man who can't keep his bank account straight?
I thought the bank made the mistake.
They did.
I mean, I think they did. I don't know.
Here's the water, Dad.
What water?
You said to get a glass of water for Mr. Gribble.
Well, he's gone.
What'll I do with the water?
Drink it.
I'm not thirsty.
Then take it outside and water the lawn.
With one glass?
Jim, you're getting the boy all confused.
Well, what do you think I am? No money, no catalog, no keys. Wait a minute.
Now what?
The middle drawer in my desk, that's where I put it.
That's where you put what?
I don't know. But I distinctly remember putting something in it. The catalog, that's where it is. Come on.
Jim.
Once we get the catalog, everything will straighten out. We'll find the bank book and the keys and... Uh-oh.
Is it locked?
Yes, it's locked. Everything's locked. But don't worry, I'll fix this. Where's the letter opener?
Oh, Jim, you'll ruin the desk.
Well, I've got to get it open. Here.
Oh, your poor desk.
You see? I knew I put it someplace.
Is it the catalog?
Well, not exactly. It's the check I was supposed to deposit.
Well, that solves one mystery. But the search for the catalog goes on and on. Just goes to show you come out way ahead when you know where to find what you want. Now, when it comes to coffee, you want the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most in enjoyment. And the world's greatest coffee expert can help you find it. Just serve the number one expert, meaning that husband of yours, a cup of Maxwell House. Then when you see him smile and hear him say, "Best coffee I ever tasted," you'll know it's Maxwell House for your best money's worth. Get a familiar blue Maxwell House tin tomorrow and see what that man of yours says about its wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Then count all the cups of truly good coffee you get from that 1 pound. We think you'll be convinced you get the most for your money with Maxwell House coffee. So tomorrow, introduce the world's greatest coffee expert to coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Again, it's moments later in the white frame house on Maple Street, and only one of the Andersons' many problems has been resolved. Father, who always knows best, has taken care of the money situation, but it's Mother, the gentle soul, who takes care of the rest, like this.
Jim, we've got to go about this thing logically. Now, where were you when you finished the catalog?
In the kitchen. I wound up with the pots and pans.
Mm-hmm. And then the phone rang.
How do you know?
Well, didn't it?
Yes, but how...
Dear, whenever you lose something, the telephone has always just rung.
Well, then what happened?
It was Hector Smith, wasn't it?
Yes, but I still don't...
You and Hector made a poker date. You had to make a few notes, didn't you?
That's right. I had to put down the address and the time.
And you also put down the catalog.
Well, I couldn't write with my hands full.
Now, let's see. What handy spot would be the most illogical place for you to put it?
I put it right on the telephone table. And then it disappeared.
Betty!
Yes, Mother?
Look on top of the valance over the hall window.
Margaret, you know that's ridiculous. Who in his right mind would stick a book away on top of a window valance?
You would.
I certainly would not.
Mother?
Yes, Betty?
I found the catalog.
On top of the valance?
That's right.
Thank you, Betty.
Okey-doke.
Well, I guess everything's all straightened out now.
Not quite, dear, but it will be. As soon as we put everything back where it was in the beginning.
swell when you keep well. That's why so many folks eat Post bran flakes for breakfast every day. Every 1-ounce serving of these tasty, crisp toasted flakes provides bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. They're so good, and so good for you, too. Ask your grocer for Post 40% bran flakes. Remember, life is swell when you keep well with Post 40% bran flakes, America's favorite bran flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
If that's the game you're missing because of a mean cold, here's something you should know.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold.
Millions more take bromoquinine.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold.
Bromoquinine.
More people have taken more bromoquinine cold tablets for more complete relief than any other cold tablet ever sold. You could take aspirin or other single-action cold remedies all day and not get bromoquinine's more complete relief, even for virus colds. Bromoquinine works to relieve stuffy nose, body aches, fever, irregularity, the blues, and headache. More complete relief, because bromoquinine is the only cold tablet sold with wonder-working quinine and 5 other medicines, health fortified with vitamin C. Remember,
every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold.
Millions more take bromoquinine.
Get bromoquinine brand cold tablets.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as Father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. This, unfortunately, is the time of year when most young people become arsonists at heart. As they sleep, the gentlest smiles creep softly across their gay young faces. Smiles caused by a joyous vision, a glorious dream of the schoolhouse burning down. Yes, this is the time of year when the young ones return to their scholastic grind. And in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the morning is a hectic one indeed, like this.
Jim?
Who's in there?
Jim, your coffee's ready. Do you want it now?
I want to get into the bathroom. I have to shave. Betty?
I'm in here, Father.
Well, who's in the bathroom?
I think it's Bud.
Bud. Bud!
Did you want something, Dad?
What are you doing in there?
I'm taking a shower.
Well, why did you lock the door?
I don't have any clothes on.
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Hurry up.
Okay, Dad, I'll be right out. I dream of a genie with a light, a green hat.
He doesn't have any clothes on. Of course, everybody else takes a shower in a raccoon coat. I don't know what's gotten into that boy. Acts more like his mother's side of the family every day.
Jim, what was all that banging up there?
Oh, the same old thing. Honey, isn't there anything we can do about a schedule for the bathroom? It gets worse every morning.
I know, dear, but after all, this is a special morning. It's the first day of school, and the children are all anxious to look their best.
But I have to be in Plainfield at 9 o'clock. It's a very important deal. I told everybody last night.
Of course, dear, I know just how you feel. And you'll feel a lot better after you've had your coffee. I'll have it ready in just a minute.
You said it was ready.
It was ready, but when you didn't come down...
Look, I'd better go back upstairs and stand in line.
Jim, it will only take me a second to pour you another cup of coffee.
Well, okay. And anybody who thinks he can live in a house with one bathroom and 3 kids
Dad.
ought to have his head examined. What is it, Bud?
I'm out.
Well, it's about time. Don't let anybody else in till I get up there.
Okay.
Jim, where are you going?
I'm going to shave.
But I poured your coffee.
Sorry, honey, you'll just have to pour it back. The bathroom's clear. I may not have a chance like this for another 100 years. Hold the fort, Bud. I'm on my way.
Daddy, Bud says I can't go into the bathroom.
That's right. Thank you, Bud.
Okay, Dan.
But I have to take a shower and I have to go to school. And how can I take a shower if nobody will let me get into the bathroom?
Kathy, Daddy has to go to Plainfield. That's 28 miles away. And he has to be there at 9 o'clock.
Why?
Because I want to sell Mr. Butler some insurance. So we can get some money. So we can eat. Is that clear?
I don't know. I just want to take a shower.
Kathy, I have to shave, and I can't shave while you're taking a shower.
Why?
Because you get the mirror all steamed up. Because I want to get to Plainfield wearing both ears. And don't say why.
Why?
Why don't you go do your homework or something?
Oh, I don't have any homework. School hasn't even started yet.
Well, make some up. Bud! What happened to my shaving cream?
You want me, Dad?
No, I want my shaving cream. Where is it?
Maybe there isn't any.
I could have figured that out for myself, except that I just bought a whole tube of it. Margaret?
What shaving cream, dear?
The shaving cream I bought last night.
You didn't buy any shaving cream last night.
I most certainly did. Didn't I?
No, dear, you didn't.
Well, I should have. Bud?
Yes, Dad?
Are you dressed?
I'm tying my shoe.
Well, run down to the drugstore and get me some shaving cream like a good fellow, will you?
You bet. As soon as I finish my breakfast.
Get it for me now. You can have your breakfast later.
Holy cow, Dad. I haven't eaten since last night.
Well, another 5 minutes won't make any difference. Use the car and hurry back, please.
Okay.
What in the... Who's in there? Kathy, come out of that bathroom this instant.
I'm not in the bathroom, Daddy.
Well, who is?
I don't know.
Betty? Betty!
Did you want something, Father?
What are you doing in there?
I'm taking a shower.
Well, open the door.
Father!
Jim, you can't shave until Bud comes back anyway.
That's got nothing to do with it. I was in the bathroom first. You had no right to sneak in when my back was
Will
turned.
you please stop acting like an overgrown baby? You can have your coffee while Betty's taking her shower.
Oh, why do they have to open the schools today? 365 days in the year, and they have to pick a day when I have an appointment in Plainfield.
Dad.
There's no system in this town, that's what. They just run things to suit themselves.
Dad, the car isn't in the garage.
It what?
It isn't in the garage.
Oh, that's fine. That's just great. I'm not having enough trouble. Now somebody's stolen the car.
Jim, let's not get all upset. Maybe you didn't put the car in the garage last night.
I didn't use the car last night. I came home with Ed Davis, remember? Betty had the car all afternoon. Betty!
Yes, Father.
Where did you leave the car?
Just a minute. I'll be right out.
Bud, go downstairs and call the police.
No, Bud, wait. There must be a logical explanation to this whole thing.
Of course there's a logical explanation. Somebody stole the car.
Is anything wrong, Father?
Oh, no. Everything's just fine. Somebody stole the car, that's all.
They did? Who?
How do I know who? Where did you leave it?
In front of your office. That's what you told me to do, isn't it?
I told you to leave it in front of the office?
That's right. You said if I got through early to leave it in front of your office and come home on the bus. Then you wouldn't have to use the bus during the rush hour.
But I came home with Ed Davis.
Well, I came home on the bus.
You know, Betty, you're going to be a great comfort to me in my old age. If I live that long.
Father, I just did what you told me to.
Why didn't you tell me you left the car downtown?
You didn't ask me.
Ye gods. 17 years old and she can't tell you anything unless you ask her.
I'll be right back.
Bud, where are you going?
It's okay, Dad. I'll use my bicycle.
No, Bud, come back here, Bud!
He's gone, dear.
I don't know.
The only time that boy ever hurries is when you want him to stand still.
Well, dear, you told him to go to the drugstore.
I wanted him to go down for the car. How can I possibly get to Plainfield without a car?
You can use the bus.
Nobody asked you.
But you just said I was 17 years old
Never
and I...
mind what I just said. What's that?
What's what, dear?
That's a car. Is it in our driveway?
No, that's the Davises. I guess Ed's going to work.
Ed, that's it. Betty, hurry up and get dressed.
Well, what for?
Never mind what for. Just get dressed.
Jumping creepers.
Ed! Say, Ed!
Hiya, Jim. What's up?
Ed, I want you to do me a favor, a big favor. Will you wait until Betty gets dressed and take her down to my office?
Sure, I guess so.
She'll only be a minute.
Okay, but tell her to make it snappy.
Thanks, Ed. You're a pal. Well, that'll take care of that. Betty.
What did Ed say, dear?
He's waiting for Betty, and he'll take her downtown, and she can bring the car back.
There, you see? There was no need to get upset about the whole thing in the first place.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Betty, what are you doing?
I'm getting dressed.
Okay, look, Ed Davis is waiting to take you downtown.
Oh, he doesn't have to do that, Father. Janie Liggett's going to pick me up.
He's going to take you downtown so you can get our car and bring it back here.
But I can't, Father. I'll miss my ride to school.
I'll take you to school.
But Janie Liggett...
I don't care about Janie Liggett. This is more important.
Well, if it's so important, why don't you go downtown with Mr. Davis?
I'll tell you why. In the first place, I haven't shaved. In the second place, I haven't had my shower. And in the third place, I told you to go down in the first place. Now, hurry up and get dressed.
Oh, poo.
And don't take all day about it.
Double poo.
What was that?
I said, yes, Father.
Person gets you into a mess like this, the least they can do is get you out. If she'd used her head, the car wouldn't have been left downtown in the first place. First time in her whole life she ever got through with it early.
Jim, why don't you come downstairs with me and have your breakfast? You can save a little time that way.
No, I've got to shave and...
You can't shave until Bud gets back with the shaving cream.
Well, I can take a shower and brush my teeth and... Oh, no.
What is it, dear?
Who's in there? Who's in the bathroom?
Did you want something, Daddy?
That's a real cup of coffee. Nice words to hear at your table, aren't they? And tomorrow you can hear them from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, because that number one expert is your husband. Of course, we think we stand pretty high as experts. Our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But we know the final judge is that husband of yours. And tomorrow, if you'll pour him a cup of Maxwell House, you'll hear him say, "Now that's real coffee." We're so sure of that, we'll give you your money back if he doesn't. You see, we're mighty proud of that famous good to the last drop flavor. And we know no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House, because no other coffee's made like Maxwell House. Get a pound tomorrow. Serve it to your husband. If he doesn't say it's the best coffee he ever tasted, why, just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on the front of that familiar blue tin. Tomorrow, start serving the world's greatest coffee expert, Maxwell House Coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Cleanliness is next to godliness. That's what they say. But there are times when it can be overdone. It's a cup of coffee later in the white frame house on Maple Street, and the Andersons' bathroom is still giving a pretty fair imitation of the Grand Central Station. Father, unshowered and unshorn, is low man on the totem pole and last man into the bathroom, as usual, like this.
They ought to pass an ordinance, that's what.
What was that, dear?
I said there ought to be a law. No house can be built without 10 bathrooms.
Oh, Jim.
Well, look at the time. 8:15, and I haven't even started to shave.
It won't take long once Bud gets back. How about another cup of coffee?
Well, okay.
There you are.
Thank you. Even if Betty gets back with the car by 8:30, I won't be able to make it.
Of course you will.
How? It's 28 miles to Plainfield, and my appointment's for 9 o'clock.
Jim, I'm sure if you explain to Mr. Butler, he'll understand.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Butler, but one of my children left the car downtown, and the others wouldn't let me get into the bathroom. He'll love that.
Hey, Dad.
Well, it's about time. We're in here, Bud.
Boy, did I ever have a time. You know what happened?
Never mind what happened. Where's the shaving cream?
Right here. Gosh, it was awful. You know what happened?
All I want is the shaving cream. What took you so long?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You know what happened? Mr. Crandall wasn't open yet, and I had to find a drugstore that stayed open all night. And then when I found it, I didn't have enough money for the large economy size, and then he couldn't find the small uneconomy size. And he tried to sell me that smelly kind that you don't like. But I said, oh, no. And he said...
Bud. Give it to me.
What?
The shaving cream. Let me have it.
Oh, it was 35 cents, Dad.
I know how much it was. Hand it over.
Well, my allowance is only $1.25, and I spent 60 cents last night, and there's a whole week to go.
Bud, will you let go of the shaving cream?
I know you don't mean to forget things like that, Dad, but last year when I laid out 15 cents for the pipe cleaners...
I paid you for the pipe cleaners.
No, you didn't, Dad.
As a matter of fact, I think I paid you twice.
Well, anyway, it was only 15 cents, but this is 35 cents.
Bud, let go.
That's practically half $1.
I said let go.
And I only get $1.25.
Bud, you're squashing it.
So why don't you just give me the 35 cents?
Because I don't carry money in my pajamas, that's why. Now let go.
Bud, I'll give you the 35 cents.
You will?
Yes.
Oh. Well, here you are, Dad.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's okay, Dad. I was glad to help.
Yes, I can see that.
All right, Bud, sit down and I'll get your breakfast.
Oh, gosh, you can understand how I feel, can't you, Mom?
Yes, dear.
It isn't as if I didn't trust him, but look what happened when I bought the pipe cleaner.
Pipe cleaners. My own son. You think I was trying to cheat him out of 35 cents? Where did he get the 35 cents in the first place? And look at it. If that isn't the messiest looking tube of shaving cream, got it all squeezed out of shape. Spend your whole life trying to make things easy for your family. Ye gods. Kathy! Kathy! Aren't you out of there yet?
I'm brushing my teeth.
What?
I'm brushing my teeth.
You've been in there long enough to grow new ones. Now come on out.
But I have to brush my teeth.
You can brush them later. Open the door.
Daddy, I have to brush my teeth. If I don't, I'll have to do it afterwards, and then I'll be late for school.
I'll take you to school. Just let me get in there.
I wasn't late for school even once last year. And this year, if I'm late the very first day...
You won't be late, Kathy. I promise you. Now, please, let me get through.
Gee whiz. Just because I'm the littlest one in the family, everybody thinks I don't have any feelings. And I do. I've got as many feelings as anybody.
Fine. I'll tell him when he comes in.
You'll tell who?
What?
Who will you tell when he comes in?
When who comes in?
I don't know.
Well, stop talking about people you don't know. May I please shave?
He said, I'll tell him when he comes in. And I said, who? And he said, Jim.
Ye gods, now what? What is it, Margaret?
Betty's on the phone.
Well, tell her to hurry up.
She wants to talk to you.
Oh, my aching back. I'll be right down, Margaret. Kathy, don't ever get married. And if you do get married, don't have any children. And if you do have any children, don't try to shave. Grow a beard.
Daddy, is it all right if I brush my teeth now?
No, stay out of the bathroom.
Gee whiz.
Betty, why aren't you back here?
Is that you, Father?
Of course not. This is Admiral Byrd, and I'm speaking from the South Pole. Where are you?
I'm downtown.
That's nice. Are you having a good time?
Father, the car's been stolen.
Well, stop fooling around down there and... It what?
It isn't where I left it. There's another car there, and the man at the filling station said he
Betty.
saw somebody fiddling around with it this morning.
Betty.
And I guess they found the place under the mat where we hide the keys. because-
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Go over to the police headquarters. Give them a full description of the car. Make, model, color, license number. Have you got that?
I guess so.
Tell them I'll be in later in the morning to make a full insurance report. Is that clear?
Well, there's only one thing I don't understand.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do about my breakfast?
Betty,
Yes, Father?
eat it.
Oh? Okay.
And Betty,
Don't worry, Father. I'll take care of everything.
Good.
Right after breakfast.
Betty! Betty! Oh, fine. It's a conspiracy, that's what it is. The whole thing is a plot to keep me from getting to Plainfield. Well, that's fine. That's just great.
What did Betty want, dear? Is anything wrong?
No, everything's wonderful. This time somebody really stole the car, that's all.
Oh, Jim.
I'm up to my neck in appointments, the busiest time of the whole year. A thing like this has to happen to me. Sure, naturally, they'd have to be busy. They'll probably be busy all day.
Who, dear?
George Phillips. If I can borrow his car, I can still get to Plainfield in time. But...
Jim, I wouldn't count on that. George may need the car himself. Why don't you just call Mr. Butler?
Because it took me 2 months to set up this appointment, and I don't intend to lose it. And if George Phillips can't do a little thing like lend me his car, well, it's just too bad, that's all.
All right, dear. I suppose you know best.
Bud!
You want me, Dad?
Now, whatever gave you that idea?
You said Bud.
And you figured the rest of it out all by yourself. Isn't that wonderful?
Now, what did I do?
Go across the street and ask Mr. Phillips if I can use his car.
What for?
I've taken a contract to fill in the Grand Canyon, and I want to use the Phillips car for a dump truck.
What?
Oh, stop asking so many silly questions and do as you're told.
But all I said was...
Bud, do as your father tells you.
Holy cow. Ask a perfectly simple question and everybody jumps down your neck. Get a bunch of double talk about filling in the Grand Canyon.
Jim, I don't think you were very nice to Bud.
Well, I haven't got time to be nice. I got to get a car. I've got to get to Plainfield. Margaret.
Yes, dear.
I'm going upstairs to shave. Will you call Hector Smith and ask if I can borrow his car? I'll have it back at 12 o'clock at the latest.
All right.
And explain that it's an emergency. Tell him it's practically a matter of life and death.
Yes, dear, I'll tell him.
Oh, I've never seen a morning like this in my whole life. Everything has to go wrong. I don't even know why I bothered to get out of bed.
Hello, Elizabeth?
No. Kathy, are you in there again?
I'll be right out, Daddy.
I told you not to go back in, didn't I?
But you were on the phone and I had to wash my knees.
You just took a shower. Everybody in the world's been taking a shower.
I forgot to scrub my knees, and I couldn't go to school the very first day if I didn't scrub my knees, could I?
All right, Kathy, just let me in there.
Don't they look better now, Daddy?
They're gorgeous. Now, may I please get into the bathroom?
Jim?
Oh. What is it, dear?
Elizabeth says she's awfully sorry, but Hector ran into the back of a truck and their car won't be out of the garage until Friday.
That's great. Good old Hector. Good old reliable Hector.
Do you want me to call the Hathaways? They have an extra little car.
Dad.
What did they say, Bud?
Mr. Phillips had to go downtown early, and he took the car with him.
Oh, fine.
And Mrs. Phillips says she doesn't think Mr. Phillips would let you take it to the Grand Canyon anyway on account of one of the windshield wipers doesn't...
Well, that makes as much sense as anything else that's happened today.
Daddy, you said you were going to take me to school.
Kathy, this is no time to annoy your father.
But he said...
It's all right, Margaret. I don't care. The way things have been going this morning, my mind is absolutely numb anyway.
Dad.
2 months. 2 whole months getting Butler lined up for the kill, and then a thing like this has to happen.
Dad.
Fine bunch of friends we have. The windshield wiper doesn't work. Hector ran into the back of a truck.
Dad.
Jim, I'm sure he didn't do it intentionally.
No, but if he wanted to borrow a car, you can bet your bottom dollar there'd be nothing the matter with ours.
Dad.
But don't you ever keep still?
I want to ask you something.
Well, go ahead. Don't just stand there.
Why don't you use our car?
But...
Just a minute, Margaret. I'll be glad to tell him. It seems, Bud, that you have a sister who hasn't sense enough to come in out of the rain.
I didn't do anything.
She left the car downtown with the keys under the mat.
Oh, that one.
And as a result, we don't have a car.
Sure we do.
Bud, the car has been stolen.
No, it hasn't, Dad. It's out in front of the house. I went downtown and got it.
Oh, no!
So the car has been sitting right out in front of the house. Seems like when you want something, it pays to look for it where it ought to be. Certainly that's true in buying coffee. You want the most for your money, the most in flavor and enjoyment. And as the world's greatest coffee expert will tell you, you'll find it right in the coffee famous for flavor above all others, our Maxwell House coffee. Sure, just pour a cup of Maxwell House for that husband of yours. He's the #1 expert. And when he says, that's my kind of coffee, you'll know Maxwell House is your kind of coffee, too. Your best coffee buy. Find out tomorrow. Start serving your husband Maxwell House. And count how many truly good cups of coffee you get from just one of those familiar blue tins. We think you'll find it gives you the most for your money. So tomorrow, see how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
A mere 15 minutes have gone by, but things in Springfield are pretty much under control, so far as Jim Anderson is concerned at any rate. With his hands firmly on the steering wheel of his car, only 2 things remain between Father and his business appointment. Kathy's delivery to school and a 28-mile drive to Plainfield. He'll be a little late, but he isn't too worried. As a matter of fact, he isn't worried at all. Like this.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy.
why does everybody have to go to school? Is it that important?
Of course it's important. It's practically the most important thing in your whole life.
Why?
Because, Kathy, if you don't go to school, you don't learn anything. And if you don't learn anything, you aren't prepared for the problems you meet later in life.
What kind of problems?
Oh, all kinds of problems. Like how to answer the questions your children keep throwing at you. Things like that. It's very important.
Daddy,
Now what?
why is everybody so worried about the schools in Springfield?
Well, they aren't worried, Kathy. Not if they're sound, public-spirited citizens. They realize that worrying doesn't do any good. It's action that counts. They know that better schools make better communities, and good citizens everywhere are helping to make our school system the finest in the world. That's pretty hard to do.
Why?
Well, it's on account of the last war, honey. During the war, we couldn't build enough schools or train enough teachers. So now we have overcrowded classrooms and a shortage of qualified instructors for the lower grades.
What's that?
Teachers.
Oh.
Yes, sir. If more young men and women would train to teach in the elementary schools, they'd find a wonderful career ahead of them. And they'd be helping to build a better country for all of us at the same time.
They would?
They certainly would.
Well, then I changed my mind. When I grow up, I'm going to be a teacher. And somebody else can be a lady wrestler.
That's a very good idea. Ye God, now what did I do?
He wants you to pull over to the curb.
I know what he wants. I wasn't going too fast, was I?
I don't know.
I was going 25 miles an hour. Remember that.
All right, Daddy.
And the light was green, wasn't it?
Yes, Daddy.
It certainly was. Hello, officer. Anything I can do for you?
There may be 1 or 2 little things. May I see your driver's license, please?
Of course. Carry it right here in my wallet. And right here in the... Officer, I was in such a hurry this morning that I left my wallet on the dresser. But I can assure you that I've been driving in Springfield...
Could I see your registration certificate? Or would that happen to be at home on the piano?
Officer, I have to be in Plainfield as close to 9 o'clock as I can make it. And ever since I got up this morning...
Just follow me, if you don't mind.
But, officer, if I don't get to Follow you? Where?
We'll take a little trip down to the station house. And let's not try any tricks.
Look, this is my daughter, and she'll tell you...
We were going 25 miles an hour, and the light was green.
That may be so, little lady. It may be so. But I just got a call from headquarters, and you're riding in a stolen car.
Oh, no!
Life is swell when you keep well. And Post 40% Bran Flakes is the wonderful breakfast cereal that gives you 3 extra Keep Fit benefits. 1, bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. 2, whole wheat values of these essential B vitamins, thiamine and niacin. 3, a good source of these important minerals, phosphorus and iron. All that and delicious flavor, too. Try Post 40% Bran Flakes, America's favorite Bran Flakes. Remember, life is swell when you keep well. Try Post 40% Bran Flakes, America's favorite Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
On every street in every city, there are cars right now that need Johnson's Car New. Cars that look dull and dingy because their owners still think it's expensive or hard work to clean and wax polish them. Now, before Johnson Chemists developed the sensational Car New, this was true. But today, with Car New, you can both clean and wax polish your car in one easy operation. 2 jobs at one and the same time, in half the time it used to take. Every housewife knows how Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat has taken the labor out of floor polishing. And soon, every car owner will know how Car New has taken both the hard work and the high cost out of car polishing. Car New is a liquid. You simply apply it with a cloth, massaging the finish gently. It dries to a white powder. Wipe off the powder, and you'll say with thousands of other car owners from coast to coast, your car looks like new when you use Car New. Buy a can right away from your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. When you get right down to it, life today can be pretty complicated. You can't simplify things the way Cervantes did when he wrote, "There's a time for some things and a time for all things, a time for great things and a time for small things." If you wrote a thing like that today, you know what they'd say? They'd say, "What kind of time? Daylight saving or standard?" See what I mean? Life has become very confusing. And in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons will probably confuse it still further, like this.
I don't know what's gotten into me lately. I keep yawning all the time.
Yes, dear.
Guess I must be getting old.
Yes, dear.
Well, you don't have to agree with me. Margaret.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I guess I wasn't listening. I was just reading. Jim, you're not going to spread those maps all over the floor again.
Why not?
Because you disrupt the entire household. That's why not. And furthermore...
Dad. Just a second, honey. What is it, Bud?
Is it all right if I wear your blue denim shirt?
No, it isn't all right. Use your own.
Good, Josh.
What were you saying, dear?
I was saying, why can't you listen to a news broadcast like anyone else? You don't see other people spreading maps all over the floor.
For your information, my pet, General MacArthur would rather be caught dead than listen to a news broadcast without his maps.
Well, if it makes you and General MacArthur happy by...
Dad.
Oh, what is it, Bud?
It's in the wash.
What is?
My denim shirt. And the pants, too.
Well, then wear something else.
But I've got the denim pants on.
What denim pants?
Yours.
Bud!
Jim, he's going on a hayride, and I didn't want him to wear any of his good clothes, and I knew you wouldn't mind.
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Take the denim shirt.
Thanks, Dad. You're a pal.
And Margaret.
Yes, dear.
In the future, please let me handle the trouser concession.
All right, dear.
Gotten so a man can't call his pants his own. Anytime I want to wear something, Bud has it on.
Jim, you've done nothing but yawn ever since you got home. Why don't you go to bed?
I'm going to bed right after the news broadcast. And I'd give $10 to be able to sleep until noon.
Well, tomorrow's Sunday. Why don't you?
Golf, 8 o'clock.
Oh, Jim.
Hi, Terence. What cooks for the do and don't department?
The what?
Never mind, Margaret. She just came in on a flying saucer. We're not supposed to understand.
Father.
Don't pay any attention to her, and she'll probably dissolve into thin air.
What is it, Betty? I thought you had a date with Dick Andrews.
Oh, there's lots of time. Look, which nail polish do you like best?
If that isn't a weird setup.
Betty, you aren't going out that way, are you?
With 8 different shades of nail polish? Of course not. But which one do you like best?
The one you've got on your thumbs.
I don't have any on my thumbs.
That's the one I like best.
Mother.
They all look very nice, dear. And I really think you ought to get dressed.
Oh, pretty soon. I was just thinking about the piece of apple pie that was left over from dinner.
Well, it's in the icebox.
It won't be for long. Creepers, if somebody only tell me which shade they like best, I wouldn't have all this trouble.
Oh, good grief. Anytime I decide to go to bed early...
I'll get it.
Bud, can't you learn to walk down the stairs? One of these days, the whole house is going to collapse.
Did you want me, Dad?
No, just answer the door.
That's what I was going to do.
Well, go ahead.
Didn't you want something?
I want you to see who rang the doorbell.
I heard you call me, and I thought you wanted something.
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Please, answer the door.
You bet, Dad, right away.
I think he lies in bed at night trying to figure out ways to torment me.
No, dear, you're just tired, and after you've had a good night's rest, everything will seem much brighter.
Well, I hope you're right. And I don't care who it is, Margaret. I'm not going to stay up after 10 o'clock.
No, dear, but we can't be rude, can we?
Maybe you can't, but I can. 10 o'clock is my limit. Who is it, Bud?
It was Willie Freehopper, and boy, did he ever look funny. His hat was way down over his ears, and he said he couldn't help it because that was the only size they had. But if they can't get one to fit him, he's going to stuff it full of newspaper, and then he thinks it'll fit better.
What did he want?
Oh, he brought a telegram. Here you are, Dad.
Just any time at all. We'll be fine.
You should have seen him, Mom. He had this Western Union hat on, and you could hardly see his face. And he had to hold his head way back like this.
No!
Yes, he did, Dad. You see, he had the hat way in the back.
She can't come. Not again.
Jim, it isn't your Aunt Martha.
It certainly is my Aunt Martha.
Oh.
Look at it. Arrive Sunday, be at depot with children, 8 o'clock, Aunt Martha. Didn't even say love. And it's only 9 words. It wouldn't have cost her anything.
Jim.
Just a minute, honey. Bud, aren't you supposed to go on a hayride?
Sure.
Well, go ahead.
I don't have to leave for 10 minutes.
Dear, your father and I have something to discuss.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking. Remember the piece of apple pie that was left over from dinner?
Betty thought of it first.
What?
She's in the kitchen with it now.
She had 2 pieces for dinner. Betty, wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
Jim, why doesn't your Aunt Martha ever give us more notice?
I don't know, honey.
Now I've got to work all night to tidy up the house.
Oh, it looks fine, just the way it is.
It doesn't at all, and you know how fussy she is.
Sure, she's afraid she might get a little dust on one of her $1,000 bills. The old crab.
Jim?
Free room and board at the Andersons. No wonder she's rich. She never spends anything.
Jim, Kathy's coming.
Old buzzard. A fine Sunday I'm going to have.
Kathy, where on earth have you been?
In the kitchen. I was watching Betty make a sandwich.
A sandwich? What happened to the pie?
I ate it.
Why aren't you in bed?
It isn't time.
It certainly is time. It's almost 9 o'clock.
It isn't even 8 o'clock.
Kathy, stop arguing with me and go to bed.
But you said I could stay up until 8:30.
Well, look at the hall clock. It's almost 9.
Oh, no, dear. It isn't quite 5 minutes of 8. And besides...
Oh, I guess I forgot to tell you. I turned all the clocks back.
You did?
Jim, whatever on earth for?
Because tomorrow is the last Sunday in September. We go back to standard time at 2 o'clock. And I certainly don't intend to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to fix a bunch of clocks.
Jim, you aren't supposed to turn the clocks back. You're supposed to turn them ahead.
Margaret, the principle of daylight saving is to save daylight, right?
Well, yes.
So you turn the clocks back in September and gain the hour you lost in April. That's simple enough, isn't it?
If you turn them back, dear, how can you gain anything?
You gain the hour you lost because you get it over again. You have the same hour twice.
You can't gain anything by going backward. You have to go forward.
Not with clocks, you don't. You turn them back.
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
You turned them back in April.
I did not turn them back in April. I turned them ahead.
Jim, you said in April that we gained an hour of daylight.
That's right, because it stayed early later. I mean, it got later early. Margaret, the sun stayed up longer.
Why?
Because it got late later.
Kathy, I think you'd better go to bed.
But Daddy said we lost an hour in April, and he turned the clocks backwards. Now we ought to turn them frontwards.
Kathleen, no matter what I did in April, tomorrow we do not turn the clocks ahead.
No?
No.
I already did.
Kathy.
Jim, she was only doing what she thought was right.
Well, she had no business doing anything. If you don't understand the principle of daylight saving, you don't move the clocks around.
But Mommy said...
Never mind what Mommy said. You didn't see her changing the clocks, did you?
No.
Jim.
Yes?
I moved them ahead, too. I'm sure that's what you're supposed to do. The paper said you gained an hour.
You gain an hour by turning the clocks back.
Well, what time is it?
How do I know the way everybody gets the clocks all messed up? Betty?
Yes, Father?
What time does it say on the kitchen clock?
4:45.
Well, that's a great help.
What's all the fuss about, Dad?
Oh, nothing at all. It's just that people shouldn't mess around with things they don't understand.
Daddy's mad because I moved the clocks ahead.
It's perfectly all right, dear. You meant well.
I didn't know I was going to get everything mixed up.
You don't have to worry, Dad. Kathy didn't spoil anything.
What do you mean?
Well, she told me she turned the clocks ahead, so I turned them back.
Bud, you moron!
What?
You didn't turn them back. You couldn't.
Why couldn't I?
Because I turned them back, too.
Oh, Betty.
Well, I thought I was just making it the right time.
Jim, where are you going?
I'm going to find out what time it is. You've got the clocks in this house so mixed up, we can't tell if it's Wednesday or Friday.
Daddy, it's Saturday.
Thank you very much.
At the tone, the time will be 8:58 and 40 seconds.
There, now we know. From now on, please leave the clocks alone.
What time is it, dear?
What she said, 8:50, 1 minute to 9.
9?
To 9?
Gosh, I ought to be in bed. Good night, everybody.
Oh, Mother, I'm half an hour late now, and I've got on 8 shades of nail polish. What am I going to do?
Holy cow, I missed the whole hayride.
Betty, stop moaning. Get dressed and go.
But my nails.
They'll never notice the nails.
I'm ruined. My whole life is ruined.
Good night, everybody.
The last hayride of the year, and I missed it.
Maybe they waited for you, Bud.
They couldn't. There was a rule. No waiting for anybody.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I made up the rule.
Daddy!
You know, this whole thing is very interesting. It merely proves what I've been telling you for years. If you don't understand something, leave it alone. You see what happened? Betty's late for her date. Bud missed his hayride.
And what time was your broadcast, dear?
8 o'clock. Oh, my gosh.
Daddy!
Not now, please, Kathy. Everybody be quiet.
And so we bring to a close this full hour of news broadcasting from around the world. Tune in again.
Oh, Jim, dear.
What was it you wanted to say, Kathy?
Good night, everybody.
Another cup of coffee, please. It's the best I ever tasted. Tomorrow you can hear that from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there at your table. Because the world's greatest coffee expert is your husband. Of course, we rate ourselves pretty high as experts. Our Maxwell House coffee has long been America's favorite brand. But we know the final judge is that man of yours. And if you pour him a cup of Maxwell House, we're pretty certain he'll say, best coffee I ever tasted. In fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. You see, we know no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House, because no other coffee's made like Maxwell House. Get a pound tomorrow. Start serving your husband the coffee with that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. If he doesn't tell you it's his number one choice, why, you send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on the front of every one of those familiar blue tins. Put it up to the world's greatest coffee expert tomorrow. Give him Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Westerner for Plainfield, Roxville, Middletown, Pittsfield, Madison, and Klamath Junction on track 4.
All right, Bud, let's watch where we're going.
What?
You're bumping into everybody.
Pardon me.
Betty, hold your brother's eyes open.
I'll hold them open, Daddy.
You should have seen them stare at me, Father. You'd have thought I was a freak or something, just because my nails didn't match.
Pardon me.
Fine telegram. Doesn't say what train she's coming on or where she's leaving from. Just be there at 8 o'clock.
Daddy, I can't reach his eyes. Shall I stick him with a pin?
Never mind, Kathy. Skip the whole thing.
Gee whiz.
Pardon me.
All right, Bud, that's enough. Let's wake up. Bud.
Why don't we just prop him up against a post and pretend we don't know him?
He'll come to in a little while. Bud? Bud!
Breakfast.
What?
All right, now stay awake.
Somebody said breakfast.
They did? Well, whoever could it have been?
Hey, we're at the station. How do we get down here?
We'll draw you a diagram as soon as we find Aunt Martha. What happened to the information booth?
It's in back of the magazine stand.
Where'd they move the magazine stand?
Well, it's right over there, Daddy. See?
Stick everything into a corner where you can't see it. Come on, Bud. This is no time to sit down.
People get arrested for yelling fire when there isn't any fire. Why should she yell breakfast when there isn't any breakfast?
It was a joke, Dopey.
Some joke.
Well, it woke you up.
I was waking up anyway. You didn't have to yell breakfast.
And Cornelia said,
These are my jewels, my children.
What?
Never mind, I was just mumbling.
Here's the information booth, Daddy.
Thank you, Kathy. You're a great help.
I am?
You certainly are.
Boy, is this a mixed-up morning.
I beg your pardon. We have a wire from an aunt of mine telling us to meet her here at 8 o'clock, and we don't know exactly where she's coming from. So could you give us any information about any train that's supposed to arrive here anywhere in the neighborhood of that time? I said we have a wire from an aunt of mine.
What do you mean you don't know where she's coming from?
Well, my aunt was staying with my cousins in Bedford. That's where the wire came from, and there isn't any train in Bedford.
So?
Well, Bedford's halfway between Lancaster and New Canaan, and there's a station in Lancaster on the Lackawanna and St. Paul, and a station in New Canaan on the Springfield and Northern...
Wait a minute. This is the information desk. I'm supposed to be telling you.
Well, let's not stand on ceremonies. Is there a train from either place at 8 o'clock?
Which 8 o'clock? Eastern, Central, Mountain, or Pacific Coast?
Suppose we try Central.
Oh, let me see. Nope. No train at 8 o'clock.
How about Eastern?
Eastern, Britain, Oh, here we are. New Canaan.
8 o'clock?
11:30.
Look, is there any train due in here at 8 o'clock?
A.M. or P.M.?
I don't know. She just said to meet her at 8 o'clock.
Well, wait till I get my book. I'll look it up.
You do that.
Father, Bud's asleep again.
Let him sleep. One of us might as well be having a good time. Where's Kathy?
Oh, I don't know. Kathy!
All you have to do is leave her alone for 10 seconds. Kathy!
She was standing right next to me a minute ago.
Well, see if you can find her before she breaks one of the locomotives. Bud. We've lost Kathy.
Good.
Bud.
Do you want me to say it again?
No, just go find your sister.
Okay. Kathy!
Attention, please. This is your last call for the New Westerner, leaving on track 4 for Plainfield, Rockville, Middletown, Pittsfield, Madison, and Klamath Junction. The dining car is forward and is now open for breakfast.
What?
Bud, we can't find Kathy.
Somebody said breakfast.
We'll all have breakfast in a few minutes. Why don't you go look for Kathy?
Where'd she go?
We don't know where she went. Just look for her.
Holy cow. Wake you up in the middle of the night and then you can't even have your breakfast.
Well, I got all the information for you on that 8 o'clock train.
Fine.
There isn't any.
But there must be. She said to meet her at 8 o'clock.
We got one at 7:45.
Well, that's close enough. Which one is it?
It don't run on Sunday.
I have a telegram right here in my pocket. I'll show it to you.
Were you calling me, Daddy?
Where have you been?
I was looking at the comics.
Well, where are they?
On the magazine stand.
Oh, those comics. What happened to Betty and Bud?
I don't know. Did they get lost?
They're looking for you.
But I'm here.
See that you stay here. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess we're a little confused this morning.
You're a little confused. People come up and they don't know where they're going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, Eastern, Central. How am I supposed to figure it out? Some of them don't even know where the people are coming from.
That's me.
Oh. Well, now what are we supposed to do?
Shall we dance?
Father!
All right, Betty, I found her.
I wasn't lost.
Oh, Father, the most horrible thing just happened.
You found Aunt Martha.
I got a run in my stocking. I can't walk around here like this. Look at it.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
There's a big cafeteria over at the other end, and you can get all kinds of breakfast.
Later, Bud, later.
For only 85 cents, you can get eggs and cereal and milk.
I said later.
And everything.
Look, miss, I want you to read the telegram for yourself.
Arrive Sunday, be at depot with children at 8 o'clock. Now, what could be clearer than that?
What depot?
This depot. How many depots are there in Springfield?
Train depot, freight depot, bus depot.
Bus depot? Oh, no.
Is something wrong, Daddy?
She probably came in on a bus. Is there a bus from Bedford at 8 o'clock?
Mister, I got enough trouble keeping track of the train.
Betty, what time is it?
8:15.
Oh, the poor thing. She's probably sitting in the bus depot worrying about us. We'd better get right over there.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. There's a 7 o'clock train from New Canaan. Maybe that's the one she meant.
She said 8 o'clock.
It never gets in until 8.
Well, where is it?
It won't be in until 9.
Oh, my aching back. Now what do we do?
Well, why don't we split up, Father? You go to the bus depot and we'll stay here.
All right.
Why don't I go home?
You're going to stay here and meet Aunt Martha, all of you.
But maybe she got tired of waiting and took a cab.
That's got nothing to do with it. I'm going to the bus depot and you're going to stay here.
Father, what if she did take a cab?
With her own money? Don't be ridiculous.
Daddy.
And I don't want any trouble with you.
I didn't do anything. I was just thinking.
Me too.
Why don't you call Mommy and tell her what happened?
What?
And then if Aunt Martha calls, she can tell her not to worry.
Say, that's a very good idea. Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Well, we'll call your mother and get her straightened out, and then I'll take off at the bus depot.
The phone's right here, Daddy.
Thank you, Kathy. I don't know what I'd have done without you today.
Father.
What is it, Betty?
Do we all have to stay here? I mean, couldn't you take Kathy with you?
I'll be glad to take her with me. She's a joy and a pleasure compared with some of my numbskull children.
What did we do?
Hello?
Oh, Margaret, this is Jim.
Oh, Jim, I've been trying to reach you all over town.
Honey, if Aunt Martha calls, tell her I'm on my way over to the bus depot.
Jim.
And I'm leaving the kids at the station in case she's on the 7 o'clock train.
Jim.
And no matter what she says, tell her she's not to worry.
Jim.
Margaret, I haven't got time to talk.
Jim, will you please listen to me?
Yes, dear. What is it?
Right after you left, we got another telegram from Aunt Martha. She isn't coming.
Oh, no.
Every time you buy coffee, you certainly want to get the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most truly good cups of coffee from every pound. And you can get some real help finding that from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am. Just serve up a cup of Maxwell House to that husband of yours. He's the #1 expert. And when you hear him say, "That's the coffee for me," you'll know Maxwell House is the coffee for you, too. Your coffee buy. Bring home a familiar blue Maxwell House tin tomorrow. See how much your coffee expert husband enjoys every cupful. And count how many truly good cups of coffee you get in that 1 pound. We're mighty sure you'll find it's Maxwell House coffee that gives you the most for your money. Because it's always good to the last drop.
It's an ill wind that blows no good, and civilization goes forward on a succession of disasters, such as those which constantly befall the Andersons. Take the sad events of the past weekend. They had their effect on the progress of man in a great many ways. For example, in the arts.
I'm a success, Mother. I'm a success.
Oh?
I'm the biggest thing in Springfield since Hattie Carnegie.
Betty, will you please stand still?
Do you know what happened in school today? Every girl on the campus was wearing 8 shades of nail polish.
The sciences.
Did you know that the roost toxicodendron emits a glucoside that causes violent itching even after it's all dried up?
Roost what?
Poison ivy.
What about it?
It was mixed up with the hay, and everybody who went on the ride is sick in bed.
And general education.
I was the only one in the whole class who knew about daylight saving.
Well, that's fine, dear.
And next April, when the clocks go back...
Kathy, they don't go back in April. They go ahead.
Oh, I know. I mean, when they go back on daylight saving.
Well, what about it?
Well, I'll just know why. That's all.
Good.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret.
I understand all about the clocks and why you turn them back.
Yes?
But I certainly think someone ought to tell the newspapers.
What?
Well, they're the ones who get everybody confused. If they just said we lose an hour, then naturally we turn the clocks back.
But we don't lose an hour. We gain an hour.
If you turn the clocks back...
Margaret, you get the hour over again. That's why they say you gain an hour. If it's 8 o'clock and you turn your watch back to 7 o'clock, then you've got 60 whole minutes to live over again. If you turn them ahead, you skip an hour and you lose it. That's why the newspapers say...
Life is swell when you keep well. And what better way to help keep well than with Post 40% Bran Flakes, America's favorite bran flakes. Post Bran Flakes provide bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet, plus important vitamins and minerals. And you'll love the delicious flavor of Post Bran Flakes. Serve them for breakfast tomorrow. Remember, life is swell when you keep well. Try Post 40% Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Hey, where do you live now, Flo?
I live in Idaho.
And what do you eat now, Flo?
Eat? I eat Jell-O.
Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Jell-O, 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 Jell-O. Jell-O.
Be sure to listen next week when our guest will be Bing Crosby. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as Father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Slap a bunch of poets together, and at least one thing is bound to emerge: a new definition of love. In one of his flossier moments, Shakespeare wrote, "Love is a smoke raised with the fume of sighs," which is very nice if you go in for that sort of thing. The Messrs. Thurber and White, on the other hand, viewed the emotion with a more practical eye. Love, they said, is the strange bewilderment which overtakes one person on account of another person. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons probably have ideas of their own on this ethereal subject. Like this.
I think I'll have a little more rice. Would you mind passing it, Betty?
Yes, Father.
Jim.
Honey, let's not start that business about rice being fattening. It isn't.
Well, you were the one who said that your waist...
Margaret, rice is not fattening. It's the stuff you put on it. Like butter. You put butter on anything, it's fattening. But have you ever seen me put butter on my rice?
No, dear.
You're darn right you haven't. Kathy, please pass the gravy.
Here you are, Daddy.
Now that you mention it, what's wrong with my waistline? I haven't gained a pound in 20 years.
What was that?
Well, maybe 2 pounds.
Daddy, look at Bud.
Why? I've been looking at him for 15 years.
He isn't eating his dinner.
Well, maybe he's got problems. Bud? Bud?
Yes, dear.
Dear? Bud, what's the matter with you?
Jim, maybe he doesn't feel well.
He's in love.
Kathy, mind your own affairs and eat your dinner.
Well, he is.
Bud, do you feel all right? Bud!
I'll answer.
Sit down.
Don't you want me to answer the phone?
It didn't ring. Will you please sit down?
Something rang. I can still hear it. Kind of like bells.
Jim, I think he is ill.
He's in love. Love. Huh.
Bud, if you don't feel well, go to your room. If you do feel well, eat your dinner.
Maybe it's the doorbell.
I didn't hear anything.
Bud.
I just heard it again.
Jim, something is wrong. I don't like the look in his eyes.
You know, for the first time in her life, Kathy may be right. Look at that idiotic grin.
On me?
On your brother. He looks like a cross between Boris Karloff and a contented cow. All right, Bud. Let's stop all this ridiculous moaning and groaning. What's wrong?
Dad.
Yes?
Have you ever been in love?
Why, Bud.
I mean, really in love. With a girl.
Well, your mother wasn't exactly a rhinoceros.
You ought to see her eyes, Dad. They're blue. The bluest eyes you ever saw. Both of them.
Only has 2, huh?
And hair. The most beautiful hair. Like the sun shining on the home plate.
Bud, is this a girl or a double-header between the Yanks and Cleveland?
It's a girl. The most wonderful girl in the whole world.
Fine. Now eat your dinner.
Food? How can you think of food at a time like this? I don't think I'll ever eat again. Not ever.
I remember when I first met your mother. I went through the same thing. People thought I was going to starve to death.
And did you?
No, I managed to pull through.
Daddy.
Yes, Kathy?
How long didn't you eat?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I know I missed practically one entire lunch.
Jim.
Dad.
What is it, lock and bar?
Who?
What do you want?
When you and Mom fell in love, what'd you do?
Don't you think you're getting a little nosy?
No, I mean, how did you know you were in love? How often did you see one another?
Oh, a few times a week, something like that.
Jim, you were there every night and you know it.
Margaret, you're being absolutely no help at all. Bud isn't serious about this girl, are you, Bud?
Boy, am I.
I mean, he isn't thinking about marriage or anything ridiculous like that, are you?
What is ridiculous about marriage?
Margaret, he's 15 years old.
Oh, I don't mean for Bud.
Well, we weren't talking about Errol Flynn.
Naturally, Bud isn't going to do anything foolish. Not yet, at any rate.
Of course not. When he gets a little older, that'll be time enough for him to do something foolish.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. Bud is a sensible boy, aren't you, dear?
Sure.
And he knows that he's much too young. He has a lot of time for girls, haven't you, dear?
Boy, have I.
Bud, let's look at this thing in a more practical manner. You know, going out with girls can be kind of expensive.
Flowers, candy, movies.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about, Dad. You see, I only get $1.25 a week.
Yes?
How can you take a girl out on $1.25 a week?
You can't.
Well, that's why I was thinking...
But if you're really sincere about this girl, if you think your life and happiness depend on her, well, do what I did. Go sit on her front porch.
Gosh, what kind of fun can you have on a front porch?
Oh, don't be stupid.
Jim.
But when I was courting your mother, all we did was sit on her front porch. Didn't we, honey?
Yes, dear.
Night after night, week after week. We just sat there and held hands.
And looked at the moon. A large, lovely, friendly moon.
Never got so sick and tired of looking at anything in my whole life.
Why, Jim.
Well, let's face it, the same darn thing every night. Just sit there and look at the moon.
There were a great many other boys who were perfectly willing to take your place.
But I wouldn't let them, would I?
You certainly wouldn't. You were the stubbornest thing I've ever known.
Sure, but I was cute. And I knew a good thing when I saw it.
Dad.
Now what?
When you were sure that Mom was the right one for you, I mean, when you knew that you couldn't live without her, then what'd you do?
Well, what did we do, Margaret?
Well, you made me get all dressed up in my best bib and tucker, and you took me home to visit your family.
That's right. I can still feel my knees knocking. Was I ever scared?
Not half as scared as I was.
It turned out all right, though, didn't it, honey?
Mm-hmm.
They fell in love with you just like I did. Bud, where are you going?
I'll be right back, Dad. I have to make a phone call.
You come back here and eat your dinner.
Leave the boy alone, Jim. It's his first big love. He's got to get used to it.
Love.
Betty, you haven't said a pleasant word all evening. What's gotten into you?
She isn't eating her dinner either.
Why don't you do your homework?
I did it.
Do it over again.
Can't I just keep still?
All right, but see that you do. Betty, do you feel all right?
I feel fine.
She had a fight with Billy Smith.
I thought you were going to keep still.
Well, if I did, nobody'd ever get to know anything around here.
We'd find out, somehow.
Betty, have you and Billy Smith had another argument?
I never want to see him again as long as I live.
I thought you were getting along fine.
We were until he met that Eloise March, that little snip.
Who's Eloise March?
Just the worst little flirt in town, that's all. And if he wants her, he can have her.
Betty, I wouldn't get all upset about it if I were you.
I'm not upset. I'm not the least bit upset. I just wouldn't give you 3 cents for all the men in the world, that's all.
I
would. This Eloise March must be quite a character.
She's a vampire, that's what she is.
Is she pretty?
Oh, how do I know? I've never even seen her. I'm through with men. I'm going to have a career instead. I'm going to devote my whole life to being a chemist or something.
I still love you, Betty.
Oh, dear.
Taking it pretty hard, isn't she?
Well, she and Billy have been friends for so long.
What do you think we ought to do?
Mommy.
What is it, dear?
Aren't you glad I don't do anything except break windows?
Yes, dear, you're a great help.
Well, it's all set, Dad. I called her and she's coming over.
Who's coming over?
My girl.
Bud, why in the name of all that's holy?
Well, you said to bring her over, didn't you?
I said no such thing.
But that's what you did. You said so.
Bud, this is not the time to bring a girl around. We're having enough trouble with girls. Your sister and Eloise March and...
How did you know?
How did I know what?
About Eloise March.
What about Eloise March?
That's my girl.
Oh, no.
wonderful coffee. Welcome words you can hear across your breakfast table from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there, that number one expert, because he's your husband. Naturally, we think we're pretty fair experts. Our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But the person with the final say, the one we both want to please, is that husband of yours. And if you'll make his breakfast coffee Maxwell House, we're mighty sure he'll tell you, that's wonderful coffee. Matter of fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. You see, we know there's no coffee made like Maxwell House. And that's why no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. It's the only coffee with that famous good to the last drop flavor. Get Maxwell House tomorrow and start serving it to your husband. And if he doesn't say it's the best coffee he ever tasted, why, send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is on the front of every one of those familiar blue tins. Tomorrow, find out how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
These are parlous times in which we live, and days of great decision. Throughout the world, men of substance watch the headlines with an anxious eye, keeping one ear to the ground and the other glued to the radio, which is a neat trick if you can do it. Jim Anderson may not quite succeed, but in the living room of the white frame house on Maple Street, he's giving it quite a try, like this.
Margaret, why don't people leave things where they belong? Margaret!
What is it, Jim?
What happened to my large map of Korea?
I don't know, dear. Where did you put it?
It was right here on the table.
Well, if it was on the table, that's where it ought to be. No one's been in the living room. Jim, what on earth are you doing?
What's the matter?
All those maps on the floor, and Bud's friend is going to be here any moment.
Margaret, I'm waiting for a very important broadcast. It's coming from all over the world, even Moscow. And I don't want to miss a word. This is the only radio in the house that's any good, and you know it.
All right, but I still don't see why you need 8 million maps scattered all over the floor.
There are 5 maps. And where's the one of Korea I had on the table?
Which table?
This table.
What is this?
That's the map.
Of course, you couldn't dream of lifting up a big, heavy magazine.
Well, the magazine had no business being there in the first place.
Dear, if I go into the kitchen, do you think you can find your way back to the radio?
If I get lost, I'll send up smoke signals. 1 if by land and 2 if by sea.
I'll make a note of it, dear.
Thinks it's so funny. How did I know it was under the magazine? People go around hiding your maps under magazines. Think all a man has to do is go around looking under magazines. Bud!
He's upstairs, Jim.
The doorbell rang.
Bud, the doorbell rang.
I'm combing my hair.
He's combing his hair, Jim.
What do you want me to do about it?
You might answer the door.
Well, if you're going to be logical, wait until a man has something really important to do. Maps all over the floor. All right, keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Dizzy little character. Probably hasn't got a brain in her head anyway. Hello there.
Is this the Anderson residence?
It certainly is. Come on in.
I'm Eloise March, and don't tell me you're Mr. Anderson.
How did you ever figure that out?
Oh, I'd have known you anywhere, Mr. Anderson. Really, I would. Lover Boy's told me so much about you.
Lover Boy hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
That was nice of him. Lover Boy. Bud, your friend is here. The thundering herd will be down in a minute. He's fixing his makeup.
I don't mind.
Well, let's go into the living room and sit down.
All right. My, you have a lovely home. It's so gauche.
I was hoping you'd notice that. We've tried to make it one of the gauchest homes.
And you certainly have.
Yeah. Margaret, Bud's friend is here. Please.
Just a minute,
Mrs. Anderson will be right in. Then you can all go into the den and have a nice little chat.
My, all those great big maps. What are they?
Oh, just maps of the world. I use them for reference on the important news broadcasts.
You do? Why, how clever.
I just listen to the broadcasts. I don't deliver them.
How clever to use maps. And of the whole world. It's just like I told Bud. Men are so...
Gauche?
Aren't they ever?
Margaret.
Fuzzy boy.
Hi, Eloise. Gee, you look nice.
Oh, Bud, I don't either. Why, I threw on just any old thing.
You sure threw him in the right place, didn't you?
Yes, he's quite a picture.
Why, Mr. Anderson.
And speaking of pictures, why don't you show Miss Marsh the pictures in the den or someplace?
But you said when you took Mom over to your
But
house...
let's not have any arguments about it. There's going to be a very important broadcast.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss March, but I was busy in the kitchen.
Mom, this is Eloise.
I'd have known you anywhere, Mrs. Anderson. Bud has told me so much about you.
Oh, I'm sure he must have.
Father, was that the phone?
No, it wasn't the phone. It was the doorbell.
I'll be right down.
It wasn't for you. Margaret, why don't you take Bud and Eloise into the den and give them some milk and cookies or something?
Milk and cookies?
Holy cow, Dad.
Mr. Anderson, you're so droll.
Margaret.
Why don't we show Eloise the pictures we took this summer, Bud? I'm sure she'd like that.
But I thought when Dad took you over to his house...
Hi, what's all the excitement about?
Betty, why don't you go back upstairs?
What for?
We'll explain all about it later. Go ahead, dear.
Why can't I stay down here?
I know. You must be Kathy.
That's Betty.
Oh, of course, Betty. I'd have known you anywhere. Bud's told me so much about you. I'm Eloise March.
No!
Margaret, why don't you all go into the den?
The nerve of her coming into this house after what she did to me.
What, who did to you?
Bud, why don't you take Eloise
She
into the...
came here to sneer at me. That's what she did.
Eloise?
I don't know what she's talking about. I swear I don't.
Oh, yes, you do. You know just what I'm talking about.
If you'd all just go into the den...
Now, see here, Betty. You have no right to talk to Eloise that way.
I'll talk to her any way I choose.
You will not.
I certainly will.
Betty, if you'll just go upstairs like a good girl...
Why don't you all go into the den?
Look at her. Powder and paint an inch thick, and Billy Smith thinks she's so wonderful.
Billy Smith?
But, honey, you know I don't care about anybody but you.
You told the same thing to Billy Smith.
I never did.
Bud.
And Janie Liggett's sister said you told the same thing to Russell Spencer.
Eloise, you didn't.
She certainly did.
Betty.
And he was going steady with Marion Swift all the time, and you knew it.
I did not know it.
Bud.
Jim, it won't do any good.
It has to. They're going to start the broadcast any minute. Look, if you'll all just go into the den...
Eloise, how could you?
How could I what?
Say what you said when you said you never said what you said before.
Well, I never did say it before.
You certainly did.
Buzzy, how can you stand there and let her talk like that?
You told me you never went out with older men.
I don't.
Billy Smith's 18, and you went out with him.
Well, only 3 or 4 times, and that doesn't mean anything, does it?
You've only been out with me twice.
Bud, you're standing on my map.
Just because I go out with a boy 3 or 4 times, what does that prove?
Daddy!
You went out with Billy Smith, and you told me you didn't go out with Billy Smith.
Not since Tuesday.
Bud, you're walking all over Alaska.
Daddy!
Just because he's older than I am and gets a bigger allowance.
He does?
Sure he does. So does everybody else. Why don't you go out with them?
Don't worry, she will.
Daddy! Telephone!
Why don't you all go into the telephone?
I'm going home. That's where I'm going. Good! And Bud Anderson, you're just the nastiest boy I've ever known in my whole life.
Bud, why don't you take Miss March to the door?
She just said I was nasty.
He doesn't have to take me to the door. Now or ever.
And that goes for me, too.
If you'll just go into the den.
I'm sorry I ever came into this house, that's what. And I'm sorry I said it was gauche. Because it isn't.
Well.
Holy cow.
Daddy, telephone! I heard you.
All right, Betty, answer the phone.
Brazen little snip. I guess I told her.
Gee whiz. And I spend my whole allowance on a box of candy. For her.
If no one has an objection, now may I listen to the broadcast?
A whole $1.25 gone.
Bud, why don't you go into the kitchen and fix yourself a sandwich?
A sandwich? How can you eat with a broken heart?
Easier than with an upper plate. Now stop acting like an idiot and behave yourself.
Women. They're just a curse of humanity.
Yes, dear, we're awful.
Oh, I didn't mean you, Mom.
Margaret, will you take that boy out and drown him? I've got to have quiet in here for the broadcast.
All right, Bud, let's go inside now.
Mother, it was Billy. It was Billy Smith. He explained all about Eloise Marsh.
Betty, please.
He's a psychology major, and he was just using her for research.
Oh, no.
That's fine, dear.
And he's coming over right away with Russell Spencer and Marion Swift.
No.
What?
I've had enough of this circus tonight. This is my house, too. I live here just as much as anybody, and I'm going to listen to this broadcast.
But, Father, I told them.
I don't care what you told them. I'm going to hear the broadcast, and that's final.
Betty, there's no reason why you and your friends can't go down to the playroom.
But we'll have to sneak around on our tiptoes.
Quiet, please.
At 9 o'clock, due to this unforeseen difficulty, the news broadcast originally scheduled for this period will not be heard. In its place, we bring you that heartwarming tale of young love, the romance of Susan Blake.
Oh, no.
Well, at a time like that, I guess there just isn't much for Father to say. But I know one place where he's always got some mighty important words. When it comes to coffee, he can tell you exactly where to get the most in flavor for your money. Sure, Father knows best. He's the world's greatest coffee expert, just like that man of yours. And we think it'll really pay you to get your husband's expert opinion on our Maxwell House coffee. Because when he tries a cup and says, "Best coffee I ever tasted," you'll know Maxwell House gives you the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most in pure pleasure. Get a pound of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how your husband takes to that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. And count all the cups of truly good coffee you get from that 1 pound. We think you'll be convinced your coffee buy is Maxwell House coffee. Because it's always good to the last drop.
It's midnight in Springfield, and all is quiet in the white frame house on Maple Street. That is, all should be nice and quiet. But you know how it is with the Andersons. Noon or midnight, there's never a dull moment like this.
Jim. Jim.
What's the matter?
Jim, wake up.
Oh, what for?
Listen, I just heard something downstairs.
Oh, go to sleep, Margaret. It's probably nothing but a burglar.
Jim, are you going downstairs, or do you want me to call Bud?
No, never mind. I'll go.
Be very careful, dear. Please.
Sure, I'll be careful.
If it is a burglar, just call the police.
That's a very good idea. Thank you very much. Wake a man out of a sound sleep and then expect him to go roaming around in the dark. Oh, Jim. One of these nights I'm going to fall down the stairs and break my neck. Serve him right, too. Call the police. What did she think I was going to do, wrestle with them? All right. Oh.
Hiya, Dad. What's up?
I am. you doing down here?
I was hungry. You want a sandwich?
No, thank you. What happened to your broken heart?
Oh, I don't know. I was an awful boob, wasn't I?
No, not exactly. But you're getting there. Now, hurry up and get back to bed. Your mother's worried enough for one night.
Okay. Oh, say, Dad.
Yes?
Did you put $1 on my dresser?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Dad.
Now what?
Thanks for everything.
Go to bed.
You bet. Good night, Dad.
Good night. Lover boy.
It's a wonderful feeling to start the day singing, Life is swell when you keep well. That's why Post 40% Bran Flakes have become America's largest selling bran flakes. Every 1 ounce serving of Post 40% Bran Flakes provides bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. They're so delicious tasting and so good for you, too. Tomorrow, serve America's favorite bran flakes. Post 40% Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Boggy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
We heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.